Game changers. It's about competition, pure happiness. It's like a crazy experience.
We're making history.
It means so much to us.
It's good to be back.
I guess you know what I've been looking for, success.
The beauty of gaming is it doesn't matter who you are. And as long as I'm good enough,
Everybody's getting a 4K.
I can go as far as I want.
That's what I like to see, baby.
全世界都会知道我们的厉害。
Whatever happened to the showstopper, we'll never know. Oh, wow, what a paranoia from Ion. Gonna come for a minute, it's about a game. No respect. Valor through the smoke and off we go. Envy trying to get his classic play from above. A bit awkward for Timo, has to get off that line.
Falando do nosso time muito, acho que a gente tem um time muito unido, assim, muito emotivo, tipo, a gente é muito amigo, a gente fica triste junto, fica feliz junto, então a gente tá sempre se hypando.
Abre o miro, o Conan cobrou! Olha o Conan, o que faz um 4K maravilhoso!
Essa resenha, o Conan hoje também ganhou muitos rounds que ele levantou e chamava pra ele, assim, então acho que fico feliz, assim, de estar nesse time, de ter essas personalidades, assim, e me animo muito com eles também. Tipo, além de ser um trabalho ali, é muito divertido jogar junto com eles.
E olha ele! Ele ronrona! Ele ruge! É o leão do eco! Ali!
There's never a time where we have to be aggressive, right? Or like we get aggressive because we're panicking or something. If we're getting aggressive, it's because we're controlling our aggression. We understand this is the right time to go aggressive, and this is the right time to take space, this is the right time to take a fight. All that's controlled. There's never a time where we're just being aggressive just to be aggressive, or panicking because we're scared on stage. None of us are scared on stage. All of us have great line experience.
E garante uma kill de lado. Olha o Will, abrindo mira, leva 3. Vai pro 4K!
I have a lot of confidence because I've been playing ever since I was like 11. So even though I'm the youngest player here, I don't really these are all names that I know in my head I think I'm better than. So I don't have any nerves or I just feel very confident every time I'm going on stage and playing them.
Bem demais e o Spire! Ele tá sensacional!
Every match, every day in scrims, like it'll be like series where we're all trying, but then people start trolling, like having fun, but like we'll still be winning while doing it. That's just like how we are.
Agora o Timotino de novo de Altilau, já levando 2 jogadores no primeiro segundo de round.
I would obviously love to play Envy. I mean, they're an NA team that I played a lot, and we played a lot with TSM. So I don't know much about these Brazilians and LATAM teams, but I would definitely really love to play Envy again. It was definitely a funny experience to have like the whole crowd cheering for the enemy team. I mean, like every round we lost, they were just screaming. And in that 1v5 on Haven, I mean, I was the last one alive and I couldn't hear anything. The crowd was screaming.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to VALORANT Ascension. We've reached about the midpoint of the tournament. Stakes are high, and I cannot wait to get started with today. My name's Sierra Dawn. I'll be your host, and I am joined here by Roy and Dan. It's been a lot of fun, guys, catching up on all of these matches. I mean, Roy, the tournament has delivered so far.
Yeah, by far the matches have been quite crazy, Sierra. We got to see some pretty interesting matches yesterday as well. Obviously, we said goodbye to 6K and to Shinden as well, but there's also some awesome bounce backs in form shown by 9Z and Stele as they keep their tournament run alive, guys. It's been a great tournament so far. I think today though, now that is going to be interesting.
We're set up for a good day, but I want to talk a little bit about the stakes and everything else. And Dan, a little of what we saw yesterday, pulling up the bracket. Yeah, midpoint at the tournament, we got to see the stakes are high, and 2 teams, we had to say farewell to them yesterday. So it's at the point of the tournament where one little mess up can cost you.
Absolutely. And yesterday, those elimination matches, we didn't really know what to expect. It was that LATAM versus LATAM matchup as well. A little bit of what happened in the grand finals for that region. And it's Shin, the one team that gets eliminated. A little bit of the same too for 6 Karma. So 2 LATAM teams out. There's only 1 left inside of 9Z and Stella Gaming. It's still alive in that lower bracket. It's still a little bit risky, even though we're in a Swiss stage. And today we're going to be looking at those teams that have been winning. Once you are, 1 win or 1 loss away, the pressure is literally on.
It's like so close you can taste it that at this point. Getting that 2 wins is going to qualify you for the playoffs, meaning you are 1 step closer to securing your spot in VCT Americas. So yeah, there's a little bit of wiggle room, but for these teams, I mean, coming off a fantastic split, being at the point where they can almost qualify into the playoffs, we're in for some great matches today. One starting with a North America face-off. It's going to be TSM going up against Envy first. And I think, Tori, too, this is one of the most highly anticipated matchups of the entirety of Ascension, especially considering the rivalry we saw brewing within the North American stage.
Yeah, this is one of the most hype Ascension matches we've seen probably since M80 versus the Guard guys in 2023. I mean, this match is just absolutely insane. The last time these 2 teams faced, it was in the NA Grand Finals a couple weeks ago. TSM did take the win 3-1. So there's a lot riding right here for not only the revenge match, but also to continue the domination here for TSM. They're coming into this tournament as the 1st seed, even though they had a bit of a lackluster overall year. Whereas Envy, they've looked like one of the most dominant teams throughout and the most consistent team throughout the entire year, and now they're looking to reclaim the throne and get that 1st spot in playoffs.
I also love that the players have talked about how much they wanted this rematch here in Ascension, and it's happening for that qualification match. Yeah, Poppin was talking about it in the interview. Timotino, you heard him talk about it in one of those videos. Everybody wanted this matchup because of how intense that rivalry was throughout the year, and this is what happened when we saw that grand final in North America. Everybody was leaning a little bit more towards Envy, but TSM, they were able to secure a 3-2-1, and they're very confident that they can do it again.
I mean, people leaning towards Envy going into this made a lot of sense too. We got to see a dominance throughout the entire year by them, whereas TSM, we got to see a lot of those ups and downs, Roy. We got to see them switch up roster, everything else. So a lot of questions on, can this really gel in time? But to be able to see the pickups and the changes that they've made to be able to claim the top spot coming out of NA, it has been so impressive.
And I think TSM answered that question beautifully, Sierra. I think they can. They've peaked at the perfect time. The form that they've reached right now is kind of their, I don't want to even say their final form, because it does feel like they're getting better with every single match, but they have most certainly found a flow, guys. TSM is looking very dangerous. And even in the last match versus Envy, you can tell that, and you know, first map aside, yeah, Envy won that 13-7, but after that, it was a pretty clean 3-0 for TSM to finish off the series 3-1. I feel like, you know, with TSM struggling to find their form, I feel like now that, you know, they have found this sort of style, they have sort of found their identity, they're going to be coming into this tournament with so much confidence, and the way they're feeling right now is going to carry over into this match, into this rematch versus Envy.
And a confidence that I already get to see is there. And I love that we keep talking about like that final form and everything else. And considering that these were changes going into stage 3, for it to all be coming together as it is, I mean, Dan, the pickups, we had talked so much about how strong they've been throughout the year. And coupled with that core of TSM, I mean, they're set up to win. Like TSM, in comparison to the TSM of last year, like this is entirely new. And I cannot wait to see what they deliver today.
GMD talked about it in one of the interviews that we got to hear from him, and he was mentioning, yeah, last year we knew that everybody thought that we didn't really deserve to be there, that other North American teams deserved to take that spot instead. But this year, they did come as one of the favorites for North America, and they're proving why. That core of 7 and GMD has been incredible so far in the match that we got to see from them. But on top of that, here, like you're saying, everybody else, the new additions, and especially Timotino, has been insane.
I think the crazy thing with this roster too, guys, is the fact that it is still a very young roster, like relatively speaking, right? Like GMD being the oldest, I think he's like, what, 24 years old? Like we say veterancy, but then you look at, you know, their age, they're like 20, 21, 24 with almost, I mean, GMD almost has a decade of FPS experience. I mean, this guy is literally a veteran, but he's still so young, and he's the oldest on the team. So this team is young. They're able to match Envy in that regard. But I feel like, you know, the core of GMD and 7, I feel like their leadership, their experience, it has carried over to a lot. And now that they've added Timotino, now that they've added Alvin Boy and Vora in the kind of in the IGL position as well, they're looking fantastic.
Especially too, we talk a lot about that core, but Vora since the beginning of 2025 has been there now. And I feel like considered a strong core part of the team, and being able to see his IGLing and everything else. Dan, this isn't someone who's just calling the shots, but the impact he's been able to have in the server and all of the other matches, Vora was such a great addition and really key piece for making TSM what they are today.
Absolutely. Compared to the beginning of this year and even last year, that TSM version that we saw, even though they were really good and they showed us a lot of individual plays that surprised us, what Vora is bringing to the table is something that we've never seen for the set of TSM before. Not only he is incredible mechanically in this initiator role especially, but with the calls, you can tell how the team was able to organize themselves a little bit more since he joined. You see it in, you know, the advantages that they have with the ultimates, how they're going to utilize them. You're going to see them in those bonus runs, in those eco rounds, the way that they're wanting to push to create that space, and also the way that Vora is not only making those calls to get aggressive and take control of those rounds, but also closing them out with the kills. He is really doing it all.
He's doing a lot, but not quite all, because we have to talk about the other members of TSM too that have really just had the most of a step up, and talk about 7, because Roy, 7, we've always known him to be a great player, like, do not get me wrong, but when you're talking about TSM that is just looking so strong, 7 is just on a different level right now.
Yeah, 6'7", I mean, he's an absolute monster in the server. I mean, he's a total menace. He's running the Odin, he's running the Judge, he's opping, he's playing Battle Sage, he's literally playing almost every single thing that you would want from this flex player, right? He's putting up insane numbers. He's doing just so much for this roster. And I feel like, you know, again, his veterancy, his experience, and the fact that it feels like he's covering so many different roles and so many different kind of positions on the team is just such a valuable tool to this team.
He always understands how to maximize either the agent that he's playing or even the weapon that he's playing. He was so annoying with the Odin in that opening match that we saw from them. Just everything that he does is very specific and just perfect for what the team needs. And another one of those, outside of what he's doing in game, is how much he was standing up in that last series when they were playing against Stella. Every single round, 7 was standing up, was screaming, was yelling at the other team, was hyping his teammates up. I love it because we never really get the chance to see it when we're watching North America. Everybody's in the rooms, they're not really screaming, or they're not really playing with each other for these tournaments. But here is a different story, and that adds so much, especially when you know the crowd is against you, when a lot of things are against you, and you know that the energy needs to be up for yourself.
And to be able to have that sort of energy on the back of that type of performance, I mean, TSM are definitely set up for success this time around. Now, we've talked about the players, but I want to hear from the players, and we have a little bit of clips from Timotino and his thoughts ahead of today.
So, I mean, first map was like really, we're a really momentum heavy team. So like when we start a game or a BO3 where we like absolutely like demolish a team, it's really easy for us to like convert map 3, even if we lose map 2. Map 2 was really hard because like for most of us, it's the first time that we play on a stage as like that big. So it's like the nerves kind of got in the way. So it was pretty hard, like losing some rounds. It was hard on the mental, but we came back, and then after map 3, we completely resetted. We went back to map 1, and we just rolled.
I mean, we'll have to see if they can carry that. Can carry that into today's series, be able to get that momentum going and be able to close out, especially too, looking on the opposing end of things, another team that can be taking over the server and can be really reliant on that momentum. Of course, we have to talk about Envy and really be talking about this rivalry going into today. Because again, Envy was the team coming out of North America, the one that everyone's looking at, the one that everyone's talking about, Roy, the team that everyone expected would be here at Ascensions. Not only that, to win. It was a little bit of a stumble near the end of stage 3, but I'm looking at the bounce back today up against the ones to take them down.
Yeah, I mean, this team went from the underdog in the beginning of the year to the absolute powerhouse that everyone expected to make the full-on Ascensions run all the way to the finish line, right? Like, it's kind of crazy also considering how inexperienced, you know, relatively speaking, most of this roster is. But the level of consistency that they show, even in big moments, is crazy. And Sierra, you say this team is very momentum-based, but I think recently with their kind of, you know, their growth, they've shown that they're able to, you know, claw back from, you know, being down and huge deficits. They're not just a momentum team. I feel like they're becoming a lot more well-rounded. They're becoming, you know, they're growing as players. They're growing with experience. And I feel like with every single match, with every single tournament, this team just gets more and more dangerous, especially as they round out the roles and kind of get on the same page with their play style and everyone's kind of operating on the same wavelength.
Yeah, which is crazy to think about when you think about, you know, rankers at the end of last year, and how honestly for a lot of people they were a little bit of a joke because of the compositions that they were playing, how this team came out of nowhere, and little by little they gained the respect of the community, and they gained their respect not only in North America but in Brazil and Latin America. Everybody's looking up to these players that even if they're young, they are incredibly talented. And that means that today's matchup, not only is everybody going to be keeping their eyes on Envy, but also on if they're able to win against the TSM for this rematch, which it feels like that would be that next step and the last thing that they would need to maybe lift that trophy at the end.
When you're talking about this being a young team, I mean, Kane, Zara, and Ion are two of the youngest players within North America, and they have been absolutely popping off. And I'd love to see the growth with them throughout this year, especially too with the more veteran talent on the team, really looking out for them, being able to try to push them forward. And a lot of that has fallen on Inspire from the get-go, when this was rankers, when this was a team that was kind of coming out of nowhere. Inspire took a lot of that on himself, right? He's not the IGL, but the way he's been able to be a leader for this team has been really, really nice.
Yeah, and isn't it kind of crazy to consider that this player probably has as much experience as the entire team combined without the coach? I mean, that is just crazy to think about, honestly. I feel like he is, I completely agree here. I feel like he is a very big factor on this team. His experience, his mid-rounding has created so much more like dynamicism to, you know, to the way they're playing the mid-rounds and how they're playing out scenarios and their decision-making branches. And obviously when it comes to the defensive sides, he's pretty much on point the entire time when it comes to playing around ultimates, or whether he wants to play retake or aggressive, or like he picks up on tendencies quite well. And I feel like his impact and his sort of role on the team has been to kind of round out the roster and kind of make sure that everything's operating smoothly and make sure the macro is pretty much in sync.
Yeah, you talk about that picking up on tendencies, and that's something we've gotten to see so much. And Inspire 2 has been so active in some of these lurks, some of this pushing on forward, and something that teams have had a tough time punishing at some point. So being able to really just get in the back lines of the team and dismantle them has been really nice. And being able to see that impact he's had in the server, being able to see this year is kind of like a big bounce back for Inspire has been really, really nice. But talked about a leader, got to talk about the other leader, the IGL of the team, and talk about Poppin as well. Because again, when you're talking about a team here, Dan, that has so much of their own identity, I feel like that's so interesting then for Poppin to really be able to make sure that they stick to that identity, but it still be able to lead them to victory.
There's a balance as well that he's been able to find as the IGL of, yeah, my team, they're young, they like to run it down, they like to get crazy, and they will get those kills and they will get those rounds. But also, okay, sometimes we're going to slow it down, sometimes we're going to play those defaults at the beginning of those rounds, and that turns out to be so effective for a team that even if they haven't changed much of the compositions, even if they haven't changed much as the meta has moved towards other things, you need to rely on really good macro, and Poppin has brought that to the table. On top of that, understanding that because he's playing with younger players, the part of being nervous, being excited, dealing with those emotions of a grand final, for example, dealing with the emotions of playing on stage are things that you need to consider. And he was always honest about it when he was talking about it in North America of, yeah, sometimes we lost, maybe stage 1 we didn't win, we were not really doing that good in playoffs, but it was because we needed that experience, and now that we have it, we're ready to go for what's next.
And it's been really cool to be able to see the growth of this team. Well, they've been learning to not just be these people running it down into where they are now, right? And talking about the growth, then we did get an opportunity to hear from one of the players Ion a little bit ahead of today's match.
The win, I think it was harder than expected. Map 1 was like obviously easier. We won 13-2. We only lost 2 rounds, but we didn't really plan. Like, we knew when they picked Lotus, they expected us to have our first, like our old comp, which was an ISO instead of a Raze. So I think when we had a Raze instead of a ISO going to their pick, it like threw off a lot of the anti-strat they could have had. And then we expected to win that map like pretty dominantly. But then map 2, I think that map was a lot closer than expected. I would say Sunset was our pick, and it's our best map. So them getting 11 rounds, and we actually had to make a comeback. I think it was a lot harder than expected, and they were pretty good.
I love too that it's a team that we've come to know a lot of their identity and everything else, Roy, but not afraid of switching up those little things. Make sure they can't get started again. I like it.
I mean, this is that team. Like, if it's Winthrop University, TSM, and this team that are the ones who are just constantly willing to flip things up, and it's just because they have such dynamic players, right? And I feel like this level of unpredictability, and even when they're not switching their compositions, they're still switching up the way they play, right? Like, they're switching up how Inspire's playing, they're switching up where their aggression's happening, the timing on things. Like, they're a very dynamic team, and I feel like, whenever teams call them puggy, I feel like they're almost missing the point when they're watching these Envy VODs, because there is a process to the madness. There is logic to the way that they play. It's a little bit different than what you would expect from other teams, but it's very apparent whenever you do a deep dive to the way they play.
It's a little bit of what happened to 9C, for example. We heard one of those early interviews where they talked about how the strategy or the macro or in general the gameplay was not that good for Envy. It was just that they were individually very good. And once we listened to that, we were like, you have no idea. You haven't played Envy yet, have you?
They do not know.
Yeah, Envy was very, very dominant in that series. And that is something that happens to a lot of teams that don't know Envy. They haven't played against them. They haven't scrimed against them, played these official matches. But for TSM, they know how Envy plays, and they've won against them before. So that's why we know that it's going to be a great matchup.
Yeah, it definitely is not going to be a TSM to underestimate them. They've had a couple run-ins with Envy before. They know what exactly is going to be shaking up. But before we really just go into that rivalry again, I want to talk about this head-to-head and talk about two players that do have this capability of taking over the server. Timotino is someone that Dan already talked about a little bit, and Eggster too. When you look at that unique identity that Envy has, I mean, he is a key piece of that.
Absolutely. And Timotino right now is the best rated player that we have in Ascension, only for that one matchup that he played against Stella. But okay, you want a little bit more information, a little bit more of his consistency. You look at the stats for what was playoffs in North America, and he was still the best rated player over any of the Envy players, over any of the Winthrop University players. And it seems like he is just so incredible, but you just don't hear from him as much. He's not, trying to ego you. He's not trying to post on social media that much how good he is, but he is just very quietly being the difference maker of this team, and it is incredible. For the other side, obviously, Eggster is also very, very good in everything that he's been doing with the Yoru. I mean, last series, he was insane, Roy. Every clutch, every single situation where Eggster was in, he was winning it somehow.
No, bro's been an absolute menace on the Yoru. He's like abusing every possible mechanic in the game with Yoru. And guys, I do want to reiterate that Yoru is a little bit stronger on lane. I know not many people think about that, but it kind of explains the extra, you know, like his stats, or maybe he's just maybe he's just a LAN player. I don't know. But Yoru on LAN is really strong, right? Because the audio is a little bit different. There's a lot of noise coming in from the crowd. It kind of changes things a little bit, where like he gets a little bit stronger on the power curve in that kind of environment. And then you add in the fact that, you know, he has the gate crashes and so much macro pressure. It kind of makes sense why Exer, it looks like he's kind of the carry right now for the Envy side. So I think this head-to-head between Timotino, Exter is going to be quite fun to watch, guys.
Oh, it is going to be a great one. It's been so much fun watching both of these individual teams play, and now coming to a head-to-head today to qualify into the playoffs of Ascension. You could not ask for a better storyline there. And with a rivalry where they've had multiple run-ins, this one is quite interesting getting into our official predictions on the day. I think going into this, it was really difficult for me, guys, because I love what TSM has changed up. I love what they're looking at right now, but I still had to go with Envy here. Roy, I'm not surprised to see you with the TSM pickup.
Oh yeah, why is that, Sierra?
You just love TSM. I've heard you talk about them. I've heard everything you've said. I mean, I know you have full belief in this team.
Listen, I just believe in the newfound powers, okay? I feel like whenever people get themselves in form, right, and the perfect time, it brings a lot of confidence, right? A lot of the uncertainty, a lot of the questions of whether, they're a good team or things are clicking kind of get answered, and that gives the dopamine rush, that gives the superpowers. And I feel like I've liked the form for TSM, but I think I would be lying if I didn't say that there is this is a 51-49. Leaning towards TSM.
Okay.
Envy is an incredibly strong team. I feel like this could go either way. It's impossible, I feel like, for any of us to truly know who's going to come out on top. But recency bias, I'm going to go with TSM.
I have two things to say here. One is Sierra. So when I was hosting and we had Roy and Ash on the desk, we were getting every prediction wrong. Like, I'm not gonna lie, don't even believe whatever we're saying. We could be right, but most likely we could be wrong. This one has been a difficult one to predict this event. But also the other thing that I wanted to say is, you know what? I'm gonna be honest, recency bias. TSM won the grand final. Yeah, they should win it again.
Oh, goodness. Okay, so I'm doubly glad that I predicted the other way of you two right now. I will say that. It was a difficult one to predict between these two because, again, I think the growth that TSM had has just been absolutely incredible. But I feel like I look back at that Stage 3 finals and I look at Envy and it just seemed a smidge off. And when we talk about Envy having a lot of growth throughout this year's, I feel like it has been growth that has been on the back of some losses that they weren't necessarily expecting. You look back at Stage 1 and you get to see them come out with a different mentality in Stage 2. You look at they take things too seriously because of the pressure. All of a sudden, they got to switch things up into how to get the vibes in the server, everything else, right? So I feel like of all teams, Envy's been pretty good about coming back from those downfalls. So when I look at how that shook up against TSM, I don't think it's necessarily going to be one that's repeated today, Roy.
And I think if you look at Envy's like kind of their record, right? Whenever they got blown out of matches, they almost never recovered from those early losses, right? Like if they go down 0-5 in a map, it felt like that map was kind of just a throwaway. Like they didn't know how to bounce back whenever they were in huge deficits. But the recent history shows otherwise. I think they found that, the resilience, they found that thing that they were lacking where, if things aren't going well, if they're not getting the pistol, they're not, starting off hot, they're able to bounce back. They're able to find these sort of answers even and problem solve even in the moment. And that's a huge sign of growth for such a young team.
Which is exactly what happened in the last series, where for that map of Sunset, their map pick, that first and second half, both of them started 0 and 4. It seemed, you lose the pistol, you lose the bonus, you lose 4 rounds in a row. It's very difficult to come back from that. And yet Envy were able to make it happen. So that shows a little bit of that growth the team has had, and the one that we've been talking about so much.
And looking at, had this been a different environment now, the fact that we will have players on stage, everything else, I feel like, too, this is where vibes for the team are going to be so important. And I love that we were talking about 7 earlier on in the day for TSM and just all the vibes and the standing up and everything. But I look back at Envy with the boot camp and the fact that they have young players that will just take these ego peaks and just have fun, right? And just how much confidence and how much hype that can be, especially in an in-person environment, too. So I think it's going to be quite an interesting one. I think that we are in for a great match regardless. But man, this is, again, the top two teams we've had in North America. Two teams that have faced off multiple times, Roy, and taking the stage. I'm curious to see if we get to see any of these rivalries right away come to life.
Oh, we definitely will. And we're going to see a lot of mental games between these two teams, right? That's what happens in regional matches, guys. That familiarity, especially with how recent the grand finals was. I feel like, yeah, you know, there's probably going to be some changes, but and there's also not a ton of footage from this tournament itself too, right? So maybe there will be some kind of mental battle, or maybe a lot of, you know, some other game plans have changed, but I feel like that familiarity is going to add another dynamic to the calling and to the coaching, and that's going to elevate the level of play that we're going to be seeing when it comes to strategy, not just shooting, not just micro, but also the way they're approaching the map and how things are flowing.
And it's two teams that were very much so looking forward to playing up against each other as well. Dan, when you had talked to Eggster about all these different teams and everything that they've brought to Ascension, who you want to play against, it was, I want to play against TSM. We're going to 2-0 them with confidence, right? And TSM on the other opposing end, of course, when it's a team that was maybe a little bit discounted before, to really be able to prove that wasn't a fluke, but they are just that best team in North America, Dan. I think there's so much to be said there.
And they might just be the best teams that we have in Ascension as well. It's for a reason that they both want to play each other so bad, is because they know how good each other are, and they know that a match where you're facing TSM and you're facing Envy and you're going against each other is going to be the greatest challenge that you can have before you get to the grand final. These are the teams that most people, including myself, are putting in the grand finals right now, and it's just how insanely good they look and how they continue to improve match after match.
And with that expectation being there for these teams as well, these being those potential final teams, I feel like this matchup is going to be even more important. It's going to be a testament to the work they've put in going into Ascension,
Definitely.
What they can do on the stage, and of course with the energy, the motivation, everything in behind them, Roy, what they can provide and what they can do.
Yeah, guys, I just want to see like the hero plays, the big clutch moments. I want to see these players get super hype off rip. Like I want to see some momentum, some energy, some vibes going as soon as possible. I feel like the sooner we get that for both teams, the better VALORANT that we're going to be seeing here as one of these teams fights for that first spot in playoffs.
For one of these official VCT events that we have, this is the first time that TSM and Envy play against each other on stage. So you know that there's already a rivalry between them, but I feel like now that they're on land, they're going to be standing up every single round. I have no doubt in my mind.
Oh, I'm so excited for it already. And I think what's really interesting, these two teams coming from the same region, is this isn't an unknown quantity. We already kind of touched upon that, but we've gotten to see a very recent face-off. So I'm curious then, with map picks, bans, and everything else, how much this influences going into today's series. Getting into it right away, it's going to be TSM picking up the map. And Dan, this is one that we saw last time these two teams faced off. It's Haven to kick things off.
It's really interesting. I was really curious to see where these maps are going to go because of what you're saying, the recent grand final as well, but also the first matches that they played on their opening series here in Ascension. And Haven is a good one because TSM had already played it for the opening against Stella, and they completely dominated. That was Stella's map pick, and this is where I was saying there were insane good calls coming from Vora, and on top of that, you had really good retakes coming in for this team. They're going to be starting on the defense every single time that spy got planted in C, the retake was effective. And on the other side, you had Seven and Vora, and also in Timotino playing towards A side. So it was just a map that is giving me a lot of confidence for them, even if MV is picking it. Because my last point here is that both of these teams, they've lost their map picks in their opening matches.
Yeah, that is really interesting. But to kind of just throw back to their last match right in grand finals, right? TSM Haven was the map that they won first, and Sunset was the only map that Envy had won in that series. So I think it makes sense why they would pick it. They're confident in their win conditions, but I feel like the adaptations have come, right? There's going to be learning that happened from that match. There's going to be a different level of VALORANT that we're going to be seeing. Obviously, TSM's looked fantastic on Haven, like Dan was saying. But I think for me, I'm eyeing out that Abyss, because if we get there, it's going to be really interesting, right? We've seen TSM play this match, that map before. They're 4-0 in officials on that map, not in VCL, but just in third-party tournaments. They do have experience on that map, but we haven't really seen it too much for Envy. So I'm kind of curious to see what we'll be seeing on that Abyss side if it comes to it.
Especially too, looking back at Abyss, it's one that for TSM, it kind of just dates quite a bit back, which I think makes it even more interesting when you are looking at a TSM now that have those 2 new additions, have just been changing things up. But now getting into the agent select, I mean, Roy, you're already laughing. I'm seeing a couple hovers here.
Yeah, no, I do not believe they're locking that. We're getting debated on stage.
You're saying Kainzer is not going to play the Harbor?
Is he throwing it back to the one match against SRG? Is he throwing it back? I'm not sure. It would be really funny if he did. I would have a good time if I saw the Harbor on Haven, but I do not believe we're going to be seeing the lock in here for the Harbor side. But yeah, I think, I mean, TSM is kind of exactly what we expected, guys. I do want to kind of touch on a little bit of the win conditions that TSM had versus the Stellai Gaming, right? Where they front-loaded their defensive side with so much A control. They did not want the attacking team to feel like they could get that A control early. And as soon as they had that pressure on that A side of the map on their defensive side, that's when it felt like TSM had gotten full control. So if I'm Envy right now, I'm looking to have an answer to that or some kind of reaction to that. You don't want TSM to get comfortable with their win conditions, and you most certainly do not want Timo Tino in your face deep in that A lobby.
And if it was not that A control that you saw for the defense of TSM, you saw how GMD was constantly on the flank, constantly being so annoying against Stellai Gaming. But for Envy, I don't think that's going to happen, especially because Inspire's in the lobby. And if there's a guy that's going to be flanking, if there's a guy that's going to be behind the enemy, it's going to be him. And that's why this should be an incredible map. I feel like it's the best map that we can have to start it off.
Not just an incredible map, but incredible matchup. The top 2 teams that we have in North America, potentially all of Ascension, and a rivalry that's been brewing. It's time to head into the very first map of the series to see who's going to get that first spot towards playoffs, and to head it over to your casters. It's Van Silly and Lemon Kiwi.
Thank you, Sierra. Yeah, strong cores and friendships that go beyond the game. I think that's another element that we haven't mentioned that has made both of these teams top dogs in North America. And Envy have dominated for so long. I'm going to stick by my prediction, Vance, but TSM are here to continue to cement that they are the kings of the region.
I agree. And it also makes sense that a lot of people are going to be going for Envy in this matchup today because they have always been dominant in their region. You look at the group stages of all these stages, they've always 2-0'd everybody or just unstoppable within the Swiss stages, even when they were the rankers. But once we got into stage 3, that's where we saw a little bit of weaknesses or some things that could be exploited from the opponents to be able to defeat Envy, where, you know, they only went 4-2 in the group stage instead of being undefeated. That said, TSM's one of those teams. That's why they won the grand finals in the stage 3 of North America and are hoping to repeat it now.
Haven's such an interesting map with TSM looking so good on it. That 13-3 against Stella, the same pick against Envy from that grand final. They hope to repeat that success, and it's the opening kills from Envy to stomp through the yard of multiple points off the map. Now finally entering B, watching from afar, they'll have to be Alvin, and having to make contact with Geister's shield, not great. There's some good tags though, injuries on the Envy side, and Timo Tino will have to come in to sandwich with Alvin boy.
So much time has been wasted so far, though. They're going to walk into so many question marks once TSM walks into the site. It's a full crossfire setup from all the 4 players at Envy. This is going to be a very tough task.
Oh, hey, Timo Tino with the Sheriff, and it's just 7 HP and 1 final player to deal with. But another element now, it's the clock. Spike ticking down, tap, and didn't know where he was at the last second, coming down to 1 player to define that pistol.
And already Envy is coming out with some new stuff in their pistol rounds. So despite both of these teams playing the same compositions and going head-to-head in the past on this game, they utilize Kainzera as this fake on this A side. The wall breaks the shield. You keep 2 players at bay towards the A site, while the other ones goes for a 4-0 hit into the B site. And then Kaney's even able to go for this late lurk over on the A link as well. Again, rendering things very difficult for TSM to 1, hold the B site with lesser numbers, and 2 to retake. So a great start. But already a Marshall comes out in the second round, and TSM's trying to go for a stack on the C site. So this is something that we're going to have to try to identify as well for Envy going up against TSM. One of the strong points that they had in the victory of that 13-2, I think, versus Stellai was just how aggressive TSM was, and like just finding timings to be aggressive through the timings of the utility that was being used by their opponents. Almost a very similar style to Envy. So they're really ready to fight in toe-to-toe. Look at this early rotate already on the A site to fight.
With the double Guardian purchases, Envy wanted to play that long-range game, and now they can get their scrappers close range. TSM just faded away. And Alvin Boy, remember that former duelist, he likes to stick around, but this time he delivers a big opening for TSM to work with. 2 versus 2, the aftershock. Envy strikes while the iron is hot. And it's another 1v1 to decide a round. It doesn't get any tighter than this, folks, but one is a Sheriff, one is a Guardian.
Thing is right now is that they both kind of have similar advantages. The smoke kind of gives a question mark that GMD just threw and that Inspire could play around, but the spike was still in possession now of GMD. He decides to let this go and let the time go in his favor, but that allows now Inspire to pick up a weapon, pick up a spike, and reposition himself in a 1v1 in a post plant.
It's gonna reveal him, and kind of happened to Envy last time is they got the heads up surprise on TSM. GMG gonna wait for Envy to make the move, and it's a fake plan, but a couple of seconds. I don't know if that risk is gonna pay off. With barely a second left, GMD finds the perfect moment.
Wow. And that's just TSM's work on how quick they were on the rotate. So they didn't even want to play any type of like, let's go for exits or whatnot. And they wanted to beat Envy to the punch. So as soon as nothing was really happening here towards the C site, the instant rotate came through. And now you've already seen this work coming out from Inspire, another layer that TSM's already ready for because they kind of put Bora up against them. But look at the psych smoke being thrown by the sewers. The flood came through already from TSM, and Envy had nothing to fight towards the back of the site. A nice little eco thrifty that they just want to hear against Envy, and Envy on their side now are going to go for some sort of a half buy because of this plant that they had. So a Hero Guardian onto Inspire. He's going to try to lurk towards that garage site to find information for the team, and we're just trying to pick and prod and figure out where TSM's currently setting up at the beginning of this round.
I think Alvin Boy was a huge reason TSM were able to keep fighting and contest that space before Envy were able to get too comfortable. Now at long range, all noise has been cut. Inspire could be the tip of the spear with the Guardian, but he's lurking elsewhere, and Envy just hoping to close the gap, and you can see TSM poking fraud with an Odin and a rifle, and all the kills go TSM's way, and it's over in the blink of an eye.
We had a POV of one player, and then everybody just dying around him. But that just shows how chaotic this game is going to be, and how that setup was so nice. You have this camera watching into the garage just to identify any type of C splits. But if not, Alvin Boy had all of that utility to support Timotino onto that C platform. So the cages pop up, there's some trips around the area so that you could actually keep one player anchored within that site. Look at this dash right after. So as he's trying to create this diversion for Timotino, the rest are able to flood in towards that back of the site, and there was no way for Envy to entry and even trade off against each other. So a great little cleanup in the end for TSM, and they're holding a strong lead now in this 4th round, where finally the weapons are coming out, and Envy are just going to decide to go for a full A side hit at the very beginning.
And 7 and GMD want to make sure this will be the last time they go to Ascension. They want to leave it behind them this time, and it's Envy. They're going to continue to hit this A site. They strike right at GMD, who's on the high ground. Good awareness. It's just completely evicting TSM. We're hoping to tango against them, and TSM, this defense had great luck doing that last time. Not so much. Plant goes through. Now trying to get vision here with this outlaw, and having to push corners with this is not going to be ideal with the crossfire that Envy has set up. I like the preemptive dash there, but Timotino is going to just hope that they feed the bear and feed him some more kills. Envy should definitely try to respect this a little more, and now make sure that Timotino's the one to make a move.
Ooh. Nice flash in the end as soon as the weapon got picked up, and Kane Zero is the one that's swinging out on that flash. But you see how much respect they're giving to Envy when they're going on these entries. Roy was mentioning Extra, one of those players that utilizes the Euro kit to its full advantage in different ways. We saw how 7, he's trying to clear towards that back of the site with the Odin, and he's just staring at this clone, thinking that it was going to be some sort of a fake clone potentially, and then Extra just runs behind us. You just saw here in the replay to get that pick. But it almost made it possible there. We almost fed a kill and a rifle for Timotino to try to win a 1 versus 3, and that would have hurt the economy even more, even if they wanted a 1 versus 1 for Envy, because they didn't have too much to work with. That said, are going back into a C site, clear at the very beginning just to try to pick up some orbs, get it closer to the dimensional drift. Kane Zero has also his kill contract to work with. And as you can see here, we're just playing a couple of inserts. There's a TP still available for Exter for them potentially create some sort of harassment towards the C site. And it's potentially even a double pump. You see the clearer coming up towards the long A side just to insert Inspired as well. And we're trying to see where the action is going to come down to. This is why potentially this camera is already lit up by Inspire 2. And there's that first distraction.
I was wondering if he's going to use this kill contract blindly, and you don't have enough rounds to really see that trend. But Kane Zera starts off with ink to paper with that, and he's got to clear out the flank, and that's a big 1v1 against GMD. But wait, GMD wins this. TSM will be coming from behind, and Envy don't care. The red carpet's down. The plans are too late. Timotino carves through the forehead of Poppin, and it's just ruthless.
And that's TSM this time around, not going for overextensions on the rotates like they did on the Thrifty. They kind of understood here that, you know, the map has 3 sites. You got to take your time. You got to see where the action is going to be first. And even if you see some opponents on one end, you can't rotate too quickly. And it even helps when Timotino gets an opener onto Inspire just like this. So a 2v2 over on the A side. The rest of the action is happening towards C. And Timotino does an excellent job right over here. They tried to flip the map because of the presence that we had over on the A site. And unfortunately, they were met up by the blades of Timotino again. And TSM are back in the lead, and this is going to be a game that's going to go back and forth. Kiwi, a fun one to spectate if you're a Valorant fan for North America.
Wow, GMD, what a round, shutting down this garage push pretty much single-handedly, and Alvin Boy's there too. And GMD was already creating a threat of his own. I mean, even last round, he was pushing Courtyard and going on the flank. There was a... But then, of course, the spotlight was on Timotino bringing the ult out, but... Now it's just Inspire, and don't underestimate what they can do with Sheriffs, and TSM don't want to feed Envy on any unnecessary kills either.
Yeah, because this would kind of be a repeat of a 5 versus 1 against Rukoide earlier on in this tournament, or sorry, against Citizorge over on Stella. But now they're just going to anchor it up, making sure that they're covering that spike. And that Inspire has no weapons that he could pick up. And as he'll walk through, you'll have the first point of contact being Timotino, and 7 is swing right after with the Odin. And this is one of those areas right now that's always well defended by the side of TSM when they were playing this map as well, especially when it comes down to the Odin that you have from 7 and Vora playing as this Sova. The way that they retake towards that seaside is focused a lot on that garage, and they do such a great job clearing that as a group. So it's a very tough stronghold for them to try to enter, and you can already see here when it doesn't even have to go for a re-clear towards that side. They're anchoring perfectly for the side of TSM. And another one of those positive things from TSM is that it really looks like they came with a lot of preparations versus a team that they're playing against, because they're always at the right spots at the beginning of these rounds when they're playing the defensive sides in the series against the line.
See the Envy start to fall like dominoes as soon as there's one misstep, the awkward jump, and if it wasn't for the ISO shield, that could have almost been a 4K, but nonetheless, Envy try to work their way. But look at this again, GMD finds those lapses in map control, and Envy just paid the price. Yet again, TSM at a big early round advantage.
We've talked about it, how TSM likes to play. 7 mentioned it. They know when they have to play aggressive. They know when they could suffocate. They know when they have to play a little bit more passively. Now they're actually not ever giving a chance for Envy to really set up at the beginning of these rounds. Although a little space is now given, and Exer's still alive. He could make a play right here.
Exer knows there's more trouble around the corner. Good attempt at the flash to be a self-sufficient. Oh, and Poppin just gets sandwiched. What was that?
No.
What did Timotino have for breakfast? I'm going to buy whatever that was.
That is what we want to see, though. Disrespect your opponents, and also not being flustered to pay on this stage either. Again, Timotino in his interview that we just heard earlier on was saying, you know, we had a bit of the jitters going into on our first match internationally on this stage. The Brazilian crowd was super loud. You know that today it's not going to be as loud because it's just 2 North American teams, so there's not going to be too much support anyways, except for maybe like the 3 TSM fans that we saw earlier on that first row.
Wow.
But that's the thing. You see how confident Timotino is currently playing right now. Doesn't need to fall back. Doesn't need to wait for his teammates. Just go and do some damage. Do some pop shots, because you still have another player anchored inside the site, and the other ones are already rotating. So don't give him that space to retreat or to fight.
Good moment for a timeout for Envy, because it's been obviously a difficult journey, and as soon as you slip up once, it feels like all of TSM collapse on you, and to find what is going to be the kryptonite to someone like Timotino, who looks like he's on trend to drop another 30 bomb like he did in that very first match. And they say they had jitters, but TSM still looked just that incredible in that first match. And to bring that consistency against another team that they're so familiar with, one that they can definitely know and can attest to how strong Envy is, and to still go in with that much confidence, like, I don't know, TSM, they just want it that bad.
Yeah. And also, like, the small things, again, if you want to think about that piss around where you threw that wall, you popped that double tap for KaneZero, what immediately happened there, Vora went for a shock dart to go right behind the wall and instantly broke the shield. So the small little things, as we were mentioning, is the more you're seeing the threats on, let's hold that thought though, there's a flash through the smoke, a double swing, okay, now that's denied. So as I'm about to say, a lot of the teams are starting to understand the play style of Envy here, and are able to eliminate all of these big utility that Envy could utilize for these hits.
At least, I mean, Envy, I didn't have a great buy, but I like that they were trying to adapt to GMD playing in that A sewers area. They pulled TSM to the right side of the map, got a plant going, so that's something. Agent managing to pick up a stinger too. It'll be a brawl in the courtyard, but Inspire is outnumbered and kind of goes back to the Sheriff, so that doesn't work out at all, and that's a flawless.
And that's the double team once again. I mean, a 2 versus 1 at the grass. You see the pathing happens very often from both of these players, and it hasn't changed from their first time that they met, or that they played on the stage against Delay. So now, if there was a timeout that happened there into this half buy for Envy to just try to get the plant down, that round with the weapons that they're going to bring right now is to try to identify those moments. They have been finding some success to get these plants towards that C site, but there's going to be a lot of responsibility onto Inspire. So that he could get the most perfect lurk to really stop that double push and rotate from 7 and Vora from the front B side into the garage.
Just a little bit worried when everyone's talked about the mechanical skill of Envy, even some teams like disrespecting them. It's like no brains, all aim, like type of comments that we're hearing. And Envy are losing those duels. And that's very uncharacteristic, like to 2v1 and to lose to GMD, which GMD has been popping off time and time again, but won't be showing up at that A sewers, not this time. Envy going to switch things up and really prioritize mid and left side.
This is why this matchup is also super fun to witness right now, because if you're looking from recency bias of all of the teams that currently are playing Ascension, we've seen it all play once so far, and TSM and Envy both look the teams.
Oh, that's the KaneZero we know and love, and we've been waiting for this hero to show up. Now the kill contract, he's just gonna be on duty cleaning up. Wow, he got 4 is so low, 11 HP. I thought that was already 1. Just won't be flawless for Envy, but post timeout, they can finally pick up a round.
Yeah, and they've seen on the side here of TSM that it's been relatively quiet in the front of that B site at the beginning of these rounds, and also on grass. So they were hoping to get some sort of an advantage to push down and really start taking over that space for the fast rotates on that side. But look at these picks. KaneZero catching GMD with his pants down, but the trade couldn't really come through from the Odin, and that just opened everything up. You already had the ult coming through, so it was actually a timeout that utilized a lot of teamwork and one of the big ults to really take the site now for Envy. But thankfully, they still have more to work with. Actually, they did 2 ults, because he also had the kill contract for KaneZero. Now they could cycle with this Hunter's Fury and Ions is from the shadows as they're trying to plow towards the C site once again.
Trying to see if they can exploit this. It's just so chaotic though, and Envy, this is where they thrive. And this time they're ready to focus down that right side, but then you have Odins, you have Spray, you have teamwork from TSM, and still Envy failed to break through into C.
That's what's missing a bit here when you're trying to get a little bit more behind that side. I mean, Spars alone again, easily taken down by the Odin, just on the left side of 7. But you saw that they kind of just stopped when they really got the entry into the C site for the side of Envy. And they didn't want to really break util towards that back. There was no pop flash or plays to really try to fight towards that back end, and they kind of walked into the operator from Team Latino first, and that's what started de-escalating on their side for the hit. Look, after this first pick, the aftershock comes out from the garage, so they flood everybody out. Everybody's playing great positionings, and Alvin Boy continues to play around his cages, around the GMD smoke. And that's been a brutal point and a brutal part for even any of their opponents to try to take over a C site when Alvin's anchoring the way that he does.
Yep. ISO wall up, seeing if they can access that up. I'm really surprised Envy are going to test those waters again, but this time trying to cross through the left side, and Alvin Boy is forever the anchor that you can rely on with another triple kill, make it a 4th. Envy just keep trying different things. The desk have talked about how dynamic they are, but they're just hitting a brick wall.
And this is what I'm loving, the new Vi Merchant that comes out of 7. I mean, if you remember TSM or even 7 himself, I think if I'm not mistaken, he was even brought up at some point to play in some sort of LCQ or something like that with even Hiko back in the day when he was just like a rookie looking to get signed. And Hiko was mentioning how quiet 7 has been when he joined. Like, they picked up the most quietest person, the quietest kid to play for the team. But look how loud he is right now. The years that he's been playing, as Ades has mentioned, even though so young, brings a lot of veterancy in terms of hype and vibes to motivate TSM to take this lead on an 8-3 scoreline.
Don't even need the outlaw, the knives. But a rifle through the shield, through the heart, looking for an ace. And even with the Huntress Fury lining up the ducklings, it's the final round. Will end soon in TSM's way, unless Poppin can find an upgrade, but GMD's already pushing him. Vor gets the kill before him, and it's 9-3. Just feels like annihilation. When it came down to a lot of 1v1s to decide rounds at the beginning of this half, it ends in TSM getting a lot of flawless.
Yeah, and that's just Timotino again at the point. Dude, I don't understand how he's so confident for the first time playing on an international stage like this. Like, not only from these hits, but like how he's just pushing forward and doesn't care. The flash forward, he just wants to give his life away. But he doesn't need to because he's just killing everybody at the same time. Now, outside of that aggression coming out here from Timotino, he's just also very good in terms of just playing a very similar style of opping. Like, I'd like to even say Mata at this point.
Absolutely. TSM are up 9-3, but we have an interview in the crowd, so let's go check it out.
Valeu, cara. Eu tô aqui com a Zani, que é criadora de conteúdo e que foi convencida pela torcida da TSM, que vocês estão ouvindo gritar, a torcer justamente pela TSM, tá com um bandeirão. Então, como é que foi isso? Agora tá pelos caras aqui?
Sim, completamente. Virei fã.
Convenceram você mesmo, falaram, não, vai ser pela TSM e vambora.
Sim.
Tá vendo? Prometeram uma camiseta, alguma coisa ou nada a ver?
Não, mas eu tô torcendo pros meninos também.
Tá certo. So I'm here with Zeni, which is a content creator, and she's like one of the new fans of TSM, and she was kind of convinced by the TSM crowd here cheering for them. E você acha que vai ser 2-0, seco, suave, mais pegado? Os caras lá são muito bons, é clássico regional.
2-0, eles vão amassar. Vamos!
Tá vendo? É isso. O brasileiro, a brasileira, enfim, sendo convencido pela TSM. So that's it. Like a Brazilian being convinced to cheer for TSM. TSM has fans all around the world. É isso aí. Vamos ver se vai dar certo.
I love to see the fans here, and you know, even though you could count on one hand bands, I know you were remembering the amount of TSM fans that are there. I think there's going to be some new fans that are going to be joining the Church of TSM very soon.
Yeah, I agree, because if not, TSM had probably their biggest fan base back in 2020 when, you know, the era of the Wardells probably had everybody watching and paying close attention to how TSM was such a dominant team back when Valorant first started. You're thinking about Wardell, Hayes, Cutler. Man, we're going deep in these cuts, literally, in terms of the history of this roster. But now, you know, you're bringing fresh new blood, names that are not actually as known as in the past, but they are definitely making their mark now.
It's going to be an important round for Envy to solidify. They've got 2 pushed up into A. A really interesting insertion to see if they can get, well, an angle on TSM when it's first blood from Timotino. I like that response from Exter, but he's been cleared out from the rest of TSM. And it's just Kane, Zera, no, and now they're kind of isolated. Envy get overwhelmed by the teamwork of TSM yet again.
They were just trying to find some one-off timings for Envy getting denied. TSM's in a good spot in his post-play.
Oh, crossfire. Oh! Forget he's on the floor. Wait. turnable. Wait, nope. 7 picks it all up. And that's what's great about TSM, right? You have these pop-off players, but it's the support that they have for each other. And that's what I mean by like friendship. It's not just they get along out of game, but within the game. Like when someone makes a mistake, they don't harp on it. It looks like they just lock in and they solve it immediately.
Yeah, the power of friendship. But even then, Timotino, after he got that first pick, it looks like he didn't really check that corner. That Xer was still there. I respect Kane dropping out of that smoke because you are trying to find a timing to just stop the plant and try to have players trade him out. And then it gives a chance for the other ones to flood back into the site because they've already lost so much in the very beginning. Already committed to that into a one and done. Don't have too much for a flood util, flood retake rather. But TSM are going on the anti-eco where we do have a Bucky for Kane Zero currently playing just into the stack by the sewers with three other of his teammates.
Nexter is able to draw out some of this TSM util to make sure they clear him out. He teleports out. And you wait for 7 just to get in position to be able to explode onto the site. And that's the beauty of being able to play that breach first. Timotino that could just be dashing in. I worry though with Envy owning this left corner, and Timotino doesn't care about the scrub damage, and Exter misses the shot he needed to hit, but the Bucky hurts at close range, and Envy have their backs against the wall, and it's still a full sweep for TSM, leaving Inspire to pick up the pieces. And at least he goes in early, but he also falls just as fast.
And I was a little bit afraid though when TSM went for that drone into the site, because it definitely felt like they needed to get the smokes up from GMD, but they missed that timing. The drone went a little bit too early and got instantly brought down by the Marshal over on the side. I think it was Xer that had it. So once that drone is gone, you have zero information into the site because the recon wasn't up yet, and everybody hiding inside that smoke could have had such a huge surprise factor for the side of Envy. But thankfully, despite the util, TSM still came in as a group, and they made sure that they traded within that smoke, the mini little arena that they created in there, and got the top and the best out of Envy. And this is going to be a very strong position that TSM takes right now. The bonus round that they have is still quite strong. Already shock darts are breaking, Inspire's trips. That's usually great spots that he puts them. They could still use great value out of it, but he doesn't have it anymore.
And the pass repeats itself, right? TSM on defense start off with a 9-3 half, and they're heading into maybe a similar scoreline of 13-3 like they did against Stella. But hold on, Envy close the door. No, they shut it and lock it, especially when Inspire's on duty. He gets to have eyes and help supporting Garage because here comes Alvin trying to cause a ruckus and threats on multiple angles. But now 7 falls, and Envy will not go by, and they'll be able to win the rifle round.
And that's the annoying part too. The one ways that Inspire throws into what I like to call the trumpets there on the top C side, creates little one ways for himself too, and even isolates an angle so he can play onto the platform and even look into the garage at the same time. So you really have to be careful that even if the trips are gone on the side of Inspire, he could still play some very good positions here, as you could just see in this replay. Second cage to stay alive as well, just on that platform. You really utilizing it for himself, just kind of like what Alvin Boy did, but then just in a different type of style that he anchors towards his C site. And TSM will have to be ready for those in the later rounds, but they have so many rounds ahead and are sitting comfortably in the lead here, so they could figure out how they could close out these last 2 rounds on their side.
Okay, already Exter finding that first pick. So now back-to-back rounds where Envy gets some good proactivity, but now to try and scrap up close into B did cost some corpses. Leave Vor behind to watch that courtyard because they know Ion still wants to have his moment in the sun. But TSM just that close to the finish line. So it's still an important round. Envy have to really be flawless. And clearing out Vora is such a great start for Envy. Paranoia doesn't make contact. 7, a moment where Ion is caught slipping. 1 versus 2. Rolling Thunder available for 7. But does he go for it? Oh, the drive-by, you needed to hit that. And he's going to go for the Rolling Thunder. He only can confirm the 1 target. Doesn't know where the other one is. But it's simply to deny the spike from being touched and the awareness to know the flank could be a possibility. But too much pressure for him to handle.
Yeah, 7 looked like he exactly knew where Inspire was going to be coming from. But unfortunately, after Rolling Thunder, ran out of bullets and had to reload. So he misses that window to really or rush into the B site, or just making sure that he could bait out a sound to really engage into a 1v1 fight towards that back. So now the advantage went back onto NV side. The tap forces them out, and they go for the sandwich play. But pretty decent round in the end here for the side of TSM, because they had some sort of a mixed buy with the plant, so it allows for them to have a pretty comfortable buy going into this round number 17. A couple of them away from most likely from the shadows. They are leaning towards that side as well for TSM. I don't know if they're going to try to pick this up. Not the best ult you can really use in the game, but very, very potent on a map like Haven. So you can really get towards that back of the C line and really start engaging into a split.
So much good information from Envy, and this walk up from KaneZera could really throw TSM for a loop, along with another opening kill. Make it a 2nd one. KaneZera, he's on an adventure, and TSM, they don't want to be the villains in his story. The shield cracks, and TSM continue to have their focus forward. You still have that op that has not been revealed. Exter was kind of checking things out in mid. He'll be still on that duty, trusting his sentinel. Inspire. He gets caught and swatted on the left side. He's gonna need a band-aid. Timotino with the finish. I like the ion trade though. Help is on the way for Envy. GMD cuts off some rotations. This is still anyone's game, and you cannot allow TSM to get the match point. You need a little bit more breathing room if you're Envy, but they've been under the stranglehold of TSM just this whole game. And it's the TSM playground, but can GMD clean this up? He can't. Envy, stabilize.
Very smart for Iron as well. You can already see when you're trying to clear back towards that B site, the front B site for TSM, you already had to use so many big util to really flush Kane away from the shield and the damage that he's already brought out. The paranoia was actually being used for that. Then you go back into, well, everybody's so separated into TSM that you have to go for hero plays. When it comes down to that 2 versus 2 in the back of the platform, though, you kind of just needed Ions to stay alive as long as he could, so that the late lurk and rotate could come in from Poppin. Look how he stays tucked in after this fight, just trying to bait GMD towards him, out in the open, a free kill in the back there from Poppin. And that was just nicely played. So they stay alive in this fight. TSM's back into a half buy, a little bit of a quasi G2 with 3 stingers, but it is going to be explosive towards this A site.
Exter continues to find unique angles to bring this op at, and well, he's also got backup plans, and they don't even know if he has this probably. And on the half buy, TSM will get an upgrade here at 8 HP though. I'd like to see a health upgrade. Exter making noise, and there's good cover. And this means that Envy not only stay alive, but they're really starting to thrive. This is a 4-round win streak building.
Yeah, right now there is a lot of big ask that's coming out here from those that you know could frag up big for the side of Envy, and that's Exter and KaneZera. But I gotta say, despite these low buys that you have from TSM, everybody's kind of like just shooting on point so far. Look at this entry that you have from GMD, and even on low HP after for 7, he's able to muster up 2 kills of his own with his stinger. And then they had to come down to this right here for the shorty to get some good damage, and the one that got the first kill on the ones trying to push towards the sewers. So yeah, that now at least they're able to, at least you know the check mark is that they're able to fight toe to toe right now. TSM versus Envy, it's looking quite good. But when it comes right now to their entries or their executions, they are getting snuffed a little bit here, and not in the best positions in the pulse plan because they're losing so many players in the process. So NBS is going to try to talk that through with TSM on how they could work this a little bit better.
This is the wind in the sails of Envy to be just that close to defeat. 11-3, and now it's 11-7. Hold on, is this real? Because yes, we talk about that TSM win in the grand final and how much that meant, and they were really starting to get to their prime, hit their peak. But TSM have only been able to defeat Envy 1 time out of, well, the streaks that Envy have been on, that dominance. But finally, a challenger has stepped up, and if anything, TSM hold the crown. They hold the #1 seed for a reason. And I already cursed the 13-3 scoreline. Envy putting up a much stronger of a fight when push comes to shove.
And they have so many ults on the side of Envy as well, coming back from this timeout called by TSM. TSM are looking for the insert, just try to do some damage on this C site. Maybe a cage should be thrown just to create some sort of diversion on the A site. Don't know if we're really gonna finish here yet.
The trip is perfect, and Inspire gets the kill. TSM still try to flood in, and the Odin is doing all the talking. Hunter's Fury will still set TSM back in the tag. Does confirm that onto 7, and even Alvin Boy too is at half HP. Talk about value. This is savable from Envy. Despite the shoelaces getting a bit tangled up, and TSM will still be allowed to plant.
It's a big fight though. Alvin Boy not dying. They have a trip to watch the flank. Dimensional Drift is going to find information right now, but if Vora could escape, he's got the Hunter's Fury to work with post plant.
The blinds, the flashes, and Alvin Boy's already low. It's cooked, the recon. It's just a distraction, but Envy just shoot better. I don't know. They're looking kind of unstoppable right now.
That was just so nice though, in the combination from both Eggster and Ion. So for him to get into the site, I was wondering how they were going to be able to retake this if you're going to have one in Dimensional Drift and nobody else can really follow through, because Poppin's all the way back towards the A site. So he goes through, picks up a weapon at the same time while he's in Dimensional Drift. The Paranoia eats all 3 players as he notices them on that site, so Ian could just look at the radar. And then he pops out of it, gets an easy kill towards that back, and then the rest of Envy could flood right back in. And that's a rare miss coming out from Timotino on the entries too, but it also comes to show that it hasn't been a trip that was set yet by Inspire, so he kind of got slingshotted at that point, and I think TSM is going to start avoiding that C side if you're going to keep playing that side.
A Rolling Thunder, TSM almost want to bait Envy into a brawl in the Rolling Thunder, but TSM also get hit, and they get clapped back by Envy. And Inspire keeps delivering multi-kills, this time from C to A to sending TSM a big old L. Unless TSM can double their weight in gold, and it comes down maybe to this kill contract of Vora against Kane. And wow, Vora's been consistent. Maybe, well, now he's also dead again. But it was still cool to win the kill contract. That's still Aura.
That's still Aura actually coming from Inspire too, because he had no trips on the site. I think that he just popped his camera, maybe tagged 1, but had enough vision to see where they were scaling up towards that site, so that even playing on the top of heaven inside that smoke, he's able to spray down 2, make that even, I think, even 3 players into the A site long walk. So it definitely got snuffed right away. I think this might call for a second timeout already from the side of TSM if all these site execs, yeah, look at that, it even catches 2. That's insane. But like I said, I feel like right now you called a timeout. You're trying to go for 2 big plays because you have enough money to work for 2 rounds, and they get stopped right away. Now you're closing that gap here for the side of Envy, and there you go. NBS is going to have to talk things through because you're starting to see things falter on the side of TSM. And to Envy, if you're just tuning in right now, this is also just familiar territory for their side as well. They were getting dominated when they were playing Sunset, their map choice against their opponents last time, and they were falling behind by quite a lot. But once we got into that second half, they just were in full control of the steering wheel, to catch up into the game, and also just being dominating on the second half and not give a chance for their opponent to really come back in the game. And I think that was Team Solid, if I'm not mistaken. That said, this is still one more timeout available for Envy to work with. And TSM looks like they are going to reach deep into the pockets into this buy. Only a stinger for 7, but they will try to make something out of this.
How's nobody made like a Team Solid mid joke yet? Like we have Team Solid at home. But anyway, the lock-in, because this map is almost wrapped up. Envy did such a fantastic job to have a clean start to the round, to deny the Rolling Thunder, and you still have a stinger here from 7, which he had an awkward range. Eggster has prioritized a lot of this op holding in mid.
Yeah, and excuse me, it was against 9Z on Sunset, but the story still remains that they had full confidence here of this second half. But they are trying to find something here for TSM, just waiting for some sort of a contact play. And that's the point of contact being Timotino at first. So at the minute mark, nobody's really pushing out. You're waiting off the timer even from the TP from Eggster, so they can really try to flush him out and force him to use his last TP, so you identify that gap. So that's why that drone came through right after, but it still hasn't seen anything yet. Eggster is still going to try to go for that aggressive peek down towards that long B side because he already set his second TP.
TSM, we're trying to measure just how antsy we're Envy gonna get. Now the ball is in TSM's court. confident dunk on Envy, catch the recon, but Poppin gets even marked and it doesn't matter. Oh my god. TSM just fall like flies. Inspire just cannot be shaken, cannot be stirred. And now Alvin Boy's trying to escape. It's not gonna happen. Wow.
I was looking at a fight from the minimap the whole time between Alvin Boy and Ion. Basically, you're trying to go for this mid-round call of saying, okay, well, we don't really know where Extra is at. Let's just try to go for that pump on that C site. If Alvin Boy could activate some way, shape, or form on that A site, we could always fall back if we can. He catches Ion off guard, throws smokes, misses the fight, misses the kill. Ion throws a paranoia, and now these guys are playing merry-go-round, just jumping around the A site. And it was classics to classic. Players are reloading, and Ion finally wins it in the end at 8 HP. It's just hilarious. At least we saw the last few seconds of that fight. But it's TSM going for the G2 buy for a Hail Mary onto the C site.
Oh, another TSM flood, and they've had success. They may have found the kryptonite and Envy getting melted, but wait, they just fire back. They hold the line. But the biggest threat, the final boss, has always been and Timotino, and it will end with him to Poppin around the corner. And man, that's all he does is pop off when needed. And Envy get a defuse. And just a reminder to folks, this was 11-3 at one point.
This is amazing coming in from Envy's side too. And Timotino looks scary though. After those 2 kills he had with the Stinger, had another dash available. And they would decide to try to catch Poppin off guard by swinging towards that back of the site, understanding the timing of Poppin playing from the A site and when he's going to rotate across when the plant comes down. Unfortunately, timing was not there in terms of his crosshair placement. And Poppin just gets the easy kill towards the... I mean, that you just saw that bullet whip by his ear too. That was very close. No cigar though for the side of TSM, but it's 11-11 with the buy coming back on their side, and even 7 decides not to go for the Odin. So he was going to try to support from just running it down with close range battles with the rest of the team when Timotino potentially would try to dash in again.
Tie game. And Envy gonna keep the same defensive setup because guess what? It's worked. And Inspire just needs one to get that neural theft and to give defense an even bigger advantage, along with just some initial damage to 7
So nice.
and not letting Timotino escape. Poppin's got a lot of bullets. He's got a sniper that'll have to rotate back in. Exter is gone, and so are TSM. The spike has fallen. And Envy got a lot to say, and TSM do not have a response.
Yeah, right now TSM doesn't need a crowd to be loud not to hear anything. It's just Poppin spraying the Odin after getting his kills on sewers. But yeah, no rounds coming through here for TSM and Envy at map point, and they just understood the play coming out from TSM. Because even with a fake that they threw on that C site, what really stalls them is not only the smokes and the util from Inspire and Ion, but Ion also TP'd on the top of the boxes. Look how free this kill becomes after onto Timotino. He sees nothing down that lane right after, so nobody has to rotate on the side of A. So Poppin just stays there, ADSs with the Odin, and Envy's turning it back in. They're about to do the nice little switcheroo and take the first map away from TSM's grasp.
9 rounds in a row. Envy giving us some miracles. Poppin is doing so much damage, and TSM are just laying down and accepting it. Kane Zera, though, up to no good in mid, and even though there was a trip left, Alvin Boy maybe wanted to give the team another option, and now there really isn't any alternative but to hit this A site. And Envy know it. They smell blood in the water. It's a Hunter's Fury that carves through the lane, and Timotino will have to do it all on his own. He's isolated from his team, but he doesn't want to let any strays go by. Exter gets back to safety. Timotino lost in the sauce, and he has no team left to thrive. No way. Envy have made the most insane comeback of the Swiss stage. 13-11. Are you not entertained?
In true fashion too. And when TSM was so loud at the beginning of this game, look at how nonchalantly Inspire stands up and gives a double thumbs up to TSM after they've dominated them on the defensive side. Look at the attempt that Timotino tried to do to updraft again and get kills off the Bladestorm, and Nexter just TPs away, and he wastes so much time to allow for Envy to come back. Again, as Roy was mentioning, method to the madness, some sort of recipe to the chaos, and it works out perfectly for Envy when it comes down to these gunfights and how they're ready to fight back against TSM. It looked good at the very beginning here, 11 QE for TSM, where they've shown no fear rather to fight against Envy. But it definitely seems that when the macro started falling off here for the side of TSM, unfortunately, so did their confidence to try to close out this first map.
Picking Haven has been a mistake that so many teams have fallen for when going up against Envy. That's been one of their strongest maps, but I know everyone's been looking at the recent results. There's been a lot of excitement around TSM, and we were on the hype train, okay? It had no stops. 11-3 start. We were like, all right, wrap this one up. And Envy will wrap them in a body bag. That was an insane turnaround from Envy. I can't believe it. The land stage brings a different energy, a different vibe, and Envy locked in when it matters on TSM's map pick. And up next is Sunset. That's Envy's choice. We'll see how that works out. But first, we'll hear from the desk, and we'll see after the break.
Game changers. It's about competition, pure happiness. It's like a crazy experience. We're making history. It means so much to us. It's good to be back.
I guess you know what I've been looking for, success.
The beauty of gaming is it doesn't matter who you are. And as long as I'm good enough,
Everybody's getting a 4K.
I can go as far as I want.
That's what I like to see, baby.
全世界都会知道我们的厉害。
Exactly what Core needs to do. And then there was trust into Aya.
A showdown between the two top NA teams coming into Ascension, a rivalry that was coming to a head near the end of stage 3, getting into the first map. It was one that we saw before and one that looked like TSM was going to run away with, but Dan, the comeback. It's going to be Envy to close out the map 13-11 after being down 3-11. That was just a crazy way to be starting off the series with playoffs on the line.
That was one of the most insane comebacks we've seen. It seemed like the game was over for TSM. They were going to close it out. It was 11-3. Everything went according to plan in their defense. Their defense was so strong. But when it came down to switching sides, everything just started to snowball. It was a little bit of the ultimate. It was some of the reads that they were trying to have towards that C side that didn't work out. They attempted to go for these fast plays on A as well, and it was just Envy winning every single one of them. It is actually insane what we just saw in this map.
Yeah, I mean, complete madness. I feel like the 11-3, I mean, you finished the half 9-3 for TSM. You win the pistol 11-3. I mean, I'm already writing my notes. I'm already saying goodbye, I feel like, almost. And I'm sure some of the players on TSM are feeling the same way, but the defensive half comes out here from Envy. And just kind of thinking back on it, guys, I feel like the way that Envy was approaching the defensive side has been something that they've been doing throughout the entire year, right? They're playing the fast floods. They're playing more centric towards the center of the map so that they're able to flood C, flood A in time. And that's kind of been their bread and butter recipe of winning the defensive halves on this map, which is the fast floods. And I feel like TSM just did not account their game plan for that at all. And they found themselves getting completely interrupted when they're trying to hit sites. And it felt like at no point in time did TSM try to get a comfortable finish on any of these sites.
It definitely seemed like TSM, they were trying to outmatch that pace that Envy had on the defense. They were trying to be just a little bit faster on those C hits, on those A hits as well, but it was just not working out. There were so many different tools to slow down Timotino. Timotino was going out by himself. You see towards C, he gets caught by a trip, he gets taken down, and everybody else is trying to force, they're trying to trade him. But at that point, you see all of the Envy players from the defense already on site. The same thing happens in A, and also it really helps that Envy, I mean, they were winning literally every single round after the first and second and that second half, and that led them to allow them to have so many ultimates to work with. You see it when there was an idea for TSM to play it fast towards A site that they didn't even try that much before, and there was a Rolling Thunder as well to slow them down. Just very, very well played for Envy there.
Yeah, the teamwork and just how fast Envy was to respond at any point on their own defensive end. I mean, TSM, you just see like that one lone person on the back of C, whether it's Inspire or Ion, and TSM can't flush that individual out before all of a sudden the rest of Envy has already responded to the call. And for TSM, just a heartbreaking ways to be kicking off the series after being so close to closing out there. Envy as well. I mean, Roy, when you look back, we had talked about the fact that it's not just that momentum-based team, that they can have those comebacks. That is part of the growth that we've seen throughout this split for them. And that's something that we really did get to see as the entire team stood up.
Yeah, I mean, that's all I could really say is the maturity is definitely starting to show for this roster. Like, old Envy, they might have had a hard time, but new Envy, it's just a time and time again story that we're seeing here in Ascensions. But guys, I think for me, the concern here is the fact that one, Timotino was actually popping off this map. He was doing an amazing job. The first half was lights out by him. I think he ended 20-5 or some crazy stuff. But you have a pop off for Timotino. Everyone's feeling good. I mean, Seven had a great game. GMD had a great game. Vora and Alvin all had their moments. But it feels like even with that, they were not able to have this map. And this was their map pick. I feel like if you're Envy, you're thinking about that. And you're feeling great. Like you just had an amazing series. You just came back from what was a pop off from the TSM side. It felt like, and then now you're coming into your map pick, and Envy does not have 2 bad games in a row, guys. These guys are about to wake up on the second map.
It's wild, especially because when we saw that first half, TSM looked so good in the defense. They were doing the exact same things that they were playing against Stella, and everything was going according to plan. But like we said before, things really snowball. And I think one of the biggest highlights of how that half went from, for how that map went from complete destruction for the side of Envy to being able to take control and turn it around. It was Ion. The way that Ion ended that first half, it was 1-11. He only got 1 kill. And as we went into the second half, he went 14-6. So that turnaround for your Omen player when everything was going according to plan is just a perfect indication and a perfect showcase of what Envy were able to do on their defense.
On the defensive end, there was so many step-ups from the team, too. You have to call attention to Exter with that op. That was just such a pain point. But the person I wanted to talk about was Poppin, because we had highlighted Vora at the beginning of the day as the IGL that can step up, and that is still very true. But Roy, we didn't really talk about Poppin, and especially looking at that defensive. I mean, Poppin was constantly getting those multi-kills, winning that 1v1 with Simutino. Like, that could have been game-breaking right there, and Poppin just never faltered.
Absolutely. I mean, his calling on the defensive side was actually so on point, right? He knew exactly what the fast flood setup and how it was working. He knew exactly that TSM would eventually try to like throw fakes towards the C site, go towards A. And that's when we kind of saw the switch up by Poppin and Exter with the operator as well as the Odin hiding on site. It really did feel like Poppin not only was playing extremely well mechanically, holding down the sites, flooding perfectly, using perfectly timed utility to set up his teammates, but he was also so active with, you know, being involved in the gunfights and kind of being in the right place at the right time consistently. And it's that kind of performance that allowed them to come back on the second half.
And it's a comeback that's going to net them the first map in the series. One map wait closing out to secure a spot in the playoffs. And they're going to their own map pick. Not just their own map pick, Dan. We saw this last time these two teams had faced. And it was that one map that TSM lost. So Envy definitely in the driver's seat right now.
There's a lot of confidence in, yeah, like you're saying, for that grand final between TSM and Envy. This was the map that Envy were able to get away with. It was the opening map for the grand final as well. But also, ever since then, both of the teams have played this map. For Envy, we recently saw against 9Z. And I think I mentioned before that they were not able to close it out. They were able to close it out. It was just very close for what it was their map pick. They closed it 13-11 against 9Z. And then for Envy, they played this map as well in a third-party tournament. And I feel like that is a good indication of them changing their composition since they played in that grand final. I don't think TSM is going to keep the same as we saw back then. And I think that extra match that they played in between it is a good indication of a little bit of the sage that we've seen for other teams.
Yeah, and guys, for me, the other thing too to consider is last time TSM and Envy faced, despite it being a different composition, it was an Envy lights out on that defensive side as well. The same thing that we just kind of saw on Haven. So I feel like if you're TSM, you're a little bit shook with what just happened, but there's really no time to dwell, right? They need to be moving on. They need to kind of be, you know, just having a great defensive half for TSM. You don't want Envy getting into that second half and kind of doing the same thing they did to TSM last time. They did to the other team that they played previously as well. It's just the defensive comp by TSM is everything is there, right? They have the Sage utility to slow things down, kind of keep the pace of Exter and Kane's down a little bit with this early slows, with the paint shell combos. So I feel like my eyes are on TSM on that first half. It needs to be lights out, and when they get on that attack side, figure out what the win conditions are for Envy and make sure we're avoiding it to not let things roll in Envy's favor.
And it is exactly what I mentioned before for TSM. That composition that they're playing is one that they didn't play in the grand final, but they played in a third-party tournament. So they're bringing the stage, they're bringing Timotino on the race as well. And for Envy, they're keeping things the same. But like you're saying, that one condition for me for TSM is going to have a strong defense, because for Envy, they do exactly the same as they did on the last map.
And for Envy, doing the same can net them a 2-0. But TSM, they know how to bounce back, timed if they can. See if they can with playoffs on the line. Let's head into the game and find out. Head back over to your casters, Lemon Kiwi and Vansili.
Thank you so much, Sierra. You know who's good at bouncing back? Envy. I think we saw proof of that. Me and Sierra hitting the fist bump right now on this prediction, Vans. How are you feeling?
Feeling pretty good too, because TSM are pretty good at bouncing back as well. Because TSM, remember those series that they played against their opponents last time? They dominated 13-2, lost grass in the second half, and then just dominated again on the third map with like a 13-4 scoreline or something like that. But the thing is this matchup too is something that they're not unfamiliar with, because Envy stays with the same comp, and them coming out with this one here just comes to show that they wanted to iron out some kinks where that KO that they utilized in the past didn't work really well against Envy. So now they have a Sage from 7 that, again, counteracts Kane Zero's Neon, but they have to be ready for an Exer now that could still cross those orbs. And we'll keep an eye on that now that they start off on the defensive side, where Envy on the attack has looked amazing against 9Z in the past, and they're going into the weak side already over at B.
Kane Zero, we'll get to see those mechanics shine on an agent that demands so much of it when the speed ramps up. Deep paranoia and completely an open sight. So Envy, to just keep pushing up, using the clone to even start drawing out some util. Now focusing over in market. Envy are kind of waiting for TSM to wake up and smell the coffee and kind of put some pedal to the metal. Timotino ready to throw a nade, get some movement going. Paranoia thrown in from GMD. And Envy have kind of a split approach right now. Some in main and keep TSM suppressed, and even a wall to kind of create some isolations. TSM, well, the patience pays off, although there are some gaps in Envy. Poking through, but it just doesn't matter. TSM's retake still ends up working out.
And that's a great start for TSM as well. Even the defuse comes in for 7 to get closer to the res because he's popped off with the retake for the rest of the team. But there was such a good layer into how they wanted to retake that site. They cleared everything as a group, so playing a lot of the 4-1s at the beginning to fight towards the A site, to clear mid together. But what was important was how they cleared towards the back of that B site when they retake. A Paranoia with a nade, the wall to block out the site so that the 2 that are splitting back into the market could just focus on market, and the other 3 could focus towards that back of the B site. Very, very nicely done towards the end. And TSM, I mean, they're back to the main start of having a strong pistol round and hopefully a strong first half against Envy, who are now 5-manning, well, 4-manning now to the A site.
On top of the box and just disrespecting the smoke from Envy, and doesn't matter what agent you put Timotino on, even without the dashes. Okay, well, my turn with the mic and the round is already over. Like, geez, TSM are no joke in these early games.
And that's the thing too with TSM. Even though they look very dominant on their Haven game versus Envy in the first place, and when they got that 13-2 scoreline against their opponents in the past, I think their bread and butter really comes down to these maps where they leverage that Sage onto 7. Like the way he plays around his orbs and the walls and also the Odins later on, it makes it very difficult for you to try to penetrate that first layer of that Sage utility. And they could trust him a lot to anchor and hold down those lines solo in these moments, who are now going into a bonus round with Envy going for a slow work on middle. It's looking to be a drone inside that spot and given up by TSM in the very beginning. So they are going to try to play some sort of a retake after, unless Alvin Boy could surprise some players like he did on Sea Haven.
Dude, we were becoming a drone for a sec. We still are a drone. This is awesome, but you have to lock back in. Because Envy got the information, they got the market, but feeling a little pincered right now. But as soon as TSM approach, they find themselves without heads on their shoulders. Now it's still TSM trailing behind, and Boris caught between a rock and a hard place. And trading means denying rifles, but it may not mean actually saving the round.
Yeah, everything was slow all over the place. Everybody got backstabs after backstabs. Assassinations, and 7's about to get shot in the back as well if he's going to recross towards Boba. That's been waited here by Kane's who is at least low on HP. Could be a duel being won by 7, who then decides to move into the market. I mean, all this information is going to be ready. It should be around easy for Envy, but despite that, some pretty decent damage being outputted by the side of TSM to force now armor out of Kane's With that death, you now have 7 with the res available. So they could try to go for something aggressive if they wanted to. For example, trying to get the maybe that operator out as soon as possible here if they can for the side here of Timotino. Try to go for that audio for that aggressive line, and then you can get the res after if he gets picked off.
This is kind of a similar start to that second half of Haven, where TSM win the pistol, win the anti-eco, and then Envy started building a bit of a win streak. So it's when Envy find themselves behind, they know how to rise back up. Now with that mid control, market has been a huge priority as of late, but a change up of the smokes, this time chasing down the back of the spawn. It's not gonna work out. Kane Zero, not as much support, thought he could do it all, and it's good paranoia for Ion. Try and shake things up. Good for 1. And now there's none left for Envy.
And if you see right now what Timotino just did to Kane as he was getting pushed down, that is something similar that Timotino has done on his debut on the stage. The way that he moves around with the satchels very aggressively, and also that sets up that second satchel to pop his opponent and give that free kill for Alvin Boy. He's able to do that individually for himself as well to be able to pick up some fights on a 1v1. So I gotta say, man, this kid is very talented for the side of Timotino, and I'm pretty sure after this tournament there's going to be a lot of eyes on him.
All our eyes are on TSM as well, especially with an op over at A. And B, so dynamic with how they're just constantly changing how they play the map, as the desk had pointed out. Maybe the comps stay the same, but may just be the same result with how bad this buy is. Never mind, I guess doesn't matter when you hit headshots like that. Now there's a lot more teamwork from Envy, not as much individual play. Speaking of that, Alvin Boy just shows up, ruins all the plans of Envy, neural thefts, and now denies a chance at an Envy thrifty that was looking quite fruitful when this first started. There's an ace chance though, and walks into the trip, gets himself the ace.
And Alvin Boy, man, another one of those players that was really quiet, not really on anybody's radar. And I love the fact that he was scouted out here by NBS and the rest of TSM and really shining on the stage as well, not showing that he's really nervous at all when he's playing on the stage for the first time. Remember, this roster, the veterancy, as Roy mentioned, it only comes in from 2 players. That is Seven and GMD from the last time TSM was on the stage playing Ascension. Now Vora, Timotino, and Alvin Boy are all new on the stage, but they look like they've been playing on the stage for a very long time, and they do not care about the different settings and who's across the stage. Again, despite them losing that 11-13 when they had such a strong lead, they're still looking quite dominant right now, so good on them to also keep that mental moving into the second map, despite losing that first map of Haven, their map pick.
Yeah, there's such a strong pushback from TSM in that last round. Like, when Envy have these explosive starts, like, I like that TSM don't cower, they don't retreat, they hold their ground, as Alvin Boy does, and casually gets an ace against, well, what I thought was, oh, it's just Sheriffs. And Envy had us in the first half, I'm not gonna lie, but this half is also very much favoring TSM 4-1, and the early timeouts, we'll see if that makes a difference for Envy now that they're able to buy up. Kane Zero 1 off the overdrive. You have 1 off the dimensional. So many ults for Envy. This has got to be an orb play.
That is true. Maybe try to focus it onto Exter first. He's actually going to try to create this diversion on the A side first, and if he can push some players back, he's going to meet up with the team here for a full B side hold. Remember, we talked about here the ults available on the side of TSM. This time, it's a showstopper for Timotino, and Vor is the one with the yacht, because you want to play close range with the showstopper on contact here, especially if this wall's about to get knifed out and broken. Timotino is going to walk up into this.
Envy not having as many smokes now that you don't have that clove that used to run into the mix now. Just 1, and showstopper right to the corner finds its mark. And Timotino tries to escape. I appreciate the satchel play. 2 versus 2. Hunter's Fury to deny the plant, and Envy
1 enemy remaining.
Don't get affected. Well, at least by bullets. And it's Vora.
Spike planted.
Rich enough to buy an op again, so we'll trade it with something that'll go better in this duel. Who will be the better Sova? Poppin, completely silent as this map has begun, and this has been someone we've talked about and highlighted in that previous map. Here's the approach, and Vora does it again. One of our top performers in the first matches, and he delivers.
On a 1v1 IGL versus IGL mirror matchup. And the fact that he clears towards that back of the site shows the game sense that he has, even salvages the op that he utilized at the beginning of the round. Because you think here, after that plant, Poppin has Hunter's Fury. It's plant for main. He still has util to work with and probably a recon dart for the post plant. Yet Vora wants to make sure that he clears that back of the site first. Does so and wins that one with a spray. Look at this clear. Easy one towards the end. And stays calm in the scenario 2. 5 now rounds for TSM. But look at the amount of ults available for Envy. They are going for a straight pop, but they're about to get slowed by these 2 players. Oh, the satchel missed though.
Oh darn, maybe a good thing, maybe a blessing disguise. Hunter's Fury, but the wall, like you said, is an extra detour that Envy have to take, and a ring around the Rosie and the Bucky. Straight through the chest. It's Kane Zera, man. Just with the ult too. Envy came in guns blazing, and ults invested, really trying to break the spirits of TSM at this point, who were starting to build a little bit of momentum in this map.
That's all 5 ults utilized for the round, so you're going to take it any day here for TSM. But you see the battle. There's still some sort of chess pieces that are put at the right places so that they could try to go toe-to-toe against that execution from Envy. Not only do you have the slows that slows down that Neon, but the fact that you put the responsibility on Timotino to try to battle out that 1v1 on that dimensional drift out from Egster in the back of the A site. Just unfortunately, it didn't come out. Egster is so good with that Bucky, and just in general, they couldn't really get an answer and a hold at that spot, and an takes down Vora.
Yeah, Egster was in these less popular places with the op, and especially on offense, you don't get to see those kind of purchases every day, and he's found purchase. He delivers, and wait, front and center, TSM, they stay stoic. Kane's era has definitely met some tough challengers on the other side. Now TSM back to just silence, and the ball is in Envy's court.
And they'll have to try to entry with an op as well from Egster. Not sure they're going to try to switch it around. There you go. Give it to Poppin so he can move in now with the recon flash. Beautiful.
Oh! Well, it was a good idea, for sure. He cursed it. Wait, what a shot right in the shoulder. And it's op versus op, and Poppin doesn't care. Can buy another one. And TSM really starting to build a strong first half.
Still nice that when it comes down to no big ult rounds, they are still looking quite good, TSM, on the defense here. But I feel like when they tried to go for that flash recon, it was perfect to blind Alvin Boy, but that smoke was once again a little bit too late here towards that back of Boba. Same thing that happened to the TSM when they're trying to execute towards that A side of Haven just the previous map. See, before it pops, an easy kill for Timotino. He saves his team and even gets a second pick, and now they can pull the anchor onto the site. That could be costly right now for Envy for the rest of this half. But they do have money to work with, and already you heard some tags coming through by a camera, and that's looking towards this A side. So that Envy is going to strictly and immediately pivot into a top mid control.
There's been so much brawling through the perimeter for Envy. They've conditioned TSM to leave the mid gap open. And Envy try to cross the road and isolate using a smoke, and it's not a good start. And where the spike has been left, there is maybe more of a long-term plan for Envy, and with this blind, Kane's era is so cooked. Ion does a good job to at least force some repurchases, but the plans of Envy have been foiled yet again.
I mean, it looked almost doable at that point after Ion is able to fight on the other side of the smoke. So you have 2 players playing individual 1v2s on both extremities of top middle. And Ion was looking for a spray through the smoke, got the one blinded, just couldn't get the kill towards the end. But it comes to the teamwork that TSM kind of had towards that top middle. As soon as you had the flash come through or they hurt the drone, they went for sprays through the boxes. They still had a passive trip looking into the cross of Boba instead of getting the full information on the top. Again, just those little changes that are coming out here from TSM's side where you think you're leaving a gap open for your opponents. Look at those clean shots from Ion, though. Ion, who's had a slow start on the first map. I think he was like 1-11 at some point and finished like maybe 2 deaths over his kills that he brought up to like 14 or 16 or something like that. So definitely needed some time to warm up against this battle against TSM, but he looked pretty good there, at least on his attempt to open up that A site, the top middle.
I feel like I have trust issues now after map 1, and I think everyone is not feeling as comfortable. I don't think even with a 7-2 lead, TSM are going to be super confident, not until you hit the 13 mark. So it's time to use these timeouts early to just really iron out, have a foolproof plan. To see our Envy going to continue to exploit mid, and if they do, I mean, more often than not, it's gone TSM's way. So Envy haven't really found a really soft side of the map at all. It's been a lot of individual plays, and look, they're still splitting their forces around the map.
Just to try to initiate towards middle a little bit more too. Cameras being thrown aggressively by Inspire just to look to see if There's a lot of pressure on this A side, and as he pops that up, if he notices these two players, they'll be pivoting back to a mid control and maybe playing some inserts. Look at how Exter is already towards that B main trying to walk in.
Got a ghost though, and still have to clear where is this op going to be. Well, the boombot would tell you the right side. Now Envy would have to race him down. Let's see if they can make him uncomfortable. But TSM, you're really not going to find them in these solo situations too often. There's always someone there ready to trade. And Envy got a strike while TSM are on the retreat. The flashes are out from Envy. They start to win over an alley. It's still with the op to the shorty. Seven tries to bail him out. Trades galore. No, this is Seven's turf. You stepped up to the wrong neighborhood. But the sheriff will not let this go by, and Inspire would have to go into the alley to get an upgrade. And he's got the spike, and now time is of the essence. Danger is afoot. He's gonna do this with the op.
Taken out.
And just see how close they are. He's gonna bait the spike. Paranoia out, takes a shot. And GMD still lives. That was so close.
Yeah, I think he even legged him when GMD jumped out. That was the crazy part. Inspire he's so good when it comes down to the Sixth Sense and how he uses his util. Because he has a sheriff moving in. He's playing a 1v2 and still calmly places a trip while he's walking into the site just to try to identify where the players could be at as soon as he sets up here onto a plant. It was a nice attempt. You saw some perfect stalls coming in towards that right side, and the idea that TSM has to try to support towards that elbow. So really, the game plan you could see here for TSM is set up or try to set up Timotino into these good lines. Okay, hold on. Let's hold that thought. We're already into the action. Sorry, two players down.
Yeah, you're good. You got this, King. 5 versus 3. But Envy actually about to exec in. Exter just teleports in, clone to the right, and it gets shot. So you get a lot of good information there. You have a forward position, so maybe Envy can make do, but I'm coping at best. Exter have to go insane, and he's feeling a little silly. Dimensional drift. Unfortunately, lets that resurrect go through. He's going deep enough. He's finding Christmas presents, and it gets GMD. He just eats the barrel. And now Envy could have maybe turned this around, but it's TSM back at full force after that resurrect too.
Player standing.
And the respect given. Just to make sure. Again, they've lost 5v1s before.
Yeah,
so,
that's so true.
Yeah, Alvin picks up the last kill, but I love it. At least what we're trying to do for the side of Envy. Going into dimensional drift, you're not getting pinged anymore. As you're running across, you've already sparted 4 players plus that res over towards Boba, so you know it's weak side towards A. It really came down to that big fight against GMD. If he actually did get that kill, that's so much space taken away here for Envy. And right there, look how GMD plays it. Sees him out of the dimensional drift, goes for the right click classic, sticks to his body too. So he goes as many bullets as possible into the chest with the right clicks onto Exter. And this might potentially be...
Okay, yeah. Sure. Didn't expect all of Envy to be there. So Timotino learns that the hard way, and Envy get gifted a strong early round. We'll see how it ends, though, because Vora has been MVP before, but the neural theft activated from Inspire, Hunter's Fury. Envy had a lot left in their arsenal to end this first half, still 3-9, but that's a position that TSM are familiar with, and we're not happy how it ended last time.
Yeah, and a position that Envy is also familiar with, and look how that ended too. So, but it did take some big rounds and some big hero plays this time around too for Envy. They fought for those rounds, it seems like, a lot more to try to get those 3 versus it did on Haven. But yeah, definitely a brawl and definitely a good fight. And like you, Lemon Kiwi, I don't think this map is over. I don't think we're going to see Abyss as quickly as expected.
Just with how exciting Ascension has been, the comebacks, the fake ones. It's TSM versus Envy after all, but we got to go check in with our audience. So what's going on over there?
Em dia de ter jogo contra um time universitário, trouxe jogadores universitários que estão aqui também para torcer pelo Brasil e para dar esse salve pra gente. Então, mano, já queria saber primeiro de você, Henrico, como é que é jogar e conciliar com o estudo e essa loucura toda, mano?
Ah, é muito animador, assim, você ter um time para defender e conciliar o estudo com jogar, treinos, boas colocações e resultados é muito legal.
So I'm here with Henrico and Leonardo. They are university players for CAP, UFABC, UFABC in Brazil. And I asked him, like, what is it like to study and play at the same time? And he's like, well, this is very good because we have the energy to get these good results and to defend our team from the university. E agora eu quero saber de você, mano. Vocês estão aqui porque você encontrou um cara da Winthrop na Ranked e aí ele te deu ingresso, é isso mesmo?
Ontem à noite, eu fui jogar uma ranqueada e eu caí junto com um Glyph. Aí eu tenho um CAP no meu nome, né? Eu jogo com um nome aberto. E ele reparou e perguntou o que era meu time. Eu falei que era time universitário também. E ele perguntou se era de São Paulo. Eu falei que sim. Então ele falou, tenho 2 ingressos, bora lá assistir a gente. Então, pô, tamo aqui, né?
Tá aí, agora só não dá pra saber pra quem que tá torcendo. So he was playing ranked games with Glyph. And Glyph, like, gave him tickets to be here basically because he knew that he was also a university player just like Glyph, just like people from Winthrop, so that's why they are here. Torce pra nós, hein, pelo amor de Deus, não é porque o cara te deu ingresso não, vai com vocês.
Well, looks like sometimes you could just get some paid fans in there getting free tickets. What about me? All right, we got to take a trip, Vans. We're on our way.
I mean, we got front row tickets right now looking at this game. I'm down for it.
Yeah.
I'm down for it. We get to yap about it at the same time.
I'm cozy. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm definitely cozy in my hoodie from home. But that said, though, with this action, it's gonna start heating up. I might sweat in this hoodie right now because we know how Envy's good to turn things around, but not for someone with the first blood.
Trusted that stun like you trust the 9-3 half. It just did not work out for cainzero there, but TSM still have to take this one step at a time. It's not just the cainzero show. This is a very threatening army of Envy. One that has gotten such a prestigious banner because of the dominance they've had over North America for so long. So TSM completely cutting noise, trying to sell a fake.
Huge shout out, by the way, to Hastro to come back here and revive the Envy name and sign in this team. Remember him talking about it, that, you know, they don't really have full funding. It's all through their own pockets right now to just get the name back and get some teams rolling. And they're making a name right now as Poppin spots a couple of players towards the elbow and decides to fall back and stalls a bit here with this smoke. But that stop and go is already gone and there's no real insert. So it might have to be a full re-clear as a group. But they're going to waste a lot of time for TSM to do this.
Yeah. I just try and race them. I like that they just stomp their way. They're gonna go through mid though, and Envy caught up. No smokes from TSM. Maybe a paranoia. No, as soon as maybe GMT gets into a good spot, it's a 3K from Poppin. So Envy passed the IQ check. They got the spike down. And with a much needed pistol win potentially could help Envy make the comeback happen.
And that's the issue. They made way too much noise rotating back here onto middle. And for them to choose to go towards the middle instead of the A side is, again, because they don't, or B side rather, is because they don't have information, no inserts on that side. So they have to choose the shortest path as possible to try to beat their opponents to the race. But when they do that, they never left Alvin Boy behind to watch that flank. So Poppin's able to move back down, get an easy backstab onto 3 players because Alvin's trying to be the checkmate towards the end if they're able to get that plant towards B main. So just unfortunate calls here on the side of Vora and how they wanted to adapt into the scenario after getting stalled on the elbow. He overcooked on that round, and now Exor's cooking with this Marshall.
Like the peekaboo plays from Envy, but this time just kind of mitigating how deep you really want to go for those big, risky plays. And this time, it pays off, and Exter is back at neutral. And TSM can now kind of spread themselves more thin and have Alvin Boy go on more discovery mode, and kind of reveals that mid has been open.
And they just want to fight for it. My idea there is getting this orb up for 7. Trying to move back as group, forced to rotate out from middle, from the A site, or maybe forced to push down so they could actually get classics versus the ones pushing down. But look at that. They're just leveraging this orb like a little carrot. And here's the fight.
Oh, they bit down on a bullet instead, and man, This right side of the map is just a brick wall. There is no getting through that.
Yeah, hard to do here with the one ways being thrown on that A side. Now at least you have rifles to work with for TSM, and they haven't really figured out what the position or how Envy are currently playing this so far, so it's going to have to be potentially another one of those slower work for the team. Especially if you're not playing a Neon in the composition, but playing double controller instead with not a Viper. It's very hard for you as well to really get an aggressive line on the top of A. You have to be probably strict on slow working your way off middle, set that paranoia line so that you can get some control towards the A main after the hit. And there's that mid control in the very beginning here for TSM.
Timotina will be on the right side, seeing if once that one way is down, you don't want to let Envy creep up on you. You know, sometimes they like these walkdowns. Now TSM just looking to kind of draw in Envy for a fight and not really getting it while keeping 7 as safe as possible. Maybe the orb to get a resurrect.
Thing is, they already used the paranoia to take over middle, and they never closed that door, so they know that middle is a death trap to walk up to. So as you're going to try to walk back towards the A site, they have no util to really work with, so you have to walk up to play contact. And they're a little bit spaced out, but at least GMD still wins that first fight.
Damn. Just like one bullet is all it takes. The orb and the res, there we go. Or actually the kill, that's all it needed. And now again, TSM are back at full force. It's that forgiveness, and that's why you play 7 in this lineup, who's been a nuisance before. But speaking of that, Exter, as accurate as ever. Now the spam through, little bit of damage into TSM. No heals for 7 available. It's actually just used it on Alvin Boy. But now they're really turtled up. GMD's watching the flank. No paranoia, nothing to really suppress Envy's retake, but rather keep them at bay with this wall, breaking it down using the clone, seeing if you can get a flash going. Kane Sarah paints the floor with blood, and it's all up to him, but he just can't do it all. Double digits for TSM.
It looks so dangerous. You always know that when Envy is going to group up together, despite them having not too much util, that they could still make it work. The slide through from Kane to open things up with the buck. You remember, this is only their bonus round they did so much damage with against TSM. The unfortunate thing here for Kane is that he stunned himself right after moving into the site, so it was an easier kill for GMD to close in from the short side to help out his teammates so that they could capitalize on that round. But look how good that was moving into that site. And there's that last pick. 10-5 scoreline for TSM. I mean, the buy still doesn't look like the best here for Envy because maybe a lot was invested previously, but at least Exer has the operator to work with to look down towards that middle.
Now Inspire gets a heads up. Left corner check from the Boombot. Satcheling in. Searching. Oh, and just as the trip gets shot, that's when Envy had that window to engage. But TSM's backup plans are there. The reinforcements stand tall, and the firing squad's in position. But they are starting to hemorrhage. And Envy can maybe finish off these kills. 7 is down, no more heals left. And with a hesitation, Kane Zera trips up. And with that paranoia, Ion changes weapon, and Exter gonna try to create, an illusion, but clean plays as TSM bail each other out.
Kane has been very good in finding his timings, at least. When he knows that one's already outrunning and the wall was being set in a place that 7 has no choice but to play just under the jump up. Just moves in to sweep in the first kill while Vora's still stuck in the drone. Almost wins that fight versus Alvin Boy because he had an inkling there was somebody else trying to close around the other side. And those trips are perfect from Inspire. I mean, this continues to be such good defensive positionings from the side of Envy. So you needed these 2 heroes to come out for the side of TSM to really get that round. So 11-5. You hear the overdrive. A crunch for Envy down towards mid, and it's weighted by TSM.
It's not going to be over until TSM actually wins. That's what map 1 taught us, and with this NV buy, you can at least be convinced it should be a match point, especially with one of the best players on NV falling this early. He's really put a lot of pressure on himself to kind of pull all the ideas out of the book, catch the other Huff Guard, and another kind of peekaboo play, and Inspire gets punished. Solo play's not working out for NV, and TSM see if they can make this a flawless at that. So far, so good. Oh, but timing. Xexter lurks within the smoke and stays hidden. What a turn and burn, but will cost TSM 2 weapons. But they get to match point. That's all that matters.
And TSM made sure that they flipped every single rock going back into that B side hit. So especially when you've given up so much of that map space in the very beginning, you were expecting some sort of a crunch with this neon play. You isolated and ignored the overdrive right away with this high-low stack. King couldn't do anything out of that. But look at these shots. And as soon as you're looking at the selfless plays, when you jump out of the smoke, it was just a 180 jump for Vora back into the smoke. So you could bait out a shot. The other two go for a double swing outside. Just the protocols that you have for TSM on scaling that anti-eco is quite nice. Now with the Hunter's Fury on the attack, they're trying to close it now for TSM.
Uh-oh. That Omen just TP too. Okay, GMD's not going to stick it. Gets information back site.
Space for Alvin Boy to try to fight.
Oh, well. He's got space. It's bullet holes in his body, though. And that means no alternative for TSM to really explore. No paranoia. Full util for Vor to get information if they think they have the time to do so. Which they do with sort of the smokes that are in place from Envy. Dimensional drift, but Exter's on the other side of the world.
Still a nice little push and pull from both ends, though. GMD pulls them back. Alvin Boy pulls them towards the middle, and then GMD could trade out towards the A site, so you give up a little bit of that A spot. But the recon kind of gives their position away that they are committed towards this A site hit for TSM.
GMD with the wide swing, popping and checks him at the door. But man, both teams are trading blow for blow, and TSM know they have to go the extra mile. They got to extend out of the site. No! The dodgeball game with Hunter's Fury. Good tags. So consistent with this ult. Pop-in as impactful as ever. The TSM have the win conditions set, and maybe he may have just died. Timotino not involved. Envy and extend their lives as best as they can. Now it's just 4 left. The 1 versus 3. 1, 2, 3 is all it takes for TSM to send us into the final map.
What a play for Vora on the 1v3. The IGL, the rookie coming on too and shutting him down. But once again with the Hunter's Fury Dimensional Drift, it almost looked like it was going to be an easy retake for Envy again. But you play the slant towards the generator perfectly, and now you're able to push us onto a third map. You asked me the question, Lemon Kiwi. Was I still confident in my pick? Indeed I am. This is definitely one of those games where TSM are able to turn it around. And I can't be more excited than to look forward to Abyss, a map that we haven't really seen come out from Envy yet. So I'm really looking forward to the comp they're going to bring out or try to bring out to try to beat TSM here.
Yeah, and there's, I mean, so much tape, right, that these teams had to look over from the grand final. They're revisiting a lot of those maps from before, very familiar with each other, but TSM knew they had to stay strong and they had to be perfect until the very end. 13-5. That is a statement. That is not only just a statement, but a response to one of North America's best, and we will be all deciding this on Abyss. So don't go anywhere, folks. We'll see you after the break.
game changers. It's about competition, pure happiness. It's like a crazy experience. We're making history. It means so much to us. It's good to be back.
I guess you know what I've been looking for, success.
The beauty of gaming is it doesn't matter who you are. And as long as I'm good enough,
Everybody's getting a 4K.
I can go as far as I want.
That's what I like to see, baby.
全世界都会知道我们的厉害。
Exactly what Core needs to do. Tron, and then there was Trust into Ion.
Always going to get Tron!
It was a highly anticipated series and one that will continue heading into the second map of the series. Envy's pick, it looked like things were going to go good for them, but it was a TSM to not just bounce back, but to blow Envy out of the water and officially take us into a third map of the series. I mean, Roy, I'm not going to lie. After remembering the last time we saw these two teams face off on Sunset, I kind of thought TSM might be a little bit cooked, but this was a completely different story they wrote today.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like they kind of answered my questions as soon as I saw that defensive half start, right, in terms of how they were going to approach it to kind of slow down Envy and kind of take away a lot of their early, you know, pressure that they usually have against some of these teams. They front-loaded their defense again with A control. That seems to be kind of the same narrative on a lot of these maps, guys, is they find the weaknesses, they find kind of the contention points, if you will, and they challenge it nonstop. The constant Sage slows, the constant raise utility towards that side of the map completely destroyed Envy's pace early. They weren't able to really get around, and then when it came down to the retakes, they were very meticulous, and the way they were doing it was just a fantastic job overall. And of course, the individual and the clutch factor coming out here from some of the TSM players to round this all off was a huge success to that first half and this map as well.
Absolutely. It seems like after the grand finals between these two teams, and this being the only map that TSM lost in that grand final, there was an understanding that, you know, things had to change a little bit if they wanted to have a strong Sunset, and that's why they bring this composition. They go from playing the Timotino on the Neon to playing this Raze that was working a lot better, and also the Sage as well for the side of 7. So you see little things that not only in the composition improved, but also in the way that they wanted to approach this first half. It was a very good, well-controlled first half for the side of TSM too, where if Vora was going to have the operator, it was because Timotina was holding up close, ready for the showstopper. And so even if they were willing to give a little bit of mid control, it was just because they have a lot of resources as well to work with and to retake it too.
I love that you talk about that control, and something that fares well for TSM when you look at something like the first kills where Envy kind of smoked them a little bit in that category, but not able to quite convert on those rounds, right? TSM always just kind of having the upper hand just in terms of how they're playing it out, even if it's not quite with the numbers. And Roy, for TSM, I mean, it was a team that we had highlighted so much coming into this with players that can be having those pop-offs. And I love that looking at the performances, we got to see that, yeah, it's going to be a Timotina that does really well in the Raze. We get to see just a team that's all standing up together. Like, it's a switch that worked out so well, and all the players looked so comfortable.
Yeah, and I think it's safe to say, guys, I think I speak for most of us when I say that there really are no slouches on the TSM side, at least, right? When it comes to individual performances, when it comes to stepping up in important moments, it feels like everyone is willing to kind of put their hands on the table. I feel like that's huge for TSM. Obviously, Timotino and GMD have been playing phenomenally, even in the first map. And now we're moving on, and we have Vora, the IGL, actually going and the kind of the MVP role. He not only has 3 first bloods, guys, but he clutched up multiple times. I'm going to go ahead and just double check the statistics real quick because I'm pretty sure it was an insane amount. I think it was like 2 or 3 clutches coming out from him. It was just overall pretty crazy from the IGL or the TSM side. He was calling pretty well on the defensive side. Once again, it's something that we're kind of starting to expect from him now at this point. And I feel like, yeah, just TSM overall, they're not willing to let go of the throttle. They're ready to go all the way.
I still can't get over the fact that there were so many openings for Envy that they were just not able to close out. And I feel like one of them, and one of the conditions that we recognized when we were watching Envy play against 9C was just being able to find the opening, but immediately having an answer on that defensive side. And they just didn't have that enough rounds on the defense to get anything working. Even in that third round where TSM is able to deny that bonus, it is because the round 1, round 2, not only was TSM and 7 specifically getting a bunch of kills, but they were all constantly playing around these orbs, making sure that that rest was going to be available. So in some of these rounds where you see Envy get the opening, immediately there's going to be a rest coming from 7. They make the numbers once again even, and things just don't really go the way that Envy were expecting to. But going into also one of the stars that we talked about was Vora. Again, the IGL that is just fragging and is also closing the map in the most insane way possible.
Yeah, I mean, there was a reason that we highlighted Vora at the beginning of the day. Ever since the beginning of the year when he was added to this team, we've gotten to see the team just do so much. And Roy, being able to see that when TSM, after they were down that very first map, the calling to be able to slow things down, to be able to meticulously pick Envy apart. I mean, a lot of that, of course, credit to Vora.
Absolutely. I kind of want to give you guys some stats as well, right? Because now I actually have the facts in my hand, okay? You ready? So obviously, we saw that Envy had more first bloods than TSM did, and we're wondering, well, how the heck could have this finished 5-13, right? And then you look at the clutches. GMD has a 1v2 and a 1v1. That's 2 clutches right there for the TSM side. A 1v1 as well for Vora, the one that we saw in the clips, and the 1v3 to close off the series, guys. That is 4 clutches going in the way of TSM versus 2 clutches going in favor of Envy. So yes, while Envy might have had the early round successes, they were not as good in the clutch factor as TSM was. They were the ones winning those situations out. And with the pistol round that they got in the second half as well, it seemed like it was all pretty nice and dandy for the TSM side.
And with that, now we get a map 3 in the series, and Abyss, something relatively unknown to both of these teams, Dan. So now heading into this, I'm so curious. We haven't only seen Envy once here in the history.
And part of it also is because we haven't seen this map of Abyss being played in Challengers. That was not a map that was available in Stage 2, for example, though, so these teams didn't even have the possibility of playing it. But yeah, in their history for Envy since last year, they only played it 1 time. And also for the side of TSM, last time that they played it in an official was also in Ascension last year with All Knights. So it's been really quite some time since we saw this map of Abyss. And I like this because now we don't know what's going to happen. Now it's actually completely unpredictable.
It truly is. All we've known is both of these teams want this win so bad to be #1 in North America in Ascension and to clinch that playoff spot. It's time to head to Abyss to see which of these 2 teams is going to come out on top and send it back over to your casters.
Thanks, Sierra. Wow, yeah, we let Abyss float. And then we were like, okay, we haven't seen them here before, or at least in a very long time. They're keeping their cards close to their chest. And this way, like, is it the ace up the sleeve? Are we looking at a joker here? What do you think, Vans?
I'm super looking forward to this one. Kane Zero, probably like his first or second time playing Whaley ever in an official, but at least the first time that we see it in Ascension, and even Challengers in itself, if I'm not mistaken. So it probably, for me, could be an ace for the sleeve here for Envy, because TSM are playing the vanilla comp, one that they've already brought out even in their past Ascension run last year with a whole different roster. And this time you're going to have to try to figure out how you can play against a double dive. That will be very difficult for somebody like Alvin Boy to really try to anchor up towards that site. Remember, this is still the old patch, no new changes, so there's not too many angles for you to hide behind. So this will be a tough matchup now for TSM, and I was going to see something new, but hopefully the preparation comes through.
Now slipping by the defenses. Envy with that mid control. had Pop in a position to try and get information, and VALORANT just finds such a lucky shot. And then we go to follow up in the trade, and he just takes him out. An arrow through the heart of Exter. What was that?
I mean, you got saturated like you really do. You're trying to stall as much as you can towards mid, but at least you get your pick, and you also made sure that you took control of Spike. Look at the last 3 players of TSM now all over it. A Sheriff in the hands of Timotino. There's no util left except for Inspire with the smokes, which, by the way, we don't really see Inspire play smokes too much, and they are playing a composition that is not playing a Cypher. So that is another ace here for Envy, and we got to know what Inspire can bring here to the plate as this Astra for the team.
Kind of creating that chaos, and Inspire
30 seconds left.
Costed him a lot to recover that spike. 10 HP. The chase is on, and all the timing, and he already has 7 tagged. There needs to be some help. 7's got other ideas. The objective is down. He's done his part, and he finishes off the pistol for TSM.
And that was gonna look quite dangerous there for TSM, and almost you would have had those signs come out of the "when does TSM play" meme if that was a round lost by TSM, because just one smoke, you isolated one fight, and only Inspire walks in and still wins it against GMD. Missing that a little bit of a detail there for the side of TSM on how they could really cover up that spike. And thankfully, 7, who's been on point throughout this whole series, is able to win that 1v1 against Inspire, who he also is usually quite good in the clutch. Another one of those great starts for TSM, as they always have a hot start in pistol rounds at the beginning of these maps.
Envy had a bit of a fumble at the beginning, just even losing that one person, or is it Exter? The shock bolt. Just Envy know they have to play their cleanest VALORANT if they want to go up against the Kings of North America. Envy have swapped sides now to the B site, and the camera's gonna watch this all happen, and Alvin Boy within safety could still get some information. All he knows is that the spike is down, and there's threats, and Envy haven't been able to really suppress as much just with pistols. This could be flawless for TSM to kind of build some momentum early, and there's a 2-man flank, and it's still ringing true. No one will stand here for Envy, and they have to bow down to TSM.
And looking at TSM, they're doing a good job at least on understanding where they're playing soft, how they could really rotate. So right now, GMD's just making sure Alvin Boy doesn't leave him hanging, so puts up the highest heads up as possible, but you got to keep it in peripheral, GMD. You got to keep it in peripheral. That said, though, just this right here, Alvin Boy plays so far back in the site, has a camera to watch us scale up, and all they need to do is to stall this front side so that the flankers could come in. And that probably is one of the game plans here for TSM, so they can play this flood retake against the team, because for the side of Envy, it's a lot of these dash in recall, play for shock darts, play for gravity wells in the pulse plant. So you have to make sure that you're winning on both extremities here for TSM when you're anchoring these soft sites.
Be at that early recon too. Just okay, well, no heads up. Timotino still re-challenges that. That's so crazy how he gets away with literal murder.
Yeah,
and
that's
Envy can't punish.
Been the bread and butter for Tino and for TSM as well. Just disrespecting spams, util, finds his timing, dashes away, very Mata-like. And that's a huge player advantage to start in their bonus.
Now Envy definitely gonna be desperate in this round, and even from the compositional changes, kind of threw us all for a loop. And TSM were the ones that surprised them. We'll see how it ends here for Poppin. And Inspire could try and isolate. Oh, the one tap addresses 7 by his name, and oh, jeez, Envy getting a little frustrated. Inspire in a 1 versus 2 can't take the heat. 3-0 now for TSM.
That's why sometimes if you're watching this game, there's a lot of question marks that will probably pop up in chat saying, huh, what the hell's happening? Why is everybody peeking one by one into these areas on the side of Envy just to try to take control of Tetris right over here? It's because you do have players like Poppin and even across the board could do these type of plays that could swing it back in your favor. And that allows for you, they have such good firepower that they go for hero plays that could cover up and gain some map control for your side as you're getting snuffed out and stuffed towards the A site default that you started showing on that end for the side of Envy. Fortunately, it didn't work out. They still did some pretty decent damage, but that was a bonus round for TSM. And when that doesn't happen, when those hero plays and you're trying to find your own timings because you're still, aka the rankers here for these 5 players across the board, I think now this timeout for Stunner as the coach is to try to clean things up a little bit more on how they really want to execute towards the site. Be a little bit more as a group to play these contacts so you could actually go for the swings. I know it's understandable that you feel like you have these timings from time to time, but sometimes just the numbers guarantees the timing also for your end.
Just the earliest timeout we've had in this series. Like, Envy are such in an unfamiliar territory from a map they haven't showed in officials. And I mean, my cope was maybe they just played a lot in ranked, or they scrimmed a lot and they've prepped this very, especially for TSM. But something desynced, something is in the minds of Envy, and I don't think it's good. And I think this is a great time to have that coach come in, as you said, and to settle everybody down, iron out the kinks, and Envy with the usual kind of Sova recon really early with the owl drone. Ready to teleport deep into the site, take advantage of the timing. Wow! Vora just took King Zera to bed, and now the pings. Envy have to get into cover, and they cower. But up ahead is Exter with a Bucky, and was hoping to get lucky with TSM closer. But now out of range, Cosmic Divide seals in. Maybe you can get more mileage out of this Bucky if 7 crosses that threshold. But the Hunter's Fury kind of was awkward, and Envy could have had a real chance to get more value out of that Bucky. Now TSM, they start to break in within the smoke, though. Could be fun for Ion, and he comes out of the smoke, and there's just no chance. TSM are on a tear.
And my question was, how do you adapt and how do you play into the vanilla comp, the Ascent comp that was brought into Abyss? When this map first came out, a lot of teams were just thinking that you could play this type of style because it's kind of like just an Ascent. Take control of middle. Taking control of middle allows for you to get some better splits. Or you could just go out for some big 4-0, 4-1, 5-1 site hits and when you're on your attack side. But look how they're playing the defense too. The weaknesses that you have is that you don't have too much util to stall on that side, so they use the spacing to their advantage. They understand the reach and the range that you get from the double dash of the Waylay, and he punishes him right inside that smoke, being Vora onto Kane Zera. And the flood retake was perfect too, to the T again. I don't know if you've noticed as well, Lemon Kiwi, the nerdy trap that was placed by Alvin Boy. It's a vertical line right at the top of default too, to try to stop and get a ping here, as if anybody's trying to dash through right at this spot over here. Unfortunately, no trips that time placed around, so you can't get the trip kill.
A deadly duelist duo. We've been waiting to see them. Gonna be a good duo going in, and usually they've just been at each other's hip, and TSM, First Blood, able to even suppress even more with the Hunter's Fury and Kane Zera. His location revealed. It's fine. They do kill from TSM. So good. They keep getting away with it, Vans.
Yeah, and pitting Timotino to watch over that middle, anticipating the lurk out from Inspire. It almost feels like, even though Envy never brought out this composition on Abyss, it feels like it's already been studied and read from the side of TSM somehow. They're just, once again, in the right spots, trying to get these picks. Even the stalls that you're trying to do here on the top of Heaven's side with the position for King Zero is just not enough. They're not playing as a group right now for Envy. They're not trading as a team, and that's been the most difficult thing for them to play in the post plans when they're not really in these tradable spots.
And when you're not running an ISO, you don't have that, like, that wall that would maybe dissuade someone from buying an op. So see if the Waylay will still be the right choice. Double dash is quick to get the space. Now Timotino's up to no good. Do Envy fall for it again? He's like, I don't care if I'm pinged. Come at me, bro. Dash is galore, man. What? An obstacle course. The gymnasts are at it.
Oh my God.
Sarah's the tip of the spear. Delivers the Bucky. But TSM will not take this lying down. 7 big double weakens Envy. But they're still ahead. And they got the spike down. Vora could have some time here to get a recon in, drone in with the smokes in place. This is why Inspire is on the Astra.
Last player standing.
Oh, Envy ahead of the game. But Vora has to know they're within the smoke. Does he just spam through it? How does he address this? Waits for it to expire. No way, even the Bucky flicks, and it's a thrifty for Envy to break that dry spell.
And it's the recall that breaks his crosshair placement as the lines are blurring probably his vision and his aim. But I gotta say, the entry from Kane, he was basically doing clay pigeon shooting. Goes for the pull, and Timotino's the ditch, and he gets popped in the air like that. Dude, the fact they're able to get 3 kills with the Bucky, the most value you can get with this type of buy, is just incredible for the side of Envy. Not the type of round you were expected this time around, but it just comes to show as well for Timotino. You can't disrespect the line that well until you go for an up drop like that.
I don't think Timotino respects anyone on the other side. Oh, I thought that was going to be another one. Oh, now it's just fodder. Oh my god, he's still alive. What is this plot armor? What is this defense?
Oof.
That side is impenetrable. But the op at least still there.
Yeah, and they were just trying to move a little bit more quickly for the side of Envy after winning that thrifty round. So instead of going for an owl drone clear, they went for the recon dart, and the elevation shown by Timotino kind of threw them for a loop. It was an easy pick towards the end as you're trying to run forward right over here. Boom. And that's the other thing that I was about to mention. If Timotino is going to play like just a passive line to look down the angle with the op, he could definitely get run down by that double dash by Kane Zero, and that could be that full counter to that play. Now you're going to try to potentially take control of Heaven here as Kane Zero is looking to utilize the dimensional drift to ult with.
Okay, no, saving the waylay ult.
No way.
Oh, there it is. That's what I've been wanting to see from Extra, even since Sunset. Be able to measure that. Be precise, and TSM will be on their way. And with an op too, but still the economy swells for TSM, so now they could really try to put Envy in an uncomfortable position, and oh, peekaboo again from Poppin. Kane Zera down. This is a little scary from Envy despite how this started. At least time should be on their side, and Inspire's like going exploring through the middle of the map, maybe leaving Exter all by himself. But he fends for himself. 7 trades, 2 versus 1, and 7's just out of time and out of luck and will not be able to keep the rifle.
I need to know. I hope we have that on the replay, but how the hell did King get an entry on the top of A Heaven with a classic? Again, you're trying to do some sort of a combination, just like a Sova ult with the Yoru ult, but is it just dash? Dude, right-click classic right into the smoke on Vora. I mean, a little bit of a revenge from what happened in the past when Vora popped him inside the smoke at the at Ivy on over towards the A site, or over towards B site rather. But even then, another one of those lower crazy buys that comes out for the side of Envy, and it's almost could be the recipe to success. Maintain your speed.
Let Envy cook. They're on a 2-round win streak. The Hunter's Fury, man. God, Poppin does it again. It's almost better with the ult than anything else. This could set up Envy on track for big wins. We'll see what TSM can do, but oh, they've been revealed over in the top window, and Poppin has so much in his arsenal to keep them stuck. They gotta expect he could climb up the rope, and TSM take their time to scout him out. Now the op is still a threat. There's angles, and Envy find themselves on an island with no raft, and it's a 1v1 on both sides. Ion's got his. It all lies on Vora. And he's just stuck between both. And Envy make it 3 in a row.
So that's what we're talking about. If you're going to start plowing with the double dive here for this side of Envy, that could be the recipe of success. They were getting stalled so many times towards this B site because of potentially Alvin's utility and how they're currently set up on the defense here for TSM. They're playing soft side on B, they're playing aggro on A lines, and once you're able to just open up that side with some early util to push your opponents away from those lines, it's just easy to come in right after. And if you're giving up that space on the A side and it's not Alvinbor or somebody else, then you see how easily Envy could still take over that A site with the dive. So TSM are starting to respect that a bit.
I just can't count. Don't worry about me. But all that matters, Kane Zera can shoot. Okay. I want to see that round after round from this guy. Envy, though, really being pushed to their limits. Cosmic Divide. And Not immediately absorbing all of that space. Envy still have to take their duels. And now they've been met by the anchors of TSM. And Bora has been evicted. Quick teleport in from Exter. And he's not done yet, but he could be done soon at 10 HP. And then Kane Sarah will be there to support, to be that frontliner. He's a lot healthier. And against 7, the job's pretty much done.
Yeah, and that's why TSM has to be really good in general, or in general when you're just playing against this comp, of making sure you just hit your shots, because on the contact play, there's no way you could play Troll right after, where that X is on the top left of that minimap. As soon as he's spotted, there's a Saturate that comes in. Then after the Saturate, there's a Nova Pulse that comes in. There's no way that you can really play a hard anchor on site unless you have good support for your team across the board. It looked like, at least from the X's, that they had some sort of a Bermuda Triangle trying to trade off each other, but there's just too much, and it's really hard to take down a Waylay on the recall. And TSM are continuing to get dove on and losing these rounds, and this comes a lot to the success since this timeout. You mentioned an early timeout being called out by Stunner in the past for Envy, but it seems to bring in fruit now that they were able to capitalize since these couple of thrifty rounds they had over on that A site hit.
And to our knowledge, this is not a composition that Envy have a lot of experience in, but round after round, you're seeing those improvements of synchronization between the two duelists. And it's the bread and butter of usually running the ISO and the Yoru. And we were all wondering, how is this Waylay going to fit into this picture when it's such a different tempo than an ISO? It's obviously got a completely different arsenal, a lot more, I would say, selfish, you know, compared to maybe the ISO walls. It's been such a huge part of Envy's engagements on a lot of these maps. We even just saw it on Haven. They're really having to change up their structure, and I'm already seeing Kane's Zera being able to support Exter a lot more, and usually it's kind of Kane Zera and how they're helping him most of the time. But you know that Envy's got to pick up the slack for each other if they want to make it through to Ascension.
One thing that's good, at least for TSM so far, is how good they've been on the retakes. Although these rounds they've lost, they haven't had a chance to go for full 5-man flood retakes on their end. They found good value playing soft site and just identifying where the Waylay pathing would be. And you could see from the openings for quite a few rounds since the timeout has always been towards these extremities and very fast paced from the side of Envy. And GMD has found some good successes towards flanks. I'd like to see potentially a little bit more of that pressure towards middle, maybe at the very beginning, and continue to play those soft sites so they could find some better value off these 5-man retakes on these sites. But instead, you're seeing here that Timotino's pulling out the op again, but holding it very, very passively. So it comes down to the high-low of both GMD. Yeah, and that flash from 7 to try to go for a play, and then it gets denied right away.
And GMD has been able to get away with that a lot more on maps like Haven, for example. And he was such a huge playmaker for TSM, and look how much Envy have been able to adapt to that and take things a little bit slower in these beginning rounds when you have Timotino kind of poking out randomly, and now you check GMD at the door. So the knife is going to reveal some numbers, though, on the Envy side.
And as soon as he hits a knife and gets the reveal off Poppin, he's already going off site here because he's afraid of this dimensional drift coming through from Exter to continue to find the position, and that the hit would be another 5-man hit. So another retake play attempt, but they're going to have one player at a disadvantage to move through, and the second time that you have Kane Zero just saturating his teammate as they're trying to gain space.
Well, never mind what I said. You know, they're still working out the kinks, you know? So TSM, see if they can hold their lead because they hold the high ground. I'll be pushing Timotino through that B link, and with the flash right through Exter, even through the pings. TSM marked. They're making their mark on this site. Now the smoke's in place. It's gonna be difficult for Envy to get vision. It's the shot. The corpse flies off. Poppin's gonna make it easier for TSM. And the spikes aren't even halfway, so Poppin, doesn't matter if he hits this util or not, because it's a round win for Envy nonetheless.
That's what I was saying. If ever you're allowing Envy to just play off-site, look at the recons, look how much damage they're able to do, and even the gravity well, they're just going to win this off time. And if you're playing soft site and not throwing any lurks or any flanks or aggressive control on middle first to allow these flanks to happen, then you're just basically gonna lose your on time because you're wasting so much trying to re-clear towards the front part of the site against your opponents. And you're noticing here from the side of Envy, they're playing no Sentinel, so there's no real trips that's gonna watch flanks. And then Inspire has been 5-hitting with the rest of his team, so there's a lot of big gaps they could utilize here. And almost every single time you just saw on this minimap, they go for another pop flash peek towards main. They try to get the early control in that sense.
Ion's gonna go and get info with the ult. I mean, it was so quick. I don't even know what he saw, but the duelists are in position. Guess what? They're behind the defense. That's how quickly Envy can take over a map. But Tino silences everyone. Trades are there, but that was a spike here. This is sketchy. Kane's there, has to protect Ion with his life, but he's gonna get ahead of the game. The timings. He's tagged up Bora, goes for the free swing, but it's the bullet. Puncture through the wall. Ion on a drive-by. Oh, his cover is gonna be revealed too. They know exactly where Ion is, and he's just gonna try and find a good timing on the swing and the isolation. And GMD gets the last laugh of the first half.
They're able to maintain their lead towards the end. A 7-5 score on it, which looks pretty good now for TSM. Once again, this is the last map of the series against these two powerhouses of North America going into this brawl. And it has been brawly indeed. There's great spacing and pathing being done by Envy on the entry towards the A site, but Tino this time around is the one anchoring towards that B site. Just doing such a good job dancing around to fight that and help TSM win that 7th round.
And then the winner of this advances to playoffs. And TSM, after a disappointing run last year, they've made such incredible changes to their roster and just the structure. Overall, I think that's been the name of the game, is structure and consistency from TSM, because they've always been this wild card, right? They play well, they impress you, and sometimes they slip up. And we kind of saw how funny TSM can be, you know, choking these 5v1s, things like that. But they always rise up and close out when it matters, just like they did in that grand final against Envy. And North America across the board has been so strongly prepared for this moment. In everyone's minds, very well could be a North American team ascending. They're all thinking it could be one of these two. And this is that litmus test. This is kind of the appetizer of what could be the future of Ascension, and who's looking good off the rip and who's going to keep giving that performance day after day.
This is where it's difficult for TSM too, because remember, Ascension last year, they bombed out of it in group play. Although it was a 1-2 loss versus every single one of the teams that they've played, including a lot of them being losses on Abyss. 17-19 loss in OT versus Glorious that had Luxia and Sato in the past. Then they lost to another one 6-13 against All Knights, who got 2nd place going into Ascension. And then they also lost series against 2G, with 2 of the maps going the distance at 24, and then losing to M80 in 2 maps in overtime in that series. So despite them having a bad track record during Ascension, it was always closer games. But now they come out with more grit, more fight, and more control on how they're approaching these maps, that you're starting to believe that TSM definitely does have a chance to move this into the playoffs against such a strong team, a strong powerhouse as Envy, that's been the talk of the town ever since they started in like split 3 of last year, before they started split 1 of this year to get picked up by Envy.
We've just kind of never seen Envy in an awkward position, like starting a lot of these maps at pretty big round deficits, taking their first time out at round 4. That's so unprecedented for this team. No one's really been able to make them sweat this hard, except maybe TSM and Qbert Academy. So, see if TSM can make it a 2-peat though. From the grand finals to now, it's the pistol for TSM on attack. 1 anchor, and it's Ion. And like you said, when you don't run that Sentinel, who can stop them? Well, nobody.
That's it. That's what happens too. You're not playing a Senti, you play a wall contact up on over to the B site. Now at least the trips have been avoided. King Zero might get an opener here.
Oh. Who expects like 3 people to be watching the flank like that? At least that's information for the rest of Envy to know. There's so many people further back, and Spire gets surprised, still ends up locking in when it matters. Swinging in and out of cover. Envy yapping away, but not able to close out these duels as we're so used to them doing. So TSM take both pistols in this map.
You gotta give credit to Seven right here that you see on the screen. Not only because he's able to breathe so well with the band-aid on his nose, but the guns that he uses in this game. He's actually playing Valorant. Pistol rounds is frenzies, on ecos, stingers, when big buys, Odins. Like and it's so accurate in these close range, mid-range battles for these type of weapons. That he's definitely a player that is hard to play against when you're playing these type of high octane matches. Pressure on the line. TSM getting another pistol round, an important one here. And that's what I was trying to mention too. All these losses that they had on Abyss last year in Ascension and are able to do this against Envy right now shows a revitalized TSM that looks very good this year.
Spire not gonna keep dwelling within the smoke now. It expires the drone. He's gonna tag him, and on their way is Timotino, and surprised he didn't get the immediate kill on Winthrop faded away, but hey, King of the Hill, new mode in Valorant, I guess. Exter really tested the water. Wow. The swing, the one shot Exter needed to hit, he got it, but against all the buy-ups that TSM have, that's the best you could have hoped for. Well, or a miracle, I guess. Envy have gotten away with Thrifties, but TSM just getting that much closer to playoffs after, like you said, the group stage that they experienced. This is the result that they've been preparing for.
I respect Iron staying back towards that spawn too. Not only dying the spike, but you would expect sometimes, especially with these type of buys, you would give Seven a lore weapon like Alvin Boy's Sheriff, so he could go and try to chase these kills so they could get into the null command as soon as possible. But right now, it seems as though they're still giving a lot of respect to the team that they're playing up against. They don't want to give any orbs or any type of weapons or a confidence to Envy. So they just play back, making sure that they at least take the round in their favor and leverage this man right here on these entries, who's been so good on the Ascension so far, dropping around 60 kills on his debut stage. And so many aggressive entries that he's able to perform and open up for TSM. And the reason why he's also on the top of the scoreboard right now for the attack side of this team.
It's important for your ace to be comfortable on that stage, to be confident. And Timotino, I think, throughout the series has been double positive in KD, so always rely on him. And Envy gonna help supply Ion with some help, and Kane Zera can be fluid around the map if needed. Very slow approach, though, from TSM as they're waiting to see when Vora wants to get some info for them.
Just playing basically the energy stack as tight as possible towards that ledge, passively watching the walk-up if TSM is going to try to play the walk-up contact again.
Ooh, a little unsteady from Timotino, uncharacteristic, and TSM really needed him for this entry, especially with the smoke in their way, so TSM will just have to be satisfied with grabbing the orb and leaving, because they've already done some clearance around the other side of the map, especially those early flashes from Seven, just to try and sell a fake at A. Now rotating over, Alvin Boy will watch their back, and TSM think about A this time, and Envy are there to match them. 3 versus 3 on the site. Vora with a deep recon, and it does get a ping onto Exter. So you know there's a threat on the right. And not up close. Exter holds his ground. Teleporting in, though, is TSM's GMD. Oh, those vocal players down. TSM silenced, muted. And Envy get to bring a lot of rifles into the next round.
You see how important it is for TSM to keep Timotino alive in these site hits for the space that he can create. Because as soon as you go for the drone into the A site, nobody can really follow up behind it. Seven walks in alone and hoping to get a pick as Vora is doing his best to try to get a ping out. And as you said, an orthodox miss by Timotino, losing that fight really neuters him to be able to get any value of the late hit into the A site for a plant. Although remember, they had the bonus round previously. They converted the one in the first half, but not this one here. They still have a bye moving into this 4th round of the 2nd half.
Fire is a big risk.
Hello?
Just as the orb was grabbed. Yeah, TSM a bit asleep at the wheel. Usually Timotino would be all over that, like butter on toast, and he can still make do. Top window through the wall. Holy, Poppin keeps hold of the site. TSM keep hold of the spike. We'll see if Alvin Boy can sneak up. Oh, Poppin knows there's an unwelcomed guest in their household. Just happy to greet Alvin Boy once he rings the bell. TSM wait for the smoke to expire too at main, and there's Alvin Boy right as Envy look away. Talk about timing. See who Lady Luck will bless this time, but wow, while all this is happening, GMD is way deep in the mid, and we'll have to regroup with Vora.
That's the thing, because they know where the two players are at over on the A side, and there's only a soft hold on B. And Iron just got opened up, and that's a hold, a knife out for a plant. Left. Vora is going to get it for the team. Recon will be available, has full kit to play, an open post plan while GMD cuts to rotates. If they're able to turn this around here to 3v5, it'll be quite happy here for TSM.
Yeah, Poppin versus Vora through main. That is going to be the duel to worry about. Already some pressure here from Poppin. Drone versus Recon. And then GMD keeps Inspire out of the equation. Poppin with the fadeaway 16 HP like another day at the office. But GMD's a lot healthier, but he's looking the wrong way. Poppin stands up.
TSM had everything to win that 2v2. And unfortunately, GMD thought that he found a timing to move around the back of the site instead of trying to hold the angle with the spikes planet for you. When he could walk into his crosshair, but he was afraid because of his positions given away after that duel against Inspire of the rotate back. But that was such a nice attempt. Remember, 3v5. I was expecting for all three players to save already to move into the next round, because 7 could still buy. You could get close to the Bladestorm already on Timotino, and then you still have the null command to work with. But Poppin comes up huge, and yes, calls out the big bang after he picks up that 4K. But here is probably a big ult round for the side of TSM to moving quickly for a B plant.
Even Envy have good options, and Inspire will maybe get the Cosmic Divide off the orb on the right side. That won't matter for now, because all eyes are on Timotino and what he can accomplish with GMD teleporting in on his perch. Hunter's Fury, GMD maybe looking to try and deny that, but it's going to stay measured and stay by his team, and they're going to need him more than ever, because Zion is a menace! What is this? The heads all of TSM within the realms of safety and all that work, but was it for nothing? 2 versus 2 after a 3K from Ion. Not over yet. Timotino never misses, at least with the ult. Inspire has to still save this. Ion is going to be so pissed if this doesn't work out. There's injuries and should be clean if Inspire can just... Oh, no! He knows he shouldn't have gone for the star. Pressure really getting to them.
Definitely. I think that's one of the rare moments where Inspire fumbles, who's usually so good and calm in these scenarios. I thought that he made a step 2, that Alvin Boy heard it and that he could just watch it easily, but that was an easy first kill. But you have to look at how Timotino played that to anchor up the site for the team. Despite the 3K coming out from Iron, look at how he plays it over here. He floats up in the air just to break the crosshair placement of King Zero with the op. And then just goes for the Bladestorm, daggers to the chest, and wins that round for the team with the clutch. And that not only stalls the 3K from Ions, but the 4K clutch out from Timotino, out from Pop in the previous round. And TSM are looking primed now to try to close out this map. Hunter's Fury at the ready. It does get the ping, and he's trying to take Iron out.
How is Ion supposed to hold this site by himself? Of course he has to play further back. I mean, he got absolutely rolled on his first encounter on TSM's pistol. But now he's in the corner. He's one and done, and he's finished for sure. Timotino gets flash, and he'll have to take a step back. Dimensional drift. Extra has to assess, and not going to have a lot of time to capitalize on this. Wow. TSM aren't going to let you think. The brain splatter. And Inspire has to revitalize this team. Look, the setup was there, but TSM were just quicker. And it's up to 11. TSM steps away from a playoff appearance.
That is so smart here from Alvin Boy. So while Exter is trying to find information towards that site, those 2 players that he spots are actually calling, he's on me, he's on me. So Alvin Boy just watches that line for everybody flooding back behind Exter's ult. Easy picks. Look at that flick onto Kane Zero on top of that. That was so insane. I almost dropped an F-bomb, but how clean that was. It turns out to be a nice cleanup towards the end for TSM with the... Looks like it was a force buy coming through here for Envy. I only saw extra with the Bucky, but now they have nothing to work with within this round. TSM now almost definitely looking at even series point this round.
And a bunch of sheriffs too. I know exactly. Kane Zera got Timotino to 23 HP. That could have made the whole difference. They know that a lot of the times TSM fall like dominoes when they don't have that jet to make the space. GMD doesn't have
Oh my gosh. Breaking ankles. This is such a good call by Vora. He calls for the fake, pulls out all his util towards the A site, cuts the rotate. Alvin Boy kills another one. The B site's open. And TSM, they have an open site for a plant.
Timotino on... thought it was going to be a sniper's perch, but he'll just look at the B link. No high ground presence. They're happy with the smoke, and Vora is chilling. He's winning every duel. Okay, thanks for winning the round for TSM. Match point up soon. Inspire with the Guardian. Just hoping to do as much damage as possible at this point. Screw it. Oh, okay, he got the pyramid over there.
Yeah. It's a Congo line after Vora's contact. There was no way he was going to win that one. Okay, there's still at least other fans outside of the 3 TSM fans in the crowd. I don't think they were able to get all free tickets, right?
How many tickets does Glyph have? I'm just wondering.
But if anything, man, TSM are looking like a different beast on this map. There's a lot less overheating from the type of playstyle that TSM had in the past, and they're looking like they're really playing off each other quite well. Now Envy really has to dig down deep into everything. They already called the timeouts. I don't think they have anything left, right? Which is why nothing's coming through. NBS, he's sticking to the plan that's tried and true, and Timotino almost got that pick there onto Inspire.
Oh, just the disrespect to the util. Timotino does not cower. He puts fear into the eyes of Envy. And 3 of Envy get pulled to that right side as a response to that knife and the early aggression. And TSM follow the lead of Alvin Boy. If you not follow him down mid, I don't know about all that, but hey, you could really get a backstab going on Envy. They don't watch out.
Yeah, well, they already forced out the TP from Ion all the way towards the A site. So once again, a nice little pivot being called by Vora, thinking that we're weak side on B. Alvin Boy, once again, a responsibility to cut the rotates. He's going to hear this on the spawn side, too.
Almost took too much time for Envy to rotate out of A. Took a recall from King Zeta to really prove that, or to confirm that. At least Envy, they clutch up when it matters. Paranoia won't be making contact. GMD will absorb that space, and 7 still has the no command if needed, and feeling pretty confident about being able to close this out. Playoffs on the line, and TSM want to rewrite the history of the past and Inspire and Ion. They come together for maybe a final time in this map, in this series. Now take us back to reload, and Timotino window to engage. And Inspire has to do just that in a 1v1 against 7. And he keeps Envy still in this game.
Oh my god. What a retake and hero play from those players of Envy's side. What was that, a 2 versus 4? And it came down to just great shots and Inspire clutching the 1 versus 2. For the first time, not really playing off each other here for TSM. The null command after the contact. They thought that they had it pretty much checkmarked for the side of TSM, that they just kind of fell through in terms of how they wanted to communicate with each other to play that post plant. GMD again caught out in the open, trying to find a different place to play from. And he could have been the winning condition there if he stayed towards the back of Troll. That gives a fighting chance here for Envy, and we know that Envy, even from witnessing the first map, that they have what it takes to bring the comeback to push this into OT. And if we go into OT, this is TSM's Abyss at Ascension repeating itself again.
2 last rounds from Envy have been off of clutches. 2v4s, 2vx's. I swear when Envy start losing, they only get better, but perfection is demanded when TSM are on match point, series point. You can see that now there's some drones, there's some action in mid. Kane Zera has a moment, and man, he gets humbled yet again. He's used to being the carry in TSM. Just throw him out into the bin. TSM, though, they're still trying to get B going, and all the anchors removed, and so are the rest of Envy. TSM advance to Ascension playoffs.
And qualifying with confidence on the last map against Envy. Turning around their story from Ascension of last year. Again, going 0-4 in groups, but this time 2-0 in 2025 to make sure they at least reach the playoffs. They only need 2 more wins to try to make it and ascend to the VCTs. While for Envy, they will have tomorrow still to try to qualify into the playoffs. And Lemon Kiwi, I'd be scared. Any team that has to face off against Envy into the lower brackets, it will not be an easy task.
The resilience of TSM to have that map 1 end the way that it did, and even had Hastro tweet that comeback from Envy was history for the org. That 11-3 comeback for TSM to still go into the next map like it never happened, and to go back to back, to go to playoffs, to make it a 2-peat against the team that dominated so far before, but the fans stay loyal to TSM and will go with them into playoffs to see if TSM, that org that has been loyal to Valorant challengers for so long, may just be rewarded with an appearance, I mean, and not only in playoffs, but maybe in the VCTs. This has been an incredible series. Ascension, I'm running out of popcorn, but our desks are not going to be running out of ideas to talk about. There is so much to break down, so let's go and check in with our analyst desk.
Thanks so much, you two. Wow, what an incredible series through and through. It was such a highly anticipated matchup, and for a reason, heading into an abyss that has been relatively unknown from these teams in recent times, especially Envy. I had a lot of questions, and Roy, even more so after the beginning of that game where it was a TSM that was just entirely dominant. But Envy, they try to bounce back. They try to make it close, but that stride TSM found at the end was just too much, and they're going to be the first team to secure their spot in playoffs.
Yeah, and this was a complete repeat of history, right? The last time these two teams faced, Envy started off with a map win and it ended up in a reverse sweep, right? So now TSM's taken that spot in playoffs. But yeah, I completely agree. I think the way that TSM is playing is just honestly overall solid. I'm not really seeing too many holes, whether it comes to the early rounds, whether it comes to the mid rounds, whether it comes to the post plans, the retakes. It all looks so fantastic from the TSM side. It very clearly looks like they put in a lot of work and a lot of those drilling, and it seems to be paying off for them.
They always seem to be one step ahead as well. When it came down to that second half and what Envy wanted to do on the defense, whether it was going to be this fast B hits or a little bit of a fake towards A, trying to end towards B. There were different approaches as well that Envy tried here, keeping Ion inside of a smoke, for example, trying to go for these floods, but nothing was really working out. The only round that gave us maybe a little bit of hope for Envy was that 1v1 that Inspire was able to win, but outside of that, it really seemed like TSM had control from beginning to end. And it's great because it's a map that was very unknown for both of these teams, and the fact that they were able to shine, especially with this jet composition, with this pretty standard composition, is a good statement of what they can do as they move into playoffs.
And I think for TSM, it's even just a stronger statement too of what this whole team can do, considering again this TSM with that core of 7 GMD last year. It was, I mean, people doubted, and TSM didn't quite have the run that they maybe would have wanted. But to be able to hit Ascension this year in such strong form on the tail end of stage 3, after they had made those changes, to then get into this tournament and prove once again that they are the top North American team, having beaten Envy then a second time, Roy. I think this just fares so well for the team. And again, for such a young team, considering those changes they made going into stage 3, like they're just looking so solid and constantly improving.
Yeah, I mean, fool me once, right? I think the first time you can kind of say, okay, you know, TSM had a great series, but 2 times in a row in the same exact fashion, I think that's a statement, guys. It's very clear that TSM's here to play. They look fantastic doing it as well. I mean, I quite literally can't think of a weakness. Like, they're just playing such good Valorant, and every single individual player has stepped up. It feels like the roles make sense. They're able to play different styles on different maps, and there's really no beat skipped, right? And even just looking at the first bloods, you can tell that, you know, from beginning to end, like we were talking about, whether it came down to, you know, the early rounds or the mid rounds, it felt like TSM was in full control. Yeah, no, they let a couple late rounds slip, and they lost a few clutches, but I mean, fundamentally speaking, TSM just played a much better game today.
It feels like since the end of stage 2 to what we're seeing today, TSM really found themselves and found the things that work, whether it's going to be, you know, that race change that we saw on the map of Sunset, to some of the things that they were doing here with the Jet and some of the executes that they had planned. This team looks incredible, and like you're saying, Roy, it's not, you know, one time in the grand final. Okay, sometimes it happens. Sometimes, you know, you can be having a bad day on the side of Envy, but now you do it again in the stage, especially the stage that matters the most, and that it is exactly what TSM wanted to do. Envy, they wanted to take this fight, and this time around, it didn't work out. I mean, it's just a TSM that is, if they're not the favorite right now to win Ascension, I don't know who is.
Yeah, now I kind of want to move the conversation to Timotino as well, guys. I mean, this is supposed to be the rookie, right? This is supposed to be the, you know, one of the least experienced players on the roster. He comes into this tournament. He's had so much impact, and the level of consistency that he displays, it feels like he's able to match the game. He's able to play Valorant in so many different ways. The Jet looks great, whether he's on the Raze, it looks fantastic. Like, everything from top to bottom just looks so good for Timotino. He's able to get a lot of these first bloods for them, and he's able to just have so many multi-kill situations. And I feel like that's kind of what TSM was sort of lacking, right? Is like that consistent force in the front line. They've always had a bit of an inconsistency with it, but now that they've had Timotino, who's kind of locked in, it seems like they just have that final piece of the Exodia. It's all built, and they're ready to make their claim for that Ascension run.
TSM picking up Timotino from core, it seems like that was an absolute blessing, because Timotino, we talked about it, he had the best stats coming into this match, and I think he's going to keep them with the way that he's performing. He ended up plus 24, and like you're saying, more than those multi-kills that he finds in the late rounds, also those openings too. It doesn't matter. He's often finding the opening, and if it's not for maybe a few rounds, you see the way that the team is planning around him, still trusting that he's going to bring it back. And that makes him also one of the most consistent players that we have. I would say the most consistent player and duelist that we have in Ascension right now.
That all come to light with TSM. Again, securing that playoff spot has just been so nice. And it's time now for the interview to hear from the team. And we have Vora on the line to chat a little bit more. Vora, congratulations on this win. You take down Envy yet again. You're into the playoffs as well. How are you feeling after this win?
No, I'm feeling great. This win is probably like a big accomplishment for us, because they give us our hardest matches by far from any team. And yeah, it just feels really good to win, especially on that note, especially like that type of comeback, from first map. It's just like, I love how our mental stays. The energy's amazing, and I love my team.
That was a crazy way to be starting off the series with that comeback from Envy. But as you said, that the mental was strong. And I want to know, especially with UIG Lane, how to help keep that mental strong for the team.
Honestly, everyone chimes in. I just point the direction. Everyone has their own little thing. Everyone loves being positive, and we kind of reinforce that with our team. Our atmosphere is always good. We never really tilt. Like, they had a great first map, like the great comeback. They're a good team. We expect it to be a hard fight. Not to maybe that extent, but they're a great team. We understand that, and we are also on par with them, and we can put up a fight, and we never let matches, I don't know how to put it, we fight to the very end, okay? We don't give up. If the match is winnable, it's always winnable. So that's our mindset, and we're just very excited. We're very happy to play on LAN. We're very happy to see each other. The energy's great, and we're never tilting is not one of our options. So yeah.
I love to hear that. And it looked like you guys were having fun out there. And I want to know now how you're feeling as a team with the confidence now that you're in playoffs here, one of 4 teams to do it. How are you feeling going into the rest of the tournament? Is TSM winning this?
I'm not expecting anything. If we play our game, we win. Then we deserve it. If we don't, we don't. But I'm here having fun with my boys, and that's how I like to look at it. I don't like expecting to win anything, but if we can win, that'll be awesome. And we're looking really good. We keep up that form, we should be able to win the whole thing, right? Our team is very solid. Our mentals are great. We're so excited to play with each other. Our team is great, and if we're great, we'll win. That's how it is.
I love it. Just simple as that. Vora, congratulations on this win today. I'll let you go celebrate with the team, but best of luck going on into playoffs.
Thank you very much. Have a good
For
night.
us. Thank you. Thank you. We love little land delays, but TSM, they are looking so strong on the day. And I love to hear that if we play our game, we'll continue to win. But just talking about being able to play with the team on land, just absolutely amazing. So that is one team qualified for the playoffs. We are going to be having another one qualifying too. We'll have to see who's going to be joining TSM after this break.
É o encontro, 1 contra 1! Só pra poder tentar fazer essa malícia. Ele vai achar os dois de costas. É esse.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to VALORANT Ascension. If you're just joining us now, TSM have secured their spot in playoffs. But of course, one more on the day. Is it going to be another NA team, or is it going to be Brazil now? That is going to be the big question, as we have Team Solid going up against Winthrop University. And I cannot wait for this one, Roy, especially too that Winthrop had to be fighting their way through the play-ins. But Team Solid, I mean, living up to the name, looking solid.
Nice, Sierra. I'm glad they paid you the big bucks for that one. Yeah, I honestly, I think the way I see it is Winthrop University, they come into this tournament, they've completely swapped up the meta. They've swapped up their style, right? In the play-ins, it looked fantastic, but we had some questions in regards to whether it was going to, play off really well. But in the rematch versus 6K guys, they looked phenomenal. It's very obvious that their style is fitting. It's very dynamic. I liked what I saw from Winthrop University, and for Team Solid coming in as well. Their last win against Shinden was just so on point. It inspired a lot of confidence, at least in my eyes. I can see the potential in that roster, and what I expect here, guys, as always, is going to be some back and forth Valorant between both of these teams. I feel like stylistically, this should be pretty interesting.
I'm really excited to see how this plays up too, especially when there's Team One that had to be fighting on through. But for Team Solid, being able to be ending off their season in such a strong fashion, Dan, I feel like too, when you look at that confidence going into something like Ascension, they have to be holding all of it.
Absolutely. And I just want to highlight as well what this Team Solid is, because maybe there's some people joining us, maybe some people, today is the first day that you're watching Ascension. Team Solid, I promise you that if you've watched VCT Americas, you know every single one of these players and the coach. We got DJ Sin that played for Loud. And we got Conan that played for Fura, PXS that played for 2G when the team needed somebody to fill, Rafa and Havoc as well that were most recently playing for Furia, and also Coach Peo that was also part of VCT America. So every single one of these players have been at the very top, and they are trying to make it back. It's really interesting too, because some of them were just playing a few months ago here in LA, and now you find them in Sao Paulo trying to make it with a different team, whether it's not going to be Loud, it's not going to be Furia, and ideally for them it would be Team Solid. So just saying, this roster is insane in paper, and I'm excited to see what they're going to be able to do when you're facing that maybe a little bit underrated team of Winthrop University.
Yeah, and I feel like this team did not come into this event as the #1 Brazilian seed, but they've actually looked like the final boss. Like, you got to see a huge step up moments from DJs in. We got to see a huge step up moments from Conan, who both look phenomenal. Of course, Havoc as well on the double duelist on Lotus. Like, there's just overall so many great takeaways from this roster. I feel like overall this should be really good. I do have some questions, specifically about how much practice Team Solid's had against compositions like, Winthrop Universities. Obviously there's not enough practice to get against, these sort of off meta or like new meta compositions, if you will. It's definitely, studying is one thing, executing against it is a different thing. But I feel like with the level of experience this team has, and as well as the coaching staff, it should not be a problem for them at all.
That's what I'm looking at, is that level of experience. Because I feel like, too, that level of experience you get at that VCT Americas level, at that higher level, is something that a team like Winthrop University is going to be mostly missing, right? So that's where they can really draw on to be able to try and close out the series. Even if they're not quite comfortable against some of Winthrop's comps, they should be able to outrank them in that way. But talking about the players, I mean, Dan, got to talk a little bit more about Conan and what he's able to provide for the squad.
It has been pretty good. The roles that he's been playing is the same roles that he was playing when he was part of Furia quite some time ago. He's playing a lot of that Sova, playing a lot of the Viper, and I think the times where Conan is shining the most and what is when he's playing a little bit of that Sova. We saw it when they were facing Shinden. It felt like coming into that matchup, Shinden was potentially that favorite in terms of what we saw them doing Latin America, but it was the complete opposite. Team Solid looked incredible. Conan was able to close a few of these rounds as well on the Viper, and it looks like a very renewed player compared to what we saw from him before. I feel like before in his career, in the last couple of matches that he had in Americas, he was struggling quite a bit, but now it seems like with this team, everything is clicking, and he's one of the pieces why.
Just laughing at this player camp, just like the little pop-offs, the vibes. Love to see that. And to be able to be popping off at this level, I think is going to be the most important thing. If you can find your stride when everything is on the line, where there is Ascensions, and now just one win away from securing a spot in playoffs, Roy, this is what I'm looking forward to. And if you can keep that hype and energy up for the team as well, it should fare quite well.
And I feel like having a player like Conan on the team too, that's in a very initiator kind of like macro-based role that can help a lot in the micro situations as well. Like you have a pretty experienced player. He's feeling really good about himself. I feel like that level of flow, that level of confidence that kind of brings to this team is going to help immensely against a team like Winthrop University, who are going to be very micro heavy. They're going to be very macro heavy as well. They can play on many different levels. I feel like you need people like Conan on this team that's going to help you win out those situations as well and kind of put you over the top.
And that'll be key for today's match. And of course, so much to talk about, but we have a little video interview with Rafa to get a couple of words about their previous match in today.
Acho que era pouco esperado que seria jogo difícil, assim. Acho que primeiro jogo do campeonato, primeiro jogo nosso em time na LAN, então foi pouco bagunçado, pouco de nervosismo também, mas eu acho que eu tinha falado antes, acho que o time que conseguisse controlar melhor os nervos assim ia sair vencedor. A gente mandou bem no primeiro mapa, no segundo mapa a gente tomou um snowball, não conseguiu voltar. Na Ascension a gente começou dando um snowball e deixou os caras chegarem, acho que eles mandaram bem nisso também. A gente errou muitas coisas também, mas acho que no final ali a gente conseguiu colocar pouco mais a cabeça no lugar e fechar. Acho que é isso.
Talking about it being the first time the team's together on LAN, being able to play. So looking to hit it even more and more strides going on forward as more of those reps are underneath their belt. But on the opposing end, a team that definitely has been playing together as a team for a long time. Talk about Winthrop University, a team too, a little bit more familiar with this stage after they did qualify, but having to play within those play-in rounds. Something that, Dan, I mean, is definitely terrifying for a team to have to go through, but still more and more reps ahead of this tournament.
There's always that debate for international events if, playing those extra matches helps you or doesn't really help you at all. It actually affects you more. And it feels like, at least for Winthrop University, it's helped them a lot. They were able to get used to the stage a little bit before when they were playing these play-ins. And yeah, sure, 2 of the 3 matches that they played were against Six Karma, but it felt like there was an evolution from that opening to what we're seeing today. This is a team that we always talk about this. They are always improving. They're always changing. They're always willing to be and looking to be one step ahead to what the enemy team is doing. So I'm excited to see what they're going to bring today against Team Solid.
And they're one of those teams that also made like kind of last minute changes that, those are also very risky. And I feel like the change to Sage Chamber has been kind of revitalized them, right? Because, I mean, you don't really want to carry the identity from team to team when you switch rosters, right? Like every team kind of has their own, different ticks and what kind of makes it work. And I feel like the shift to Sage and Chamber has gotten this entire team on the same page. And ever since they've done that shift, they've looked fantastic. I feel like there's a lot of win conditions for them overall, and the risk tolerance for this roster is extremely high, guys. So expect a lot of action from every single player. Support roles do not exist on this Winthrop University roster, so expect a lot of battle stages. Expect the chamber to be in your face nonstop, and the controllers to be doing their thing as well. So that's what I'm looking for. I'm looking for that high macro, high micro, and risk tolerance cranked to maximum across the board for this Winthrop University side.
I'm just laughing at how serious this walk to the ready room is up all of those flights of stairs. But I mean, you're talking about the fact that you can't count anyone out on the team. Like the support players can also get aggressive. And that's something that we've come to really just know and love about Winthrop University is that there is this pop-up potential across the board. It's a reason why Dan earlier on in the year, before people actually realized Winthrop University was a threat, why they could start getting these wins. Because at any point, anyone can be taking over this server. They're so good.
Something that Winthrop University loves is being the underdog. It felt like that's always been their narrative throughout the entire year, and even before. Even when they were playing for collegiate towards the beginning, they were not a team that people were having as the conversation of the best team. There were other teams kind of fighting to be at the top, but Winthrop University right now look good and look like still one of the favorites. They might not be the underdog anymore, but it's for a reason. And one of the pieces of why they have been looking so good is Ali. The growth that he's had, you know, playing a little bit of that Clove, being that chaotic controller as well, to what he's doing now is exactly what you were mentioning, Roy, where this meta with the Sage is fitting not only the team, but him so well. You see them playing the Sage on Sunset, on Abyss, on Corrode, and every single time there's an opportunity for Elite to shine a little bit more. Their opening match, even, that 18-16 that they won against Six Karma, this was the map where he dropped 31 kills, and that was the opening for Ascension for Ali. So we're just so excited to see what the next steps are for him and how good he's been looking now.
Guys, I've never seen Ali and Jing in the same room before. I mean, I don't know about you guys. I think there's a correlation between it, but the battle Sage for these players just looks so good. I feel like it adds so much like creativity, especially, you know, with Ali's, you know, background in Overwatch. I know it's kind of a weird thing to say, but I feel like that gives creativity with utility, and the way he uses it is a little bit unconventional, but he can still use it in the traditional ways where you're saving wall for retake or walling things off to cut off, you know, map space in the post bans. Like there's so much layers to the way Ali plays, on top of the fact that his mechanics are just so insanely consistent and just so sharp. I feel like he's obviously a very key critical piece, and I'm not surprised we're talking about him right now.
I mean, he has been ever since he joined into the main playing part of this roster. But enough about Ali. I gotta hear words from him about their previous match.
Our rematch against Six Karma was just as we expected. In our first initial win, we didn't get to show our whole playbook. So we knew that going into the rematch, that they had showed their whole playbook, and we were able to easily counter that. On top of that, the players are players that we're familiar with, even though they're not from I guess the North American Challengers League. We still play against them in ranked, and sometimes even scrim against them. So we understand their play style very well. So it was pretty confident going into that match.
All right. I love to hear about the confidence from Winthrop University, especially too. Again, this is a team that, even if they like to be in the underdog of points during the year, it's a team that we definitely have a lot of confidence into. But going into our official predictions for the day, if they wanted to be the underdogs, I got some bad news from them, because maybe it's just a little of NA bias, or I don't know. But Roy, it's I don't know. It might be a caster curse.
Oh man! First of all, Sierra is on our side, and we're all five here. I mean, no, this is just cursed. This is just completely cursed. All five of us.
Hashtag NA bias.
I mean, I don't know if we have been biased. I think we're all kind of just, you know, we like what we've seen from Winthrop University so far. We like. I mean, I can only speak for myself at least. I think they're a very well-rounded team. I like the way they're approaching the maps. I feel like there's so many win conditions sprinkled all over the way they play the game. And you know. Team solid, despite their, you know, how great they've looked. I still see a little bit of holes in some of their map pool, and I feel like Winthrop University is just a tad little bit more fleshed out.
Roy, that last prediction, I think that is our first right prediction that we've got in the whole event. I can't believe it. Maybe
it all changes now.
Maybe today's our day. You know, we got the TSM prediction right. That next step is Winthrop University. You know, anything can happen. You definitely cannot underestimate the players for Team Solid, just because of the experience that they have, and also the improvements that they've made ever since they were part of these big name teams. But again, Winthrop is incredible, and I think one of the pieces why is Infiltrator. He has been so good for them, and if I'm going to put my trust in somebody, is going to be an Infiltrator.
I like what you said, though, that you can't count Team Solid out. And I think that's one of the key things to look at going in today. Even if there is a couple of holes in their map pool, again, it's a team that has a lot of experience. And for this, their last match was the first time playing together in a LAN environment. It's a team that, again, I'm going to expect to just be able to push on more forward and forward with. And if Winthrop is going to be changing things around a little bit, maybe they didn't quite have the information before, but Roy, it's going to be a team that's going to have more and more tape on them with these switches to maybe try and contend against them a little bit better as well.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, I think this could go either way. I feel like if there is a team experienced enough within this in this tournament to kind of respond to a meta that maybe they're not used to playing against, it would be Team Solid, right? They're one of the only teams that has so much veterancy, so much experience on one roster. I feel like ultimately they've shown that they're capable of problem solving in the moment as well. So even if their game plan doesn't go accordingly, I still feel like Team Solid has a really good shot here. I'm not really expecting a 2-0, to be honest, in any capacity. I'd be surprised if we saw one. If we somehow did see a 2-0, I'm sure it'll be hard fought maps, 20+ rounds for sure.
Yeah, this is going to be a close one. Again, these teams won their first round of Swiss. A second win is going to secure their spot within the playoffs. So Dan, getting into this match, definitely a lot of expectations coming into both of these teams.
High expectations for them, and especially after listening to what they had to say of what happened before Winthrop University, talking about that second matchup against Six Karma, but also what Team Solid has been able to do and the mentality that they have coming into this tournament. Even if you have that experience, you do have to go through getting used to the stage, going through how you're going to deal with if you're a little bit nervous, and that is something that Rafa was talking about. So him as the IGL, I feel like is going to play a massive role into what can happen if it's a team that, just like it happened in the last years, is going to be so momentum based. How can you not only grab a few rounds, but make sure that they snowball to be able to close it out?
And a lot of the momentum could just be found via the crowd, who's gonna be on Team Solid's, on Team Solid's side, minus the 3 people that Winthrop University bought out as their paid actors. But aside from that, Team Solid's going to have the crowd. If any big moment, right, any big clutches that go their way, they're gonna hear the rumbling, they're gonna feel the vibrations, they're gonna feel the energy, and that's surely gonna get the vibes up if nothing else does.
I mean, for Team Solid, that's great for them, and I'm glad that they'll be able to have the vibes. But if we talk about the fact that Winthrop University being in an underdog position, Dan, I mean, if a crowd's up against them, that just gives them all the room to try and prove them wrong.
Yeah, that's a really good point. That is exactly what they want. They might be the favorites for North America coming into this matchup, but they're in Sao Paulo in that Riot Arena. It's a different story. Team Solid is going to be that favorite, and the audience, you can definitely hear it. You can definitely hear it when the Brazilian team is playing, how loud they can get. So you never know what's going to happen. And I feel like one of the reasons why they support this team so much is not only do you recognize these names as we've mentioned before, but DG Sin, we didn't really get the chance to talk about him. He is so insane, and he's always been very consistent, and the reason why they were able to close out that series last time. So DG Sin, if he's popping off, if he's getting those multi-kills with the operator like he often does, you're gonna hear that crowd all the time.
Now heading into our map picks and bans. I mean, Roy, something you had talked about was potential holes, but it's going to be Winthrop University to pick Corrode up first to try and test Team Solid.
I'm not surprised at all, guys. They've looked fantastic on that first map of Corrode. They took down another Brazilian team as well back in the play-ins. That was Red Cannons. It was a great display. 13-6 for Winthrop University. Of course, the chamber stage on that map looks great. It's very dynamic in the way they can move out their players and spread out their utility. It makes complete sense why they choose that one. But we haven't really seen it recently, of course, in this tournament at least, for the side of Team Solid. Whether they've made changes to it, I'm not entirely sure. It's hard to say right now. So I'm looking to see what kind of changes Team Solid has made, either to their composition or to their game plan. But I'm definitely favoring Winthrop University in that first map.
Both of the teams really playing to their strengths here. We talked about this Corrode and how good it has been for Winthrop University, mainly because of everybody's playing to their comfort. You talk about Infiltrator and the Neon, you talk about moves now on this chamber that has been so good, Ali on the stage that we mentioned too. But also, it's also the real test is last time that these two teams played this map, both of them was against Red Cannons. One for Team Solid was against in that last chance qualifier for Brazil to find out who was going to make it to Ascension. But for Winthrop, it was just a few days ago, and they were able to dominate that 13-6. So yes, they are the favorites going into this map.
but that familiarity coming out from both of those teams, and of course the Team Solid having a little bit more opportunities to kind of game plan and work this out. But Roy, heading into the Agent Select, I mean, you had talked about that chamber that we're seeing on the side of Winthrop University. I'm curious with how Team Solid's going to contest against it.
Yeah, I am too. I feel like the pace that Winthrop University has been playing on the attack side has been a little bit awkward for teams to deal with, but Team Solid's not changing things up, guys. They're still running the same composition that they did prior. They didn't really have the best record on it, to be honest. They're 1-1, although the matches were very, very close. But yeah, I feel like for Winthrop University on the attack side, obviously the most important things for them right now is to find a way to deal with the double controller and the vice. That's a ton of utility to work with. If you go straight for the sight hits, it could be a problem. So I'm expecting a lot of grindy pace here coming out from Winthrop University in this first half.
And again, this is a match for a playoff spot here. NA has already secured the first spot with the previous matchup on the series. But going into this, now it's up to Team Solid to see if they can try and take this win down and secure Brazil a spot within the playoffs. Two teams that are so worthy, have been playing so strong. It's time to see who's to make the first strike on Corrode as we head into the map and to your casters, Lemon Kiwi and Van Silly.
Thank you, Sarah. It's time for Winthrop to also set the tone of this series on one of their favorite maps and one of the few teams and challengers, at least on the North American side, where it feels like they've specialized themselves around Corrode, kind of an unfamiliar spot for most teams, but excited, but they don't get to face off against Brazil too often, huh?
For sure. But if anything, Ali mentioned that, you know, this team or the region, they've been playing ranked a lot, practicing with them a lot, or practicing at least within the region when they came a little bit earlier for the boot camp. So I don't think they're going to be flustered with the matchup they're up against here. And even getting this victory against Red Canids last time too, they were so good in these flood retakes and not allowing their opponents, Red Canids, to really play on site because of this util, because of the stun in the walls from Ali and Infiltrator. I want to see the big test though. The Chamber of Moves against DJZine in terms of that matchup once we get into maps where we could play op versus op.
Yeah, Moves was insane before, but DJZine rivaling Timotino when it comes to the stats as top performing duelists in Ascension so far, but gets traded out. So things are back to a stalemate, leaving Winthrop to try and cut into a link. We'll be testing now the Sentinel capabilities of Havoc on the other side. We're going to be pulling PXS over, but with no util, it's just going to be the stray shots, contact plays, and Team Solid already looking quite solid on the defense. Paranoia to assist, and now Winthrop know they're between a rock and a hard place when it comes to this offense, while Moobs is smelling flowers on the other side. He'll be joining them very soon, and Winthrop even actually follow Moobs to the other side of the map.
Moobs has to hurry up to move down towards middle because they're already cutting the rotation on the side of TSS down towards mid. Already throwing that eye stops everything. You're going to have one keep running across. That's Glyph calling the audio. The other one's going to wrap around, and Moob's going to get the backstab. A big fight coming up on mid.
Uh-oh, Glyph's in trouble, and also Governor's bringing the spike down the mid. That was a risky duel, but now he gets to follow through with moves. Kind of a convoluted push for Winthrop, but Glyph manages to close out the pistol here.
And again, you have to think about how good and heads up, and probably one of the biggest prospects that we currently have in challengers, at least from North America, is that person you just saw right there on the screen being Glyph the IGL for the team. You have to call these audios. He just kept holding that W back towards that spawn, forces the crosshair to focus on him so that you can have this sandwich right here from Governor and from Moves with the lurks that they've just done on their side in the mid round. Something that Solid had a good understanding of how to work and control middle, but into the mid round got their ankles broken, and they're gonna have to be on point in terms of these calls for the side of Solid if they want to stand a chance here against Winthrop.
Some early losses. DJZine still trying to find what is going to be the weaker spot in Winthrop, and all the weaknesses are just really being exposed from the Winthrop side. Keeping their distance, let their guns do all the talking here at range. And Conan has been, speaking of top performers, really impressed me on the Viper when he got to play in a back-to-back map. I may have cursed it, that's my bad. Infiltrator not gonna let him have a moment to breathe. Snuffs the life out of him. And Winthrop, it's just like another day at the office. They'd get to plant and farm up some more kills.
And just in recency bias in terms of witnessing these matches so far of, again, all these teams participating in Ascension, Winthrop University reminds me a little bit of like a TSM as well. You have somebody that's so good on entries and infiltrator, especially on different roles that he plays, but everybody across the board really are able to pull up the big pants, pull up their pants and really win the round in their favor in heroic plays. So across the field, they have a lot of firepower. Ali, ever since he stepped away from the IGL role and plays the support role, has also been very good in these scenarios. And now we're just looking for some more orbs to be picked up, as you mentioned here, Lemon Kiwi, and it's going to be swept by Winthrop, who capitalizes with only one casualty on moves where he only had the Headhunter.
And I know the desk and us sweep across the board when it comes to our predictions because we're just familiar with the success, but also the work ethic of Winthrop, because these are full-time students who compete in many collegiate leagues and challengers, and then in the midst of that busy schedule, flew all the way to Ascension and still came out with a win in their very first match. Nerves or whatever it was. North America started off very strong, and Winthrop into the bonus. Carry a lot of these weapons over, and TSS will be tested. And how with this anchor here of Conan, PXS has been fluid around the map to kind of reinforce the sites that are looking to be exploited here from Winthrop.
Oh, the Prowler missed, though. This is a huge opening. Right there. Easy kill for Digizine.
Been waiting for Digizine. Well, he kind of wanted to do more, and the paranoia was thrown, but they know the collapse is about to happen. Winthrop have made their way in. The shovel is out, but it's Infiltrator 6 feet under. Digizine alive and well, and you can't say the same about Winthrop. But only 2 rifles left, so it's not over yet. Governor, can he be trusted? Oh, the haunt, he almost jumped in a little too fast. The target-rich environment. Team Solid, they're consistent.
Almost had that one too because it pinged both, and I guess he didn't expect for them both to ping out. That's why I was jump spawning to see if anybody was close. Picking up the Outlaw, only one player was one-shotable by it, but it would have been doable for sure. So a small mistake here for a little bit of potentially of that pressure on the stage to try to qualify for Winthrop University. The Prowler missing from Infiltrator in the from Governor in the first place, but it gives here an opportunity for Team Solid to have a pretty decent buy going into their rifle round. But I love the fact that you're calling out this collegiate team. It almost gives me Zekin vibes. I remember back when like the Ludwig and Tarek Invitational is just doing homework in between rounds. These guys are doing the same thing after the days of their matches.
Wow. Digizine just needed a couple of warm-up rounds. He is going to be a problem for Winthrop, and they're not going to have too much time to study about this. Just looking at the stats alone, you knew that this Neon is going to be a threat. And the desk highlighted, even though this Team Solid team comes from the LCQ, they kind of look like one of the best teams out there. Gotta be careful if you're Winthrop, despite this being your comfort pick, despite the pistol going your way. Team Solid.
Bring them down.
They are very dynamic around the map and won't let Winthrop give anything for free.
Oh, right now we're just doing audible cues. One shooting, one prowling, so that you could hopefully snuff somebody out towards that A ramp. It almost looked like here PXS was about to overextend on that side where Moobs was waiting, but thankfully an orb came out. They got the information too off the haunt that they just threw. And that's going to stall everything here. I think Winthrop University, it's a checkmate. At this point, we're going to have to save your weapons because now you've lost all that map control. The best thing you have now is the trademark from moves just to see if somebody's going to push down towards that B side so they can be ready to hold their weapons. But outside of that, it was just, again, those 2 players getting stuffed at the A main control for Winthrop. And it really made it difficult for the rest of Winthrop to get any type of map control because nobody crossed that line from the Viper on the top mid.
Winthrop want to get as many rounds on the offense as possible, and feels like their composition is very much built for holding space than taking it. 1 rifle denied, and still a very close game. And to just work through the LCQ to get to this point, to go up against North America, who are, I mean, not even just the favorites because we're biased, but favorites because of across the board performances from the first match, and we wanted to see more of a sample size if that was going to be consistent, because nerves are coming into play for that first match, and now everyone's settling in. Winthrop have even bought an offensive op, so this is going to be interesting. What moves can look for in mid.
It almost feels like a lot of these players are going to rely a lot on moves to cut these rotates, because if you look at the build that they have for this comp versus what they're up against, you don't really have anything to break any of that Vi's utility. So you don't have shot guards to break the razor vines, you're not playing your Euro to bait out the wall. You almost have to play like these smokes and jump into it to bait out the wall and then get picks off the rotates and work into the mid round. So you could expect here for Winthrop University for a lot of the attack rounds to be quite defaulty until you could snowball a couple of ults into the later rounds.
Glyph gets in position for the paranoia. At least a smoke, but razor vines and a vice wall will stand in Infiltrator's way. Those get triggered, and Team Solid know what the plan is. Paranoia through Winthrop, race in, Infiltrator halted, Dijazine simply gapping the competition and creating gaps amongst their corpses. And Winthrop at least hope the trade, but now they feed the beast, and he's hungry for the ace, and he gets away with murder. Kisses to the crowd and to the competition of North America.
Dijazine, again, I have to underline it. It is criminal that he's currently playing on this stage. He should still be at the VCTs in Americas, being a solid duelist for Loud in his past career at the VCT, the last team that he played on that stage, and he was putting up numbers, especially in the duelist role as well. And now you're seeing as well, he doesn't only have to play the jet. That neon control was beautiful to stall what looked a little bit off there on Winthrop University's hit, though, in the spacing. They thought they got good value off the paranoia, which they're trying to do right now, but it actually blinds Infiltrator as well. Everything gets stopped by the snake bite, dropped by Conan, and they cannot enter into this. It now comes back into the tried and true of defaulting around the map, trying to find these picks, especially now that Dijazine is once again inserted right at that pixel wall that's placed from the Viper wall on mid. Looks like they want to clear it this time.
Uh-oh, but Dijazine's just been revealed. If he drops the rifle, that's an upgrade Winthrop can work with, and Dijazine, I mean, you saw what he did last round, an ace, and so early in the series, he is warmed up, and oh, well, can't say much against the Bucky, fair enough. And Winthrop will get the upgrade once they step up, and looks like Team Solid are hoping to contest that, but the smokes are making it quite difficult. Oh, and even then, you got the Resurrect going, so not too bad, but maybe it is kind of bad. Winthrop now just racing ahead. Team Solid on their tail. Spike's been left behind, and Havoc is creating a lot of trouble here. And Winthrop recover the Spike, I guess, and
this is
Team
lost
Solid.
again.
This is quite an interesting round. Okay.
Unfortunately, I have to call it out. Another slight mistake there coming out from Governor. Running back with his knife out with no support when he has the Spike on his back. The game plan was perfect at the very beginning where, yes, you take down Dijazine, you upgrade into a weapon, you get a res with a player advantage, and you've also got the insert of Glyph, who TP'd across the vice wall on the elbow, so he's able to cut anybody that's trying to move into the A site if they're able to actually start moving through. But the fact that we push forward here right from the vice to get that pick and drop that Spike and delay enough for the rest of the team to meet up down towards middle, yeah, that's definitely a timeout. Thankfully, the silver lining is that it was an eco round or lower buy that you had on the side of Winthrop University that could have been converted into a big round. But you could definitely see that, you know, the solid gameplay, the teamwork, and the firepower that Winthrop brought in the last few days of this competition from play-ins until now is a little bit lackluster at the beginning of this one from maybe jitters, but also somebody like Ali is getting shut down quite early in these moments, and he's going to need to start getting a little bit of that help from the coaches of the Winthrop camp to really help the team here, and probably the main piece of the puzzle to try to help you to get into these entries for these side XX.
We had just talked about how Team Solid trying to prove that they belong to be they belong to be in the VCTs, and the same story goes for Governor. And I feel like he carries a lot of those high expectations that the whole community has put on themselves. And from just myself watching recent collegiate matches, I really felt like those improvements. He was having these big pop-off moments. Usually around Corrode, he's in charge of anchoring mid, but you cannot be slipping up in these important matches. Know his potential is much higher. Finally fully integrated into this team, and there's no more excuses. Now two very forward players from the Team Solid side that Winthrop gonna have to watch out for. Whoa.
Yeah, a little bit of a Jonah P wall boost here, but instead 3 players to look up above the smokes. As soon as PSX goes for a jump peek, I'll get punished right away. Here. Give it to us.
Oh.
The other 2 dropped at the same time, so unlucky, but also very lucky because DJZine is looking down towards middle, and that's how lead falling again.
At least DJZine is consistent. Gonna be missing out on those heals, but still have the Nightfall, you still have a win condition, and those are starting to fade away. Team Solid, they're just everywhere where Winthrop wanna be. Paranoia and Winthrop start to create that pressure, and Infiltrator's carrying the spikes, so you need Winthrop to follow through. Everyone's just being sacrificed, and it's a flawless one. And man, the funds are swelling for Team Solid. 5 unanswered rounds.
You have to commend the display of patience coming out of Team Solid. Even getting sprayed, wall banged by the Odin, it doesn't hit anybody. They're just holding their line and not afraid of anybody really trying to move forward and getting damage from the Odin spray of Governor. And the main of the game was to try to get that peak. Okay, well, if there's somebody only spraying the Odin, where's the rest of the information? The Fade has to find information in the mid round, and you're trying to punish that. And good on PXS to stay tucked in that moment when he throws the eye. And continues to allow TSS to just hold into sights without having to use too much util on their side.
Have a push and pull, a tug of war in mid. That slight mid control allowed Winthrop to get into A-Link to try and ignore some of the Sentinel util, but you can't ignore the consistent first bloods that this Neon has been giving this Brazilian team. You can't... Winthrop gonna need to try and punish it and trade, but he's so fast, he activates that speed to escape. And the op is now a threat Winthrop have to be aware of.
Right now they're just waiting here for Winthrop University. Waiting for refreshables, finally to push the players out. But great stall by PXS.
Oh, and just Team Solid are patient. They're not overeager. They're not pushing into Winthrop's sidelines. They're forcing the difficult decisions to go to the offensive side. And the crowd is behind them. You can see how the energy is fueling Team Solid. And they don't even look too excited. They are not standing up and screaming. They are locked in.
Yeah, one part, they just want to try to ascend again for a lot of these players into the VCTs. And secondly, they already have all that experience from the Tier 1 stage that they're not really afraid of the competition that they have to come up against here. Although they do come in as a 2nd seed from Brazil, losing against Delay of the other teams. They're one of the only teams that they're losing to in the Brazilian scene. Yet here against Winthrop, they want to make mincemeat out of this collegiate team.
He's playing like he's on offense. Like he keeps getting away with it. Poking and peeking through the left side. And there's no trade.
Solo play. I don't like that. That's Spike once again.
Oh, that's cooked. Yeah, what?
Yeah, if you're looking at it, as we mentioned before, it's very difficult for Winthrop University to cross these lines. If you're not breaking a util from the Vice area and you're getting stalled by like the walls and the snake bites, you can't really do anything into the mid round, so DJZine's able to move around really easily to get these early picks with the op.
That's where you just save. Like, I guess we gotta go for it. I mean, you got the spike, you put all this effort in, Nightfall, got an ult out, there's a silver lining. Winthrop, that ult alone stopped them from planting, and dropping the spike will stop this entire round in its tracks. And Winthrop, it's fine to make a mistake here and there, but you can't let it make a trend. Not when the desk predicted you and they were so confident, they were so impressed with how this started. Ollie gets, well, another ult out. Okay, more silver linings being created. And now he's just got a pistol. That's how worried Team Solid are
10 seconds left.
of this battle stage. Will he getting away with the plant and not with the round?
I'm just surprised here too, Ali, how he faces against that 1v1 on that Vise. Havoc throws out the Steel Garden, but there's so many weapons on the ground. He could just drop it and pick up another one and try to fight with that one as well. Now they salvage the op too, but you know what? Again, the other silver lining is that Winthrop University's composition is also going to be very strong on the defensive side. They're getting very close right now since these timeouts to get into these tough scenarios and pull out of these tough scenarios. Remember, the spike was dropped on the top of middle, and he almost were able to convert this here until TSS had a good buddy system on that flank. And that's, again, off the back of such good utility from PXS as a great support player for this team.
Team Solid dominating this defense. The only thing I could think of as well, Winthrop are expected to put up just as many rounds on their defense, right? Just based on the composition. Winthrop has a resurrect, and now he won't be there. With the Angel on their shoulder. There's only one neon here, and it's Dijazine clearly. Winthrop have met their match. They'll be meeting their maker very soon. With Governor not even gonna need to bother to use the ultimate. And Glyph will have to clear all on his own. Or he'll be getting a free ticket into the 10th round, I guess. And despite the timeouts, Winthrop haven't found clear solutions. It's always adjustments. It's always uncomfortability. And almost got gifted a lot of kills there. But yeah, this first half feels very solid.
That would have been hilarious if it was a triple lineup spray down from Glyph and he plays a 1v1 when you heard PXS jumping, trying to bait the shots from the left side. But look at this, it's just too easy. You don't have any flashes to play through. There's no util in the fort lines. I'm pretty sure you had a Nightfall you've been holding on for a longest time as well. It's just not working out here for Winthrop University, who, surprisingly enough, for calling a timeout here, their second one of, and their last one of this map, just to try to get this last round here of the half. They trust the process of their defensive side. They feel like they don't really have an open, and I feel that as well. I feel that we're lacking a little bit of that mid control too. If you want to try to bait out that util from the Vice on that right side, you got to find a way to avoid also Dijazine on these extremities, who's been getting so much value with the op. The only thing that's really happening at the beginning since before, like now that Dijazine has the op, is just PXS jump spotting with the Haunt. If Dijazine was running with a rifle, yeah, they'll be pushing down and holding on that spot. But now there's gaps right now for Winthrop University that they could explore, and they need to push that defensive line a little bit further back on that middle so they can start activating on those extremities, so that Moobs can maybe finally get a 1v1 with the op versus op of Dijazine. Oh, yeah, sorry, 2 rounds remaining.
Yeah, and my stats are a little bit delayed here, but 9 rounds on this stats page, and Dijazine has 8 first kills. Just to throw that out there. I'm gonna let the smart people on the desk kind of break down more of the fun numbers, but just to show you the impact that this Neon has had. And Moves will not be able to play. No, sir. Dijazine shakes his head. You are not allowed to pass go. But Moves will get a pass at it again. Resurrected here by Ali, and
yeah, but the second layer, this is probably going to be an ult plow into the B site. All the Vice utils there. So now Infiltrators alone on site.
Nightfall in as the advantage Winthrop have to work with information and the denial from Team Solid, but also the denial at the front door from just the Odin alone. But Team Solid going to take a step back, find a better angle, but they're now all corralled into a choke point. That could be Winthrop.
Spike planted.
At least getting something out of these timeouts. But it's not looking good. Not when as soon as you peek, your head goes flying off. Team Solid have angles. Every single doorway is being watched, including the high ground. Winthrop are being picked apart.
The idea was okay to get into the sites there for Winthrop, using Infiltrator as a bait with the Nightfall so they could at least wait out the Vice util. Then you have to stage wall to cross, but again, you were able to stall towards that link, but there's still so much happening behind you that you're just really pinned inside the site, and you cannot get into a position where the flood retake from Team Solid becomes superb. Look at these picks as they're trying to come across after when the wall comes down. The Odin's already set up for the kill. This is unfortunately a very slow start for the side of Winthrop University, where despite the macro, even when you go down to on these one-on-one scenarios, on these duel fights, they are not winning on their side. Look at how Moobs is 0-10, Governor's 3-8, Ali's 4-10. Those three players were the ones shooting left, right, and center for Winthrop in the play-ins and in their first game. But now they probably need those 2 minutes at the halftime to breathe here and come back in the second half.
And Ali and Moobs are creating a threat within the Viper Spit. It feels like they don't have the right tools besides just the element of surprise, and that simply isn't enough. But it's the last round of the half. I guess you just can throw it all away and hope for a better defense. Just what I feel like this composition is going to really be best for. Really just feels like the best team here is Team Solid, although Rafa is being tested. Has everything in his arsenal to get away, and Winthrop just haven't had the punishing power that they usually do get, because this is Winthrop's choice of map, and when it rains, it pours.
Governor is walking into the site solo too. Yes, he has support from Ali on the other side, but as soon as he peeks,
enemy remaining.
He's gone.
Spike down A.
Got a 10 to half. Like, how do you come back from that? It's good defensive comp, and Ali has the spike and can kind of dodging some strays. Gets checked. Now the jig is up, and the half is done. 10-2. Holy cow.
Yeah, and this is not unfamiliar territory for Winthrop University. During the play-ins, they had to play against Red Canids, who are also playing in home turf, were playing at home turf in Brazil. So the loud crowd should not be an issue right now for Winthrop University, as they already understand and know what they're up against when they're playing on the stage, that they're going to be met with so much noise, the crowd being the sixth player in the server for the side of Team Solid. But they have to come up with better shots on their end.
I like the absolute cinema emote going on. I'm excited. I hope the crowd is excited, and you should be. Let's go check in with Spikezine and Sato.
E quero saber, principalmente agora do Sato, o que ele tá achando desse jogo, porque o maridão tá amassando. É gostoso jogar assim também, os caras vendo a sua mira, pô.
Mano, ele tá jogando muito, mano. Ele tem uma mira muito calma, velho. É difícil explicar, mano.
So I just asked Sato, like, is it like better and easier to play when the guys are just entering your aim? And I was like, well, Maridão's got such a Maridão in English, just DGZ. He's got such a nice aim and calm aim, and seems very easy for him. E eu quero perguntar agora pro Spike. Não vou fazer essa pergunta pra você porque ia ser meio mancada. Eu não quero ser esse tipo de cara. Mas qual o segredo pra ganhar um Ascension, doidão? É evoluir durante o campeonato, chegar firme?
Mano, pra mim tem uma preparação antes do camp, porque tem que ter aquele treino, tem que ter aquele bootcamp que a gente fez também na Alemanha lá, que deu muito certo. E evoluir durante o camp também, né? Porque o time que mais evolui no campeonato ganha o camp. Então, é mais isso.
So I just asked him, what's the secret to win Ascension? And he said that all the preparation before the championship, of course, boot camps also help. And if being able to evolve during the championship is also very, very important. Podemos combinar que é 2-0 agora também. Coisa boa? 2-0? Tá comigo? Tá no bonde? Suave?
Eu tô torcendo pra Winthrop.
Como assim? Judas, he's cheering for Winthrop. Judas, o que tá acontecendo, meu Deus do céu?
Oh, someone's in enemy lines. Okay, well, I'm cheering for some good Valorant fans. Oh, I love these interviews.
Hey, NA welcomes Sato with open arms. He's moved to LA, playing for Leviathan with Okeanos, and you know the mixed international Americas team that we have with Calm as well in Tex, and you know he probably got the little bit of a taste of what North America is and loves the vibes over here, I guess. But that said, he's cheering for Winthrop, and we need everybody in chat who cheers for Winthrop to support them, because they're not gonna get anything from the crowd in Brazil, maybe outside of Sato, but they also desperately need this pistol round.
TSS almost dropping 20 in the first half, 9 first kills, but can he do it on attacking half, which is going to be a lot more demanding? And Winthrop,
oh my God,
can set everything up. All right, my question's answered. That's all I need to see. Let's move on. Winthrop is going to leave the door open. Corpses left behind. Team Solid. Look at this speed. Wait, TSS is so fluid. How can you not love him? And Winthrop coming in through A link, the paranoia. They hope to execute just as fast. And Infiltrator's already decayed and now needs to be patient more than ever. And Winthrop take a second to breathe. There's the stack from Team Solid ready to greet them, and unlucky on confrontations. Some good right clicks and a pistol for Team Solid.
Yeah, PSX is setting up and saying, yeah, Team Solid is playing this game on easy mode right now. How would that eye get so much value on top mid? It was such a nice little line that it instantly popped up the eye, and then Governor got wall banged like there. Good escape. 3 guys shooting behind that wall. They speed boost into the A site with Digizine at the forefront, and also taking down Ali. There's no way right now to have those slows to allow Winthrop to retake the way that they can. They've been good on this map for this retake plays. And already they're going to have to go and play and try to force the overtime because it's only a pistol round for this team, for the Eco. And Solid are walking only into moves. Who's yet to get his first frag, if I'm not mistaken.
That's crazy. You were calling him a fridge the other day, but he's cosplaying furniture right now, unfortunately. But looking for, you know, he'll be different with a weapon another time. But then you're going to have to be perfect from here on out. And I think it's just good fate play from the side of Team Solid to be forcing that teleport out of moves. Who wants to kind of cosplay Digizine on the other side, poking out, getting these picks. Look at him.
He's
flowing. He's chilling.
It's the first time I see Digizine throw some dance moves on camera. Usually he's just laser focused into just op-in and op-in, but yeah, definitely these guys from A to Z, they could do no wrong. Everybody's walking into their crosshairs. Nobody's breaking their util on the defensive side. All the util that PXS is throwing is getting tremendous value as well. If you look at the scoreboard in the end and you see PXS with less than 10 assists, it's because the other ones weren't counted for. But he has done such a good job creating space for the team.
Now this rifle round for Winthrop. We may not be able to see all their defensive plans truly develop and flourish when you're just already on match point. And it's Team Solid. Okay, wow, just spraying through the smoke. Winthrop smell blood in the water. And they're sharks. And they're even looking to hunt down Havoc. There we go.
A change of pace, and this is where, you know, it could start getting pretty good for Winthrop University too. I mean, this is a long shot to call it like that, but they do have weapons to work with now. And again, they do have a composition that's pretty good on defense as well. You're putting moves on forward lines. You have good stalls from Ali, and you also have these smokes that really doesn't allow players to come through. If somebody was going to be able to throw util right after, there's a Slorb that's going to land on the ground. It runs the same value that the Havoc would have, or a Vice would have for this map. And the way to open up like they did right now in their gun round, only losing, what, 1 player in the process, is a great start.
Well, we had an 11-3 comeback today. Never say never.
Yeah.
There's some lyric about that. Infiltrator away with the blind and everything. Holy, and he gets away with it. Well, as in, gets away with that kill and then he's traded.
Yeah, and if you pay attention to the minimap right now, you're trying to figure out what the hell Moves is doing towards that A site. He got boosted there by Ali so that he could look into the window down towards that A line so they could play a high-low. But that wall's about to break in a couple of seconds, and they're going to have to reposition themselves where they're still playing weak side middle on A and B. So Governor has to do an excellent job to try to stay alive. So that Prowler at least gives a contact and confirmation, so he has to fall back. That's a smart way to play, but you're also giving a lot of space right now for Solid to start going for this mid to B split. Beautiful there, though.
Yeah. Great kills from Ali to try and salvage this for Winthrop, and you need to give space for this Neon so they don't collapse on you and really kind of aim check you in that moment, especially when you're riding on an Odin. on the governor's side of things, and
30
Ollie's just
seconds
going to
left.
take over the round. The work has been done, and Winthrop.
I have the spike.
This is how the comeback begins. Need to have these weapons carry through too, because you're playing the long game now.
It moves like, I'm on the board! I'm on
Let's
the
go.
board! I love it. See, so the vibes are still good for the side of Winthrop, and you can definitely see that the 2 minutes into the halftime were definitely taken into effect here from Ollie, who puts a beautiful display of a 3K on that. Look at this trap play at the very beginning to get the early information, but if not, as I mentioned before, the ball breaks, you prowl for information on B side. It has contact. You haven't seen anything towards A, so there has to be some sort of a mid to B split. So Ollie tries to find the timing. He gets a beautiful 2K into that one too, and allows here Winthrop University to break the econ on the side of TSS, and now we're fighting back.
Okay, who cares about econ? We got laser fingers like this, but unfortunately there's few hoops to jump through and a few less teammates, so the overdrive does nothing. Sheriff, small dent into Winthrop. TSS, that's a tough pixel to hit.
I've got 3! 4! Oh, is he saying pie? Is he pie?
I don't know.
I think he's saying his pie. That said, though, at least like they've given that trump card though of the sage wall boost on the top of the window to look down, because you got value out of that one. So they're gonna have to like change their setups onto the next rounds here for this type of Winthrop University. But the good news, at least for Team Solid, is that they've identified that when they've had a lower buy on their side. Wow, that was a nice job by Havoc, by the way. But oh, you even get a TP from Glyph on top of that? Let's go. But those are some signals right now that are, those trump cards are starting to show for the side of Winthrop. And in the long game, though, Team Solid could be well adjusted into it. Look at how they're moving up middle right now, where it's sort of like a weak side. There's only Governor there, who's had a tough time as well.
Yeah, and he's been responsible for anchoring mid in the past on this map, and he just is so late to swing and punish that, to trade. That's your job. It's a little tougher. I know the Odin quite heavy, but Team Solid slip past the defenses, and it just gets even worse. How did Rafa get all the way over there, even without the ult? Oh, Winthrop really let it all slip, and it's all over just as fast. 13-5. What a performance from Team Solid on Winthrop's map pick.
And it's amazing, too, that Team Solid is able to shut that down right away, to not give a chance for Winthrop University, to make them think that they have a chance to really come back in this game. Solid, I mean, we're always going to continue with this pun, but a great performance by Digizine as that duelist here for the team of Team Solid. But overall, again, it just felt like the macro was not there for Winthrop University this time around. It seems as though the way that they play their defensive side and offensive side was already well adjusted and understood by Team Solid, and you're just gonna have to focus now on Ascent coming up.
And it doesn't seem like there's any frustrations like on the Winthrop side. Like there's reasons to be, but they're not acting like it, because they've kind of simply accepted that they're trying to play their best game, but Team Solid are just better, and now they're going to be focused on Ascent coming up next, but that's Team Solid's choice of map. But first, we're going to have to hear from the desk and how much they love Digizine and the rest of Team Solid, so stay tuned.
game changers. It's about competition, pure happiness. It's like a crazy experience. We're making history. It means so much to us. It's good to be back.
I guess you know what I've been looking for, success.
The beauty of gaming is it doesn't matter who you are. And as long as I'm good enough,
Everybody's getting a 4K.
I can go as far as I want.
That's what I like to see, baby.
全世界都会知道我们的厉害。
Exactly what Core needs to do. And then there was Tristan to Ion.
Always going to get big.
First map of the series between Brazil and North America. Team Solid going up against Winthrop University. Winthrop University gets to pick the map, and that's about it. It's going to be Team Solid to just run away with the game from the get-go and be up 1 in the series. I mean, Roy, looking back at that map, was curious with the ideas that Winthrop had if Team Solid would be ready, and the answer very clearly was a yes.
I mean, I'm not even sure what to say after what we just witnessed, to be honest. I'm a little, my brain's a little, yeah, I might need to take a deep breath. But yeah, I mean, Winthrop University started off with a pistol round win, guys. It was looking great, and then something happened. I think that something plays Neon, and that something, his name is DG Zin, and the fact that he completely farmed them with the operator on that first half made things a little bit awkward, right? They had a game plan, and that game plan went out the window as soon as DG Zin was a huge problem with the op and just moving things around, keeping them slow, and then yeah, just slowly drained away their energy.
Honestly, just insane. I thought that Winthrop University were going to be the favorites in this map, and I didn't think it was going to be one-sided, but definitely a little bit close between the two. And that one win condition for me was Infiltrator, because it felt like Infiltrator is one of the best Neon players that we have in the tournament. But oh my god, DJ Sin just had to prove me wrong. He was insane. The movement was crazy. Every single peek that he wanted to get, he was getting with the operator, with the rifle. Even that first ace that he got, I feel like that really shaped how the rest of the map was going to play out. Honestly, incredible for Team Solid.
Yeah, looking at it as well, I mean, DG's in with someone that we know can pop off, right? But we've gotten to see games where players can try and keep that in check just a little bit, or games that are pretty close regardless. But it seemed like Winthrop University, they just did not have an answer. It seemed like individual peaks at some point. And at that point, it's just a Team Solid to just completely run away with it. And so, Roy, I'm curious with where we go from here. But yeah, this team's just looking so strong.
I don't know, but all I know is DJ Zin's energy and his vibes almost got me dancing in my chair. Like, bro is chilling. He's hitting aces. He's dancing on stage. He's got the crowd cheering at the top of their lungs for him. I mean, just look at the first kills and look at the rounds. 13 first kills for TSS, 13 rounds. 5 kills for Winthrop University, 5 rounds for them. I mean, I think that speaks volumes in the level of consistency and kind of
12 first kills of the 13.
Yeah, he's 12-3, by the way. So he was like just absolutely farming them. Ended the game with 27 kills, guys. That, I mean, yeah, there's really not much to say. I think this just speaks for itself at this point.
Dan, I'm picking my jaw up from the floor at this point. 12 of the 13 first kills for Team Solid is just incredible. Like, this Neon gameplay from TGN was just unlike anything else. Genuinely, I do not know what to say, Dan. Help me out.
So out of the 13 rounds where Team Solid got an opening, you were telling me 12 of them was because DGSin was. I mean, literally your dream duelist. It doesn't get any better than that. 12
Literally.
openings for over 400 ACS as well. That I feel like we always highlight sometimes the ACS when it comes down to the first half. First half, sometimes players go insane. It goes into the second half.
Yep.
It's a little bit more normal. It really stabilizes. But for him to keep up this performance, even in when things were going a little wrong for the side of Team Solid in the last couple of rounds, I mean, just insane. What a player to have in your team.
Yeah.
It's just the best that you get. And on top of that, we have Ascent next. So DGSin is just set up for success. I don't know.
Yeah, there's so many things going for DGSin's favor, right? Like the caster curse on the desk, the fact that he's popping off, the fact that the crowd's
Mainly
cheering
that.
so loud. Yeah, it's definitely a dream. I also feel like the kind of the double whammy of all of this is the fact that they're double controller sentinel composition along with the operator on the defensive side is just so hard to deal with, right? Like you try to play slow, you're getting picked apart by the ops, so you decide to speed up, and then you're walking into Vice util and Viper util, and so much counter utility coming out from the defensive side. And then you have players like Rafa and PXX who are also able to close out the rounds that DGSin's opening and not ending himself with aces. So yeah, I think it was a hard fought battle. It was pretty much mostly uphill, and hopefully they can bounce back into the second map because this one is a wash, I think.
Yeah, after that first appearance, we'll really get to test the mentals of Winthrop University coming back from that, just single-handedly getting destroyed by just the one Neon player, right? So I think that's going to be one of the biggest things, like looking forward in the series. But again, if we look forward into the series, not only are we heading into Team Solid's map pick, but again, the Ascent, everything is in place for DGZ, including the fact that last time we saw him on Ascent, just on Friday with this team, 1 kill away from dropping that 30 bomb. So, Roy, I think for the collegiate kids, it's looking a little bit rough in this series.
Yeah, this is going to be crazy, and I feel like they've given defense side to Team Solid on this map as well, guys. I feel like maybe they're expecting the first map to be a little bit different. Maybe they thought they'd be feeling it going to the second map, but the fact that they got absolutely farmed by the operator and now Team Solid gets to start on the defensive side where it is op central is a huge problem for Winthrop University. It's definitely going to be a tough one. I almost feel like you have to start hot if you're Winthrop University. Rack up as much rounds as possible on that attack side. If you can't, it's most certainly and probably will be a 2-0.
When Team Solid was playing this map against Shinden and they won it 13-11, I mean, Sarah, you just talked about it. DGSin went insane. He got 29 kills, but they started on the attack side and still they completely dominated. So now going into the defense, it should be even more. This is the DGSin special. Going into Ascend, grabbing the operator as soon as possible and just making it impossible, whether it's going to be towards Cat, whether it's going to be towards B main. He's always switching it up, but always finding his first. And he did last time, he got 7 openings. He just got 12. So now I'm expecting DGSin a good 21st kills. Can we got that?
21st? I mean, at this point,
just
I
for
believe
this map, by
On the
the way.
second map alone, yeah.
Yeah, exactly. At this point, I just genuinely believe it. Honestly, that was just a lights out performance on the very first map. And I think it is pretty stark now, Roy, looking at this second map. We talked a lot about Winthrop going into this, right? They have more experience on the stage. Even if, I mean, on the combined team aspect, Team Solid has just so much experience individually. They had only played that one map together on this actual Ascension stage, but they look more than just comfortable. They just look like they belong there. And I think it's a pretty hard fight for the collegiate kids now.
Yeah, I feel like a part of me, though, is like, we've seen Winthrop University play Ascent, right? Like, they're definitely not a bad team on this map whatsoever. They've shown they're capable of challenging a lot of, pretty good teams on this map. And they're coming in, they're starting on attack. I'm hoping that they have a really solid game plan coming into it. Again, it's really going to come down to a lot of that fight for the early economy, right? You don't want DGSin to be feeling it and getting the operator up as much as possible. I feel like the trauma from the first map is going to be definitely felt in the second one, especially with DGSin on the jet. We've seen what he's done before on this map. It's most certainly a problem. But if anyone's up to the task, guys, it's the team that has to handle final exams and also playing VALORANT 10 hours a day. So I think Winthrop University, yes, they do have a hard-fought battle ahead of them, but they're up for the task, hopefully.
And for Winthrop University, last time they played this map, it's been some time. It was the upper bracket finals against Core, and they were not able to win it. But now we're seeing a compositional change into not only bringing the Sage 4 Ali that we already talked about. He plays in 3 maps, now make it 4, but also Moops is going to be on the Vice. He was previously playing a little bit more of that Cypher instead, and he was definitely a difference maker on this map. But everything else seems to be, you know, those comfort picks that you have for Silva, for the Omen, for the Yoru 2, for Team Solid. As we mentioned, we saw it before, and the Jet for DGSN is going to be the biggest threat here.
The only concern that I have for the Winthrop University side, and it's a problem that they're going to have to solve, guys, is the fact that they don't really have the Cypher Cam or the cages to put pressure towards that B main. So I feel like if they end up in this sort of play style where they have to retake a lot of map space early, it's going to kill a lot of time on that clock. That could be a huge problem. So I'd like to see Winthrop University getting a little bit aggressive early with the Yoru flashes, establish map control, and then slow down. And I'm looking to see how Team Solid is going to use that first map momentum, get that Jet economy up online as soon as possible, get DJs in with the operator because he is feeling it, and kind of keep things going into the second map.
I mean, momentum all on Team Solid side at this point. They got the first map in the series. Ascent is the only difference maker between playoffs or not. It's time to see, going into the map, if they can close it out with your casters, Lemon Kiwi and Van Silly.
Thank you, Sierra. Yep, up next we have Ascent. And could we see another team entering playoffs at this moment? Or are we going to see another 3-mapper? Because I don't know where this is going to go, Vans.
Yeah, especially when you're looking at what Roy was mentioning. He was scratching his head a little bit, giving that this is a map pick from Solid, so that Winthrop University has side choice, but they've decided to take the attack side first. And I think it's just to show that last time that Solid played this game against Shinden, it was so attacker-sided for both of the teams. And there were weaknesses that both teams were able to exploit against each other here when they were playing a defensive side. So I think Winthrop University sees a little bit of that. They want to try to bring as many rounds as they can in their double senti setup, especially with this compositional change that might throw a wrench in the plans of Solid. We'll see if that will come into fruition, as the smoke is towards main, so they could potentially go for early control, boost, go for the plow into the site.
Oh, and that's just what DGSN does. First bloods, double digits, 12 last map, and he kicks things off here yet again. But what's so great is that he fades into the shadows, and it's hard for Winthrop to pick up the phone and do something about it. And look, he's still a threat. His back is against the wall, and it takes numbers to take the king down. And Winthrop, like the Dusk said, need to make sure that Team Solid don't get an economy build-up early, because the ops are another element that really threw Winthrop for a loop earlier. But see how this post plant goes. Injuries on the Winthrop side, even amongst the smoke. You can't even see Winthrop, and they're dead. But Glyph, he's got free tickets. May just got a free W for Winthrop, but he's got to win this match, this duel. And it's Governor that helps. And here at the end, it's the pistol for Winthrop. It's not over.
What a hold towards the end there for Winthrop University. It felt like Ali in that post plant couldn't even play the game. Getting droned out, getting wall banged, getting knifed, jumping into a one-way smoke where he shows his feet, and it becomes a free kill on him, and somehow these 3 players anchor up inside the site and get the kill. I don't even know how Governor won that fight on that 1v1. I don't know if he showed himself because, yeah, okay, it's the recon that pings PXS. Very nicely done towards the end, as I thought the recon was missed in the first place. But great round salvage when DGSN was already opening things up on a 2-piece of himself, as Solid is walking down mid for contact.
Ollie, it's hunting season, and Team Solid don't want the smoke. Can appreciate that. Gonna pivot, head elsewhere, and maybe set up a trap if Winthrop thinks it's a little too secure over there.
You have full util still from Governor, just to make sure to really help out for them to like throw a recon or owl drone into the mid round to see where next phase of the push is. So there's that recon to clear out towards main, but then they're just forcing DGSN to try to peek out again.
Yep. This is now dangerous. Winthrop are walking into Sheriff. This guy's just the GOAT. Yeah, we're gonna give him all the compliments in the world if he keeps doing this. No way this is happening. And Team Solid hope to pick up some of these weapons where they can,
30
but
seconds left.
Glyph hold his ground, throws out the paranoia, and well, Glyph is in the middle of danger. A 4K and a Thrifty just to not let Winthrop get any hype going.
Again, I think this is the first time that Winthrop University is really facing a reality of what it's like to play potentially at the VCT level in the Americas in LA. Because again, you have storied players, at least from the Brazilian scene, that have had their experience on the main stage, despite them not having the best results either Furia, MIBR, or Loud in the past. They still have that experience, and they've already moved up or stooped down to this level, I guess, if I can put it that way. So Winthrop University, they're going to have to think differently on potentially different types of play style right now to allow for them to come back in this game. Because again, that previous round, Governor still had drones, still had everything to go. Why aren't we using that utility to respect the Jazeen and try to go for that triple swing to take him down after instead of giving 1v1s like that?
I'll get Governor on the phone. I'll ask him.
Not ready yet.
Be a while.
You're not allowed to have phones on the stage, so you're going to have to wait until the series is done.
Oh, man, that's tough. Well, see how early the timeout will come if Team Solid just keep burying Winthrop in the dirt, and this time it's the IGL. Tattoo! But wait, the defense is who would have hit that second shot. It could have been a different story, but it's not about what if, but when are we going to see the Winthrop that was this powerhouse in North America? This is, I know it's early in map 2, but still.
Yeah, I don't want to call it out too soon though, but if anything, that was really good for Winthrop University, especially in those series where, you know, they were trailing behind in their first round of Swiss, was adapting on the fly and really trying to figure out, or understanding, sorry, where their opponents were playing and just adapt from Glyph's IGLing, but as well from important timeouts being called by Cole and King Fred. But they really haven't had a chance, at least, or a good grasp on Corrode. But a sense a little bit more basic here, especially when you're playing against this type of composition for Solid. They know here that the win con is always the Jazeen with this operator. Dude, you already baited out a shot. Why are we jump spotting on top of that?
Kneecap blown cleanly off. Winthrop letting it slip, and now just being shot from all sides, going on smoke, and Winthrop, at least the hype train goes into B, but the trips catch him off guard. And the perfect window to strike is when Winthrop aren't looking. But you also have to look at what Ali can do, and with the resurrect, he's not allowed to get away with it. Havoc is all over this.
Always a step ahead. If anything, though, a beautiful shot from Digizine onto Governor in the first place. As I said before, you already baited out a shot. Wide jump spot. I guess they really wanted to figure out where the op was, and Governor felt it. And you forced the players to move into the B site. At least they got the entry. At least you made it somewhat close. But then as soon as you had to stop and reset with the ult and then protect your teammate, Havoc found a perfect timing right over here.
So tough. Like this early timeout though from Winthrop, because you got to get ahead of this early. And this is just one of the most resilient teams we're going to see, the most hard-working ones at that. Do it all from collegiate to challengers to making history in Ascension. Just one series away from getting to playoffs. But they would have to force the map 3 on Sunset, and gotta get ahead of this before you let Solid get so much momentum, because both timeouts were expended in that first half, and it was 10-2. Let's see if Winthrop can download the solution.
We haven't even had a chance to see Coach Cam up there. Oh, maybe he didn't have anything to say for Solid and he's just taking a little nap because everything's looking pretty easy for the Brazilian team. And Cole had a lot to say. Just trying to see how Digizine has been such a pain point to Winthrop University since the first map with the operator. It's been very rare that he was able to get traded out when he's getting these openings, when he's getting these pushes. Even think about the pistol round. Even think about this shot. Moves continuing. Unfortunately, a very slow round at 0-6.
Spike down A.
Oh boy.
Here.
Just the first bloods. So good from the solid side, and Winthrop, they try to close the gap.
Oh my God.
And, well, that's what Dishazine does. Give him any gun, any target. It's just incredible to watch.
Despite him being in Brazil, he's shivering because he's feeling so cold right now.
Polo
The
looks
Zoomer
comfortable.
cold. It's the Zoomer cold. You know what I mean? He's like
Oh,
looking
okay.
ice cold, like really good.
Hey, is it cold in Brazil? I've never been, so.
No, it's damn hot. Yeah, so if anything, though, it's just like he's at the right spots every single time, too. Look at him push towards B main. Might be able to punish moves one more time. But here's the thing, and that's I think the issue that Roy was mentioning before, too, is you're not playing a Cypher. You can't really figure out the early information, so you're going to have to rely a lot on Governor's utility to figure out where that op is. And that's why I love finally we're going, and we have to dispense a lot of that util early. The drone to try to clear out space, the drone to try to find where the opera is. Take that space on your side and try to go for the split.
Uh-oh, shot the clone though, so maybe a window for Winthrop to engage and make Team Solid uncomfortable for the first time, and Winthrop are in the middle of all this chaos, and Havoc still gets a double kill. Winthrop kind of didn't know where to look and at the wrong place. Now at a disadvantage. Spike down is something to work with. Infiltrator to use the dimensional drift. You just watch this all happen. Hunter's Fury is one thing to start with, and Infiltrator goes to take a peek, and now he's gonna take a sit. And Governor is all on his own against two healthy members of the defense, and he's blinded and still swings out, so it just keeps going for Team Solid.
Paranoia at Flash, he can't even play the game either. And again, we've already hurt the op, right? Digizine shot the clone. He dashed into the spawn. You know they're going to be rotating or from market or from spawn. If we're going to throw a Hunter's Fury to delay, I don't think it's a good idea to swing into that, because you're just swinging into a posted op potentially. So there's just a lot that's missing here out of Winthrop University, and the jitters are definitely showing that's a much different type of, a much different Winthrop University than what we're used to seeing so far. The first time in a long time that we're seeing Winthrop being dismantled like they are. I think I haven't seen this since like Winthrop last challengers, when they failed to even get around in group stage in North American challengers. But I mean, I guess I have to respect it, man. The Hunter's Fury did get a ping. You're trying to get the kill. You're trying to find and end the final boss. But now you have to restart another round, put in some other coins, and hopefully this time around you could actually move into the next round.
And this time it can be different, yeah. With an Infiltrator dimensional drift. There's just so many entries that they had to watch at B. This time getting a different angle on A. It was Rafa that was the raid boss over on that side of the map. And Winthrop get a good contact play. Finally a first blood in their favor, and you didn't even need an ult to do it. But now it's time to execute. Infiltrator really not seeing many targets at all besides Rafa, and you already knew about him. Same spot, same kill. And who's gonna help? Infiltrator. Winthrop has to move up, and Moobs gets traded out. So Infiltrator has to put the cape on his back, and so he does. Now that means the spike can go down, and Havoc and Dijazine with the funds looking good. They're looking to make Winthrop pay the ultimate price. Neural theft. Try and pierce through this box. No, you don't want to reveal your hand quite yet. Sometimes Winthrop like to jump peek, and Infiltrator takes a peek, and he's rewarded with his third kill. Talk about a deadlift that round.
That was so close too, because I pulled up a big exclamation when we executed into the site. Infiltrator comes out of the ult into hell, and he gets blinded by a Paranoia, but it wasn't onto, I think that was Rafa playing onto site, right? He actually got blinded by Glyphs, his teammate's flash, because when he's scouting around the map, he already spots him, and then you're trying to blind him so he gets out of the ult to get the kill, but it hit both of them. Thankfully, he just stayed down towards hell, stayed alive, let his team come in, they create the ruckus, and he's able to capitalize with 3 kills of his own. So this is at least something that we're starting to see a little bit of life out of Winthrop University. Again, remember, they're starting off on their quote-unquote harder side here, playing double Senti.
Oh, Lee getting cute with... Oh, that's not cute. Asia scene, man. We gotta watch out for this guy more. The Dusk were not kidding when they said this was looking like the best team coming out of Brazil. Winthrop being taken to school, and they just left that place. They don't want to go back that soon. But they did have some success over at A, but it was off the dimensional drift, so maybe the Steel Garden would be enough to earn that real estate in an easier way, and taking the damage though is not nice.
Still pretty good though, because avoiding that, getting the fragment out, forcing it out, you still have a drone to work with in the mid round here. But now you call out the KO ult. Crossfire set up here by TSS.
Oh, Havoc! We don't get to say his name too often, but when we do, it's because he's fragging out of his mind. Double or triple kills every single engagement. He's never the problem and always part of that solution. And you let Team Solid start off on defense, and the Desk had their own questions about it. I was coping, so I was like, last time we saw Winthrop on Ascent, it was against Core, and they started on defense. It wasn't too hot. So maybe Winthrop wanted to change things up with an attacking start, but it's tough.
And it's hard to take that mid control when you're trying to rush down and you're still being KO ulted. There's no util to help you out in terms of getting full control of market and spawn. You can't even smoke in that area. You just walk into out in the open into that crossfire. So Winthrop University are definitely showing a lot of nervousness going on to the stage playing against this team, and that's the experience versus the inexperience. It almost feels like the plays that they have to make are continuously rushed right now against this solidified team on the Brazilian side. Now they have a Hunter's Fury on a defense against an Eco on their end. It feels like you might try to even out the playing field if you want to go Steel Garden to play pistol to pistol and a 5-man hit. But again, this Hunter's Fury is probably going to, once again, not allow for you to get too much value into the site.
Wondering the moment that you're gonna pull the trigger, and it's right when Winthrop are still stuck at the choke, and because of the cages from Havoc, that's where Winthrop may fall.
They found my cage.
Not the worst case scenario though. They still have 4 and they'll still have legs underneath them, but barely. They don't even get to lock eyes with the enemy. They're getting shot through the wall, and it's a flawless one. I mean, best case scenario, you get a kill with a sheriff, but advancing into that trap setup from Team Solid, I don't blame them for falling that quick.
It almost feels like what's missing here is a little bit of coordination on how they want to explode towards this B site. Because this is probably like 2 or 3 times that you're seeing Ali boost himself up to try to peer through the windows. But it's such an easy target for an Opera from Market, from that kill that Havoc just got in that corner as well. And if you're looking at other teams that runs a Sage onto this comp, for example, Fnatic or whatnot, they go into the site exec first, and an Alpha could be late to wall up. And when the Chaos and they're focused on finding the front of the site, that's where he gets some backstab opportunities to take down his opponents. But now it's just all, it feels like they're always gifting a first blood away here to Team Solid.
How good this op is? Oh, wait. I blame anyone. I blame Valorant. How did that not connect?
I blame Caster Bless. That was sick. No, I'm just kidding. I don't know. I'm biased.
I'm still blaming Valorant. But hey, we may just get to see some more Valorant. I think I'm going to go pick up that op, though. We'll find out later, I guess.
At least, right?
Right. We're so back. We're so back. Governor's fragging. Winthrop finally put Team Solid in an uncomfortable position.
Nowhere to run.
Can't let the... Oh, that's right on his head. Oh, goodbye. Goodbye, PXS. That was a great round from Governor. And Team Solid iced out. I'll have to wait to see what the move's going to be.
I almost feel right now with Glyph spotting or calling out that nobody really pushed towards this main yet. You're going to start droning.
30 seconds
and even
left.
if you give your position away towards main, you just Steel Guard into the side. Try to guarantee the round on your end. Instead, it's a walk contact, though, from Winthrop University. And now with the smoke, it'll have to be a full pop now. You can't lose the timing, especially with 18 seconds left.
Rafa has been so consistent, but not expecting this level of pressure. But the information was good. Too many guns, too many cooks in the kitchen. So Winthrop try to keep up against a team what seems to be the ultimate challenger in Ascension.
Very nice, at least now for Winthrop University, that they're able to capitalize on that round without having to use that Steel Garden. A little bit more to work with. Nice util, as you mentioned here, Lemon Kiwi, by Governor to open up that site. It's desperately needed on the side of Winthrop University. This is probably, funny to say, but probably the closest map that we've had so far between these two teams, where finally TSS has to work a little bit more.
Try to bot up and op again. The change from Winthrop. Steel Garden. You don't have to let him have the op. Got a button to try and take it away. And okay, Glyph creating opportunities of his own where it seems to be dire. Winthrop trying something new from B to A. Weaker sight. Cut-off opportunity for TSS with the op, and he's pressured back. And so much for PXS to push back. And what we're thrown at. What is going on? No way. No way. I'm speechless. I'll let you cook.
Cook what? This is burnt.
Yeah, that's...
Just throw that to the bin. Oh no, that's just unlucky. I really thought another round. Okay, we got some good map control. Let's get the Steel Garden. We saw where the op was. Let's avoid the op. Let's tempo up. But to tempo up the way that you are without really getting really information, you got to Steel Garden into the site. You got to do something to give you some sort of level of success to move into the site. We were complacent, not playing as a group. All of them caught with util, knife out. And this resets everything, but hey, silver lining. 2 ults coming up right now.
I don't have anything nice to say, but it could be a nicer ending to this first half. An Infiltrator, last time he had that dimensional drift, he literally deadlifted the round. Depending on where he pops out with the Bucky.
Who's next?
Need to see that setup. Dimensional drift now activated. The spot Conan there. Goes to tag up maybe where Havoc is. Pings are out. Not decloaking into the face of danger this time. Is maybe going to go clear out that back closet. So there's a window for Winthrop to feel safe in. And they're watching from main. There has been a camera still active though from Team Solid. This gives some confidence for Rafa to push in and get a paranoia going. Steel Garden to buy some time here for moves. Team Solid, watch. Now a null command too from this retaking side. Dash in. TSS is ready to bark back against Winthrop. Hold the fortress and the bunker down. Moves gets checked out of his room. And look, Team Solid. It's teamwork at the end of the day that'll win you games. An Infiltrator will be close at deadly range with the Bucky. Can he keep doing? Can he keep this up? And Winthrop just have to buy a few more seconds, and it's enough at the very last second. That is amazing. Just enough time for the spike to go off.
Glyph in the back of the site was everything to save that round for the team. Because I respect moves swinging out first, trying to do some damage, but Governor running right up to try to trade instantly without really wallbang or recon or trying to do anything. I think maybe it was smoked out, but he ran into 3 players. And it's thanks to moves that delayed long enough with the wall here from Ali that the paranoia blinded everybody towards lane, so they couldn't really flood back to how they wanted to. And allowed here for Winthrop University to salvage 4 rounds, which is not too bad when you look at it now.
Now you have a lot more wiggle room with the state of the game now compared to our previous map. So Winthrop have time to have plans to... I think they still have a timeout, right? Or did they use both? I'm trying to remember.
É isso, tô aqui com o Snowzinho da
we'll
China, que jogou, jogando o Ascension. Eu quero saber dele, claro, como que foi essa experiência de jogar em casa pela primeira vez com a galera. So I'm here with Snowzinho from Shinden, and I want to know from him what was like the experience to play here in front of the home crowd, even though he was playing for a LATAM team. Como é que foi, mano? Tá aí então com a rapaziada te apoiando, inclusive, no dia, mesmo que o resultado não tenha sido tão bom, né?
Eu acho que foi muito divertido jogar a LAN. Mesmo no nosso primeiro jogo, tendo jogado com a Team Solid também, que claramente a torcida estava todo o Brasil, mas é o que eu falei, a torcida brasileira é uma mãe. Uma hora ela vai te bater, vai falar quando você estiver fazendo merda, mas quando você estiver fazendo coisa boa, eles vão passar a mão, vão torcer, vão apoiar, então acho que é isso.
So he said basically that it was very fun to play against the home crowd, because even though he's Brazilian, he was playing for Shinden and he played against Team Solid. And he said like, well, the Brazilian crowd is like a mother. Sometimes she'll hate you, but sometimes she'll support you even though you did some shit. So it was very good to be here and play against them. E agora eu quero saber, cara, pô, o DGzinho amassando demais de operator. Você é uma das melhores operators do cenário. Mérito dele ou os caras também estão meio que vacilando?
Mérito dele, ele tá amassando muito. E na LAN, acho que como o nervo tá mais à flor da pele também, tem que respeitar melhor a utilidade. Quando você não respeita, vai ser punido, não tem o que fazer.
So basically, talking about DGZin's operator, he said that it was totally his merit, and sometimes in LAN people don't really use the utility very well, so DGZin just crushing the game. É isso, mano, tamo junto. De volta cá, rapaziada.
Anybody who's not using any good util, if DGZin will not be made uncomfortable, he's just gonna thrive.
It almost felt like sometimes Winthrop University are playing on the latest patch and they're just trying to save their recon or util as early as possible or late as possible to actually go for site hits. But again, that's been the win con for Solid on how DigiZin's able to find these gaps and these openings that a lot of these operators actually that have free escapes have been doing quite well throughout this tournament. Think about the Mata in the past for Challengers, who is now a world champ. And also what we just witnessed in the previous series from Timo Tino. And now Winthrop on the defensive side must throw out 4 rounds on the attack. They could potentially bring it back here with this pistol.
An 8 first bloods to 4 in favor of Team Solid, and DGZin has proved doesn't matter what side, but maybe it does. Governor was able to take down the biggest threat, but Winthrop will not have a defense left for B. There's B Infiltrator and Ollie, but they're at least have been the best performers on Winthrop in this series. And Ollie's playing with fire and he gets burned. It's up to Infiltrator to finish off what his team has started. With a lot of injuries on the Team Solid side, and now Infiltrator still thinking, so worried about someone playing from main, and now he's about to attack. Oh, lucky haven't caught camera! Infiltrator does it for North America!
What a clutch by Infiltrator! The first mistake of Havoc looking into the cam, but the other 2 ready for the trade, and he flicks for those 2 other kills. That was gorgeous. You saw here from the side of Winthrop University, they tried to flood back to fight with each other, but was a little bit uncoordinated in that sense. Look at how they're picking out 1 by 1. The flash gets so much value, but they weren't swinging as a team after. Misses all the timings, but look at this. Oh my God.
Ew, that was gross. Look at that. That is enough to get your team back in good spirits. That it's now winnable after the work that he has done. Not the only time too he's pulled off a miracle to save Winthrop. Now with the Outlaw buy, you already see he's moving faster. He's already got a pick, and Team Solid are heading anywhere but his direction. So the Sentinel has to hold, and Moves has to slow them down. The paranoia Glyph steps up to the plate and moves. Hits him where it hurts. And Team Solid are not getting any advantages, and now they're just surrounded. So Team Solid will not be able to deny any of these weapons into the bonus.
And Moobs cushioning some kills there on the anti-eco. I think it was like 1 in 16, and finally moves up here, and at least again is able to hold that defensive line with the rest of their team. And also the bigger story is that they've lost 0 players right now on their anti-eco, which is perfect right now to snowball the economy back in their favor. Again, you've mentioned the momentum that they needed off that clutch from Infiltrator. You don't want a player like Infiltrator to warm up, because he's been a pivotal point to all of the rounds and the map successes that they've gotten in this tournament. And he's been basically a cyborg or Terminator, holding W and getting picks. We'll hold that thought for a bit. A little bit of a spray through a recon, but no kills. Some damage left on both ends. Ali could re-heal himself.
Going up, and wow, pays the price. See, Winthrop are definitely trying to up the aggression on this defense. Now up next is Governor, who, if anyone were to take advantage of Ali missing on that site, Governor would have a good chance to win a duel with the Stinger in hand at close range. But Team Solid have never really walked into a fight that was on Winthrop's terms.
Right now, the insert from Digizine is probably the most important thing right now. As they make some noise, Digizine's going to walk that line, watch that line from everybody rotating across. He can try to get the backstab on players, and that's going to be Glyph walking right into that. He thinks that he can break the timing, so that spot's taken.
Infiltrator gets flashed and then can see and walks up, and now he's right behind Team Solid with a dimensional trip, and Team Solid do not care. They focus forward. Infiltrator wants a good cut-off opportunity, and Digizine humbles the duelist. This is going to be two duelists that are going to define the final result of this series, and it's Digizine with the last laugh.
And again, being that one that really infiltrated behind enemy lines, the one that's cutting the rotates, catching Glyph off guard, where even though Winthrop University won the forefront, the backstab you had from middle from Infiltrator, and then that 1v1 won by Governor on main, the fact that Digizine gets behind and kills everybody else, it makes it easier for them to rotate into the B site for the plat. And then when these guys are rotating over, I love at least that Infiltrator, what he tried to do there. He flashed one of his opponents and then focuses on Digizine because he knows that Rafa was still blind. So he had that small window to try to flick back just like he did in the pistol round, or in their eco rather. But unfortunately, it wasn't enough. It was their pistol, but it was a bonus round for them. This round, they've built up enough economy to go for an AWP with full armor and even an Odin on Governor. So a stronghold and an important round here for Winthrop University because a lot of it is invested in this round number 16.
A big investment. Need to convert this round for Winthrop, or Team Solid will get to double digits and closer to playoffs. Rafa breaking down this wall now is going to create some panic on the Winthrop side, and Ali, you get marked from the drone, but Rafa wants to go and punish that, and Ali still gets a pick. He's pinged. They know while he's in the corner, there's no threat in glass, and Rafa's going to chase down that player. Nonetheless, Team Solid bail each other out. They keep forging ahead, flash into the site. Infiltrator will be tested, and now he can't hold the angle. And with the op, he has to repeat. There's no good options. You don't have a flash from Moobs, no paranoia from Glyph. Just
Bogdan's
vibes
Law.
from Winthrop. Yeah.
At least a Bogdan's Law, at least, so that Infiltrator could pick up the rifle, and he still has 2 flashes to work with. And Moobs doesn't have his. He left it towards the B site, but they're going to try to flood with this.
Time. And Team Solid, they don't get over eager. They know what their win condition is. Flash out movement. Cone inside, and good timing from Moobs, immediately traded. KO versus Infiltrator, and man, PXS gets his time in the spotlight.
I don't think they expected PXS hiding behind the dice, and even Governor gets caught with his pants down. Or should I say that was Infiltrator on that spike? Because the action happened too quickly. He pop flashes, gets 2 instant kills, and then you're reacting, oh crap, he's just around the corner, and boom, I can't do anything because I also get blinded by their underhand flash. And what a beautiful clutch coming out there from PXS. Again, I've mentioned the value that he brought, probably one of the reasons why he was also called up to help out 2G on the Americas stage. And a short stint that he had for the team to sub in. And they're still trying to figure out somebody to help out for Spike, who wasn't available to play yet. And now in a broken economy, should be around once again converted by Team Solid because they've never given up any of these thrifties bought up by Winthrop University. And that was such an important clutch here for PXS that might put the nail in the coffin here and push Winthrop University into the 1-1 Swiss stage.
Yeah, and Winthrop really struggle in these buy disadvantages. Like, best case scenario, you can force out some ults, get a rifle down if you can, but now you're just feeding the animal that is Digizine. I'll give him the ult soon too, and Winthrop at least are granted information off of that. You still have the Vice wall from Moobs and mid, so he'll have to do it all on his own on the left side.
And he'll just have to hold the angle. I mean, you're counting on Moobs, who's been very good playing as a chamber. Maybe not this series, but he definitely has the potential of putting up some highlight reels with this pistol right here. So he's going to have to stay calm. Players will walk into him while he runs away.
Timing. No, the most unluckiest timing for him. And Ali
Gives up the
is.
space.
Ali's gonna go pick up that weapon in a second, but that time is expended to give Team Solid the objective. And Glyph has a sheriff at range. But Ali will be on his way. He's been heroic before. Okay, Glyph.
Cover going out.
That's big. I don't know. The weapon's kind of out of sight, out of mind. But we've seen how deadly Winthrop can be with these. Ooh, just the bullets sailing right past his head. Oh, wait. It's time for Glyph to walk in. This is winnable. And it's just now him at 44 HP. And he still needs to defuse. Although he frags, it's the setup that's just been better at no, not even halfway. He's just gonna go down with the ship and even give the kill. 11 for Team Solid. A lot of repurchases though. And like we said, this was pretty best case scenario for Winthrop when they all had sheriffs.
It was a very nice try by Glyph, but if anything, a beautiful selfless play by Havoc. He throws a cage into tree just to bait out the rotate because there's only 20 seconds left within the round. They're like, okay, well, most likely they're gonna have to split into the B site. And remember, when we talk about the pressure of these young players at Winthrop University on the stage, they think the hit's coming towards A. Moobs gives up his line, makes the noise, and then it becomes an easy pick from Digizine to take him down towards that spawn. But then you saw these shots coming through there from Glyph. A nice try. But again, not enough here, as now you have, once again, Team Solid about to close out the second map here in a very one-sided affair. And now we also have our questions answered. Winthrop did have one more timeout left, and they're going to use it right now.
I knew it. I knew that. Totally. Yeah. And it all rides on this round. It's gonna be their last chance to have a goodbye. And then that's it. Or it will be goodbye in this series. So yeah, I stole your joke. But
True.
this is anything but a laughing matter. And Winthrop have only won the pistol and the anti-eco, and after that, it's been Team Solid all day.
Yeah, even the defensive line too has been very difficult for them to get any type of like early punish onto TSS, who them on the attack side, it hasn't been really always been that quick. I think you're just waiting for baiting out the wall from Ali as well. The wall breaks, they're going to the mid rounding, doing an excellent job, really just going on every single lane. And that's also very doable because they've been so confident in how they've been winning every single one of these duels since Corrode. So it's okay for them to be split up across the map, to have some sort of solo plays here and there and all of these inserts, because they could always get away with one, at least. One in information is a big W on your attack side here. It gives a lot more for Rafa to be able to call.
Team Solid have built up so many ultimates too that if you cycle these well, you don't choke. You just call this one a day. Infiltrator can be pulled on either side of the map. This is Gaze Crash still up. Either way, like you said, the Jet says oops, and I heard moobs for a second, but you won't be hearing from him anytime soon. Team Solid don't even need the ultimates. Dijizine wins every duel that he encounters. Winthrop have at least Infiltrator in main with the knob in. He gets that pick. The ace has been revealed, and Team Solid just need the objective down because they can just win off the clock. They know how difficult it is for Winthrop to get these clears done, as Ali go for a res, but you got to get this done quickly, and they're worried about how far Team Solid have spread around the map. Now Moobs is back in, Steel Garden available.
Here.
And Team Solid will not be able to avoid if that ult is used. I think this may just be off of the clock in Winthrop. They know they gotta rush in. Steel Garden, pick from Infiltrator. Conan, I think okay to sit this one out. 4K for Infiltrator.
If that's what's gonna have to take here for Winthrop University to win these rounds, Infiltrator with consistent 4Ks, just let him do it, because again, he's fighting a good footing into this matchup finally in this second map, and he's basically the only reason, or one of the only reasons, that really keeps Winthrop University in this game. Look at the Digizine in these entries as well. Look at him also headshotting Governor, giving haircuts to everybody, making everyone bold. But thankfully, Winthrop University has Infiltrator on the back lines, walking up with the op, very confident in his shots too. Still riding his momentum from that clutch. And he has the ult that he just picked up from the defuse.
And that's the 20th kill for Infiltrator. If Winthrop have any kind of comeback happen, they gotta thank him, because holy cow, the effort is insane. Now a save for Team Solid, who conserved most of their ultimates. So again, it's the long game. Droning up through main. TSS through market. Like this back spawn pressure. Havoc hoping to get some cutoffs, but not able to hold the angle, which could have granted a nice headshot. I'm not sure if those weapons are recoverable. Now with that mid control, the sky's the limit. The options are open, and Ollie is faced with a very familiar position. The wall being destroyed, the slows are down. Glyph ready to execute. The timing has to be perfect, and okay. Is forced for Team Solid to take a sit back, and Ollie re-peeks into it. That's scary to do. Oh, Ollie, man, his impact is known. Dimensional drift for Infiltrator if they need to find a way to work their way back into A.
30 seconds left. Last player standing.
Glyph has a judge and will be babysitting this spike. And this was still mostly a save for Team Solid, so you're still fine with this.
Still very important for Winthrop University and what they're facing up against, because remember, just a couple of rounds ago, we just talked about how many ults are available for the side of Team Solid. Now, the denies have been denied. I think you also had the from the shadows that got denied as well. So if you're able to stop this cycle of ultimates available on the side of Team Solid, and you're still building these up on your end for Winthrop without having to dispense too many of yours, you're starting to sit in a pretty comfortable spot for a comeback. And finally, we're starting to see a little bit of beads of sweat, I think, dripping from the foreheads of Team Solid, as finally our first time we see Coach Peu talking to his team.
I'd be able to get horizontal too if this was my team. Like a 10-2 half on the first map, 13-5 conclusion, 8-4 start here. You're able to win your first rifle round and have wind in the sails. So Team Solid have ults. See if Winthrop, Winthrop, that second and final timeout, they've been winning ever since. So see if that'll be enough to propel them into a pretty insane comeback.
I have to see what's left right now for Team Solid in these ults once we get back into the server. If I remember correctly, their buy also isn't, or it wasn't the best the previous round, so it was a half buy going to this one. So it's a heavily invested round, utilizing also the coach timeout to try to find an opening here against Winthrop University. They found no value towards his catwalk yet, with how Ollie's been doing a great job on preventing the hit from happening on that side for the past couple of rounds. They're going to try to go back into a default into potentially just 1-3-1. The knife will also take down Ali, so he can't pull up this wall yet. So he has to jump spot for information and then decide when he wants to pull up this wall.
These Team Solid are familiar with this setup, but not with this wall, and not really being able to hang on it. So that's a small win in Team Solid's books.
Governor gets a pick. This would be huge as well, because that will allow for him to go toe-to-toe against Conan's ult. As he's jump spawning here, he saw a little bit of information down towards that bottom mid, and he's pinging it right away. It's Digizine that's trying to find some spacing. Drone to come out. He's committed into M1. Targets one at the top, but it gets shot right away, so Digizine still has an entry.
Trying to be careful, because the Odin, if he gets caught too deep, be forced to engage, and backup is not in position yet, and Havoc has been removed by force. Moves holds on. Util in place. Razor Vines may not get in Dijazine's way, but Moves will. He'll be a pillar for Winthrop.
30 seconds.
Now he'll only have cover for a limited time, because here comes Rafa, and he has a paranoia and investing it to deal with the Sentinel. Team Solid evict everyone left. And it's Winthrop that have to work their way in off of Infiltrator. The blood, sweat, and tears, hoping to decloak and even set up the Hunter's Fury. No, it's actually the offensive Hunter's Fury to hold back the avalanche of Winthrop University. And they're just ice cold. Match point, series point for Team Solid.
If somehow Ali was able to do just what his teammate Infiltrator did in the pistol round, that would have been an insane 1v3 on 2 separate occasions. But it was already a bingo from the Infiltrator ult back into the site. Identified all 3 players in there, and as soon as you see the blue hue around the screens of Team Solid, they're pulling out that Hunter's Fury right away. Even the Paranoia was still in the bank there. Looks like it did get a blind onto Infiltrator and allow PXS to move out and get these picks. And just unfortunate for the side of Winthrop University. It started it well in terms of how they're taking map control. Now backs are against the wall. At least they've baited out the Hunter's Fury. They have their own, but they also have to stop the null command out from PXS.
Just the inclusion of this KO has really made all the difference. Their util value, enormous from the Team Solid side from across the board. Walking
we're gonna
into
try it
some
again.
more Sentinel util, yeah.
You got to find the information in the mid round now. Ali drops in front of the wall too. I mean, he was a high boost to look down into tiles as a recon in there. And you see how much space they're trying to give. They're trying to leverage his Hunter's Fury as well and be outside of the range of the K ult from PXS. So the wall, Razor Vines, you're trying to stop that. One shock dart, though, is going to bring all of that util in the front.
Even just the spam could be enough, and Moves is done waiting around. They'll force you to act. And Team Solid are caught in a play that they did not sign up for. And Winthrop haven't really budged. The smokes are in place, so Team Solid will still be able to plant, but
30 seconds
Moves
left.
can still enable them. It's not too late for Winthrop. We'll have flashes, but you cannot slip up, Winthrop. Now drone and try to get in, but the smokes are kind of really annoying. Now Lee starts things off. A Paranoia lands at the feet of PXS. There's only 2 left. You don't fall for the clone. Rafa stays steady, but there's too many bodies, too many angles for Rafa to hold. And Winthrop on a bit of a win streak.
Well, now they've reset that back. They're back on 1 into the column here. They need 3 more to try to bring this into the overtime. At least the upper hand that they have going into the next round is that they have the res from Ali. But I don't think... Oh, it looks like we have used an ult command here on the attack side to overtake the site. So there is a slight advantage for Winthrop University the next couple of rounds. They have to continue to be clean, but I love also that Infiltrator is starting to be a little bit more comfortable in terms of these aggressive pushes. You saw him go for the attempt for a pick towards middle before he TPs away, and those are the type of things you need to start doing here on your defensive side. If it's not for Recon Dart and Owl Drone, the self-boost walls, they're using different ways of trying to find information and salvage the util from Governor at first. Now this time around, understanding that Solid is on a full, well, a half buy, I guess, at this point. They want to give a little bit of a gap here so they can walk into the crosshair of Infiltrator.
Uh-oh. Yujazine is off to fend for himself with that bicycle that just came up, and even post-timeout, Winthrop are 3-1, so still finding success, and it may just continue. When you have better weapons, you better be clean. And Moves has really been a star over at this B site. Spike is down, and Rafa is alone. And Winthrop are about to get to double digits. So close in this game of cat and mouse. After Team Solid have been insane. They've been hunting every step of the way, and finally, Team Solid become the hunted.
As I said, we wanted some clean rounds coming out from Winthrop, and Moves does an excellent job anchoring towards that B side. Yeah, even though he got backstabbed by Rafa in the end, he still picked up 2 big kills in the front lines, allowing his teams to rotate back and take control of Switch and not allow Rafa to get any ground value from that bottom of the B site. So those are clean shots, some confident kills rather that you want to get into the anti-eco for your round of Winthrop University. And not having to use the res yet, you've built up the ult for Glyph. You allow a little bit more of a stack towards the A site so that you can TP towards back B, depending on the information you're getting within this round. A high-low stack that you have towards the A site. Ali just trying to hold up the B link on his own with this outlaw. It's a good buy because look at them. All of them at half shields.
I know, I'm just scared because Ollie won't be able to use the res if he dies, obviously, and you don't want to slip up at this point because it's still match point for Team Solid. Now the sky's the limit, and Infiltrator, a lot of the first good bloods have gone Winthrop's way as of late. Ollie healing themselves back up. They'll be on their way to support B, and there's a lot of support over at B. Even Glyph teleports over. And Team Solid are committed at this point. So there is no going back. You have to face the music. And Havoc helps sing a different tune. And Winthrop has Governor and Glyph to depend on. It's just Havoc with 3. Tags Governor and does it all himself. Playoffs bound for Team Solid.
And who better than Havoc to get the 4K to finish the series in favor of Team Solid? A player who had a sour taste at the beginning of the VCTs, had still opportunities to taste the stage under different teams, but now into the Ascension stage with this roster has been looking good. Maybe not the best in the Brazilian side, because remember, they're still the 2nd seed, losing so many of their battles in the grudge matches against Delay. But now they are the Brazilian team that's able to move forward into the playoffs.
What a match this was, and at least Winthrop went out with a much stronger showing and had started to found their stride, but they're just right on the edge of defeat at all times, and so well deserved from Team Solid. Everyone had their pop-off moments, and the crowd was behind them through thick and thin, and there wasn't too many moments where Team Solid had to kind of reassess and reconstruct what they had built. And a lot of respect to that Brazilian team, and especially for the region to step up here in Swiss.
Yeah, and it's also Digizine at the forefront of it all. A lot of these rounds were so easy for the rest of his teammates because of all these first bloods that he's getting for the team throughout the whole series against his opponents, against Winthrop University. So that said, I feel that this is also still a great experience for Winthrop University to learn what it's like to face against a tier 1 team, if we could put it that way. And Winthrop University has always been really good at bouncing back. Remember what happened during the play-ins? They lost one during that second matchup, but then they came back into the third, qualified into the play-ins. The coaches are working around the clock to make sure they learn from their mistakes. And I wouldn't be surprised if you see Winthrop coming back here with a vengeance in the 1-1 Swiss stage.
I know some people working around the clock, though, and we're going to be checking in with our analyst desk on their thoughts.
Thank you so much, you two. I mean, after that first map in the series, we knew that Team Solid were looking pretty strong going into this to claim the playoff spot. Winthrop University, I mean, Dan, they fought back. They made it close. They got to that double digits, but that lead that Solid had at that point, it was just too much. And yeah, they're going to qualify to the playoffs.
Yeah, for Team Solid, they have to be feeling pretty good. And I love seeing it at the end, how much it meant, even if, you know, it felt like Team Solid, they had control of the series, you know, from that map 1 and how dominant it was to a few of those last rounds. Everybody, you know, DJ Sinhog and his teammates as well. It is a team that is still trying to prove themselves. A team of those players that were in VCT that got kicked from the teams that, you know, are not longer part of this team, and they're trying to make it back. And, you know, it's a step-by-step scenario, but today was an incredible showcase of what this Brazilian squad can do. This map of Ascend 2 was a bit more of everybody else trying to turn these rounds around. PXS was incredible on the KO as well, not only setting up DG Sin, but also closing out a few rounds alongside Havoc, as we saw in the last one. So everybody feeling good, everybody feeling confident, and that allows them to get this 2-0.
And I feel like in the first map that we got to see was a lot of DGs in doing a lot of the heavy lifting for the squad, right? But in the second map, we saw a lot more of the kind of the team effort coming in, as well as the kind of the game planning, right? Because coming into this map, they were starting on the defensive side. They recognized that Winthrop University's comp lacked information, right? So they were doing a lot of early aggressive plays. They rushed the operator as quickly as possible for DGs in. And as soon as that operator came out, it really slowed down Winthrop University, and it kind of drawn the round down and kind of slowed down their pace on that attack half, not allowing them to get too many. And of course, starting in that second half, I mean, the 1v3 pistol by Infiltrator to save things for the Winthrop University side to start the comeback was crazy, guys. And then obviously towards the very end, a back and forth battle between these two teams. What looked like a one-sided affair ended in a pretty hard fought battle between these two teams.
I would have loved to see a map 3 at this point, considering that bounce back Winthrop University had, but I will say through and through that Team Solid, I mean, from the get-go, they put on such a show that it was really, really just a matter of time. And again, maybe they weren't the quote unquote on paper and standings the best Brazilian team coming into the competition, but I feel like now with the performance they've been putting up, like conversation has to be shifting there because they looked almost unstoppable at some points.
Absolutely, and it's mainly because we've been talking about, you know, the 3 North American teams being in the upper bracket, what this means for the region as well. But this Brazilian squad of Team Solid, they were quietly watching and waiting for this moment to make it. It is so good that they make it to playoffs in this kind of way. This is a really good showcase of not only TSM and him continuing to be one of the greatest duelists that we've ever seen, but also how everybody has been meshing together. TSM at the end of the series ends 18-8 on first kills, first deaths. I mean, it's just perfect neon, perfect jet, and that's the way they close out Ascent and they move to playoffs.
And for me, I think the one player that I'm looking at, guys, is obviously PXS's performance. Not only was he getting a lot of kills and got MVP via the, the kill to death ratio, but I feel like his support was pretty much on point the entire game. The timing on the 0 point, the timing on the flashes for to support his team, on the entries, as well as the set plays was just so on point for that man. He was a great asset to them in the second map, and he was definitely the edge that they needed on top of DJzin's opping and Havoc's anchoring to get things rolling here for that Brazilian squad for a nice clean 2-0 versus Winthrop University.
And to be able to see that step up from PXS as well as Havoc, showing that it's not just DJzin. So that was really, really nice to see. And speaking of PXS, we have him online for our interview now to talk about the team after that win. So let's head on over to that. First off, big congratulations. You win the series 2-0. You've secured your spot in playoffs. How are you feeling?
Feeling great. Yeah, we just got to playoffs. So yeah, that's the best thing could happen. So I'm really happy right now.
Talk to me about that series, especially that second map, because the first map was crazy strong by you guys. And the second one started off really strong, but then Winthrop University started making it close. So how do you then like reset and close out the map to secure this 2-0?
I mean, shout out to Havoc. He got the clutch at the end. It was getting very hard, very difficult. But yeah, that was on him. And I mean, the first map was all DJzin as well. Man, that guy's a beast, dude. He got like 12 first kills. It was 13-3, I think, the game. So yeah, you can't stop him.
You as well, that second map, were having an incredible performance. So you deserve a lot of props too here. Now, with this team, you secured your spot in playoffs. I want to know how you feel confidence-wise going into the playoffs, especially now after seeing all the other teams having played.
We're always very confident. We have our own play style. We have a lot of conversation after the games. Especially for today, we talked a lot. We fixed a lot of things. So as the tournament goes, we always getting better. So yeah, I think we are getting to franchise. I'm really confident with my team.
I love to hear that confidence. And last but not least, of course, in front of the crowd, they're all cheering for you. I want to talk about just being on the stage, having the whole crowd behind you, and just having fun and all those good vibes.
Yeah, I mean, those are the moments that I play for, you know. I recently played on VCT Americas, but, you know, we didn't have the Brazilian crowd there. So right now I'm just enjoying the moment, and it's, you know, the crowd is crazy, dude.
The crowd was going nuts for you guys, and it was such a well-deserved victory. Thank you so much for chatting. Congratulations, and best of luck going on into the playoffs. As for us, back over to our analyst desk to be closing out the day. Thank you. I love, like, just big smiles over here, Dan.
Right.
I love to see that, and talking to you about, yeah, played in front of the crowd, but it wasn't the Brazilian crowd. So I loved all of that.
It's very different. I mean, obviously it's in LA. VCT Americas is in LA. You know that they're always going to be rooting for those North American teams. But I mean, just the difference of just not only looking at the audience, but also hearing how much they were cheering for every single one of the skills. It's really cool, and it's something that the Brazilian squads haven't been able to experience as much. So for PXS, for him to be enjoying it and saying that this is what he's playing for these specific moments is really cute. It's really nice.
It's really nice. I mean, you got to see how much it meant to the team on stage, and they'll be able to fight another day now that they're in the playoffs. That is 2 teams qualified into the playoffs today. Of course, we got to see TSM stamp their ticket there earlier on. And then now, of course, Team Solid joining them. And of course, now, Roy, we're still figuring out who's playing up against who. That information will come later. But tomorrow is going to be the final opportunity for teams to battle it out for 2 playoff spots.
TSM and TSS, the winners of today. Wow, that is actually insane. We started off not knowing exactly who was going to win, and we came out knowing exactly who won, which is awesome. But now I'm looking at, guys, I'm looking at the 1-to-1 bracket side, okay? That, I feel like with the elimination of Shinden and 6K, these last 4 remaining teams here in the 1-to-1 bracket is a death zone. I could not possibly predict things. Envy being in there is a threat to everyone there. 9Z, Winthrop University looking for the revenge. Still Eye Gaming looking like they found their fire. They found their passion again. I mean, it's crazy in the 1-to-1 bracket.
A lot of players, they always talk about how they take it 1 run at a time. They act like it's 0-0, but I don't think it's ever been as real as it is now, being 1-1. You either win and make it to playoffs, or you're going to be eliminated of Ascension. The pressure is going to be on, and that, I feel like, is going to mean that those players that are a bit more confident, those players that were already feeling it in that series, even if they were not able to win it, could take that upper hand. They talk about the audience, they talk about the confidence on stage, they talk about a lot of the things that they've practiced, but now is the time to show it, because if not, the year for these teams is going to be over.
It has been a hard-fought year for these teams, and tomorrow 2 of those dreams are going to be ending, and 2 just 1 step closer to making it to VCT Americas. Congratulations to our 2 playoff teams for today. But as for our matches, that is unfortunately it. Thank you all so much for tuning in. Make sure you're back here tomorrow for our final day of the Swiss stage here for VCT Ascension.
Strays go by. Exter gets back to safety. Timotino lost in the sauce, and he has no team left to thrive. No way. Envy have made the most insane comeback on the Swiss stage. 13-11. Are you not entertained? Yuri, good tags. So consistent with this ult. Pop-in as impactful as ever. TSM have the win conditions set, and maybe he may have just died. Timotino not involved. Envy can extend their lives as best as they can. Now it's just 4 left. The 1 versus 3. 1, 2, 3. Now there's some drones, there's some action in the mid. There is a moment, and man, he gets humbled yet again. He's used to being the carry in TSM. Just throw him out into the bin. TSM, though, they're still trying to get B going, and all the Solid know what the plan is. Paranoia through Winthrop, race in, infiltrator halted. Even Z is simply gapping the competition, creating gaps amongst their corpses. Winthrop at least hopes to trade, but now they feed the beast, and he's hungry for the ace, and he gets away with murder. A lot of injuries on the team's side, and now infiltrator. Still thinking, still worried about someone playing from main, and he's about to control. Lucky you haven't caught camera! Infiltrator does it! So there is no going back. You have to face the music and Havoc. But his song helps do it. Sing a different tune. And Winthrop has Governor and Glyph to depend on. It's just Havoc with 3. Tags